The year is 1976. An Iranian F-4 Phantom fighter jet engages an unidentified flying object. The UFO is projecting multicolored strobe lights when suddenly it releases an object that shoots toward the Iranian pilots. The pilot gets a lock on the object, but before it can be destroyed, the plane's weapons and communication systems go down. The pilot takes immediate evasive actions. Fast forward to the 2000s, Iranian F-14 Tomcats engage another UFO. This time there are casualties. The UFO evades the fighter jets and flies out of the atmosphere at Mach 10. It would seem that Iran and UFOs have an interesting history together. When you hear stories of unidentified flying objects, you may imagine a flying saucer or little green aliens. Not only that, but the person who's giving the account seems to always be someone who's not quite all there. They tend to have their crazy hair and wild eyes, but the UFO accounts from Iran are detailed and provided by respected military personnel. The information comes from the eyewitness accounts and classified documents that have been leaked to the public. The first contact between a UFO and the Iranian military occurred in 1976 above the city of Tehran. It was a cool desert night. There were no clouds in the sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like an oasis in a black desert. The sound of shopkeepers closing up their stalls for the night filled the air. Then, suddenly, the skies over Tehran lit up. It was just after midnight on September 19th. Tehran residents began telephoning the local airport, frantically relaying the same message. They were seeing bright lights in the sky. The lights seemed to hover in place and then move rapidly to a different location. It was as if the lights were looking for something or someone. The military and airport personnel checked the radar, but nothing showed up. General Yousefi, the man in charge of the airfield, stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he saw the bright lights for himself. He witnessed the lights jetting across the sky. They looked like shooting stars being controlled by some unseen entity. He scrambled back into the airport and found his best pilots to investigate further. General Yousefi ordered Lieutenant Yadi Nazari and a backseat weapons officer to take off and have a look at the object in the sky. It was time to get up close and personal. The F-4 Phantom fighter plane took off at 1:30 a.m. and leveled off at the altitude of the unidentified object. Upon approach, the F-4 lost all navigational instruments and communications. The dials and screens in the aircraft went haywire. Nazari was flying only using his instincts and what he could see. He kept his eyes on the UFO and his aircraft pointed at the horizon. Nazari made the decision it was too dangerous to continue this way and was forced to turn around and return to base. As soon as the plane began moving away from the UFO, the instruments came back online. It was as if the UFO had some sort of electronics jammer. A second F-4 Phantom was launched at 1:40 a.m., piloted by Lieutenant Parvez Jafari. He approached the UFO and acquired a radar lock. This meant that there was definitely something tangible in the sky. The UFO was a solid mass that reflected the radar and therefore couldn't have been ball lightning or any form of pure energy. Upon getting closer to the UFO, Jafari reported that its lights were alternating in color from blue, green, red, and orange. They were strobing so quickly that they almost appeared to be solid. The UFO began to move south and Jafari pursued the vessel. All of a sudden, the UFO stopped in mid-air. It just sat there unmoving, as if the law of gravity was a force that it could choose to obey or not. Jafari veered around and stopped the aircraft so he wouldn't collide with it. He turned his jet back around and headed back toward the unidentified vessel at a slower speed. On the return approach by Jafari, something even stranger happened. The UFO dropped a bright object out from its main hull. Jafari reported that the object was headed straight for him and his F-4 Phantom, and it looked like a torpedo made of light. He attempted to lock onto the incoming projectile with his AIM-9 Sidewinder infrared guided missiles, but just after getting a lock, he lost all communications with his weapons console. Jafari was forced to take evasive actions and turn away from the projectile. He jammed the flight stick to the side. The F-4 did a barrel roll and avoided the incoming object. Jafari leveled off again, and when he turned back to look for the object shot at him, Jafari said he saw the device reverse course and rejoin the main UFO. It then seemed to dock with the mothership. Jafari then witnessed another bright object coming out of the main UFO and descending straight down toward the ground. It left a bright trail of light as it descended. The ambient light lit up an area of around 3 kilometers. Then, as if it were done with its business it came to Iran to conduct, the UFO accelerated and shot out of the atmosphere. Jafari watched as the strobing lights faded into the night sky. As the F-4 Phantom prepared to land, it experienced more communication and navigational failures. Upon further investigation, a commercial airliner in the area also reported communication failures at the same time as Jafari, but the airliner did not see the UFO. Ground troops were sent to recover the fallen object, but as they approached the area, their equipment started to malfunction. No trace of whatever the UFO shot toward the ground was ever found, as far as we know. Approximately 3 decades went by without any reports from Iran about UFOs in their airspace. Then, in 2004, strange aircraft were once again encountered by the Iranian Air Force. At this time, Iran was still using a few F-14 Tomcats that they'd purchased from America before the revolution. The Iranian military used the Tomcats to protect their nuclear facilities. Considered one of the most successful fighter jets ever built, its speed, maneuverability, and weapon capabilities make it an aircraft to be feared and respected. The encounter in 2004 went something like this. An alarm was raised when the unidentified flying object was picked up on radar. The UFO entered the airspace above one of Iran's nuclear facilities. Fighter pilots ran to their jets. Mechanics shouted at one another as they prepared planes for takeoff. The pilots were secured in the cockpits by the support crew and the hatch was sealed. The only contact with the outside world was through their helmet. Pure oxygen was being pumped into the face mask to keep them alert. Over their comms, head military personnel were barking orders. An attack on our nuclear facilities could be incoming. We need planes in the air now, the commander shouted. The Iranian pilots flickered the afterburner switch on the engine controls. The F-14 Tomcats accelerated off the runway and into the black sky as flames shot out of the back of their jet engines. As they reached Mach 2, the sonic booms could be heard throughout the desert below. The Iranian military launched 8 F-14s, 8 F-4 Phantoms, and 2 large reconnaissance aircraft to intercept the UFO. The task force encountered objects that they'd claimed had astonishing flight characteristics. One of the F-14 Tomcats tried to lock on to the brightly shining objects, only to have his radar disrupted. The pilot who was tracking the object described it as being spherical and having a green afterburn. It was recorded that whatever engines were producing the green aura were leaving considerable amounts of turbulence behind them. It was like flying through a lightning storm. The plane shook and convulsed uncontrollably. The task force swung out of the turbulent wake of the UFO and tried to flank it from the sides. Before they could get into position, the spherical object shot off like a comet, leaving a tail of green light behind as it exited the atmosphere. The eerie glow was ingrained into the minds of the pilots who were in the task force that day. The Iranian Air Force remained on high alert for any further UFO activity after the 2004 event. Then, in 2012, another strange phenomena occurred. A UFO was spotted in Iranian airspace. It did not show up on radar at first, but then all of a sudden a blip appeared. It was like the ship was cloaked and had just appeared out of thin air. The military scrambled to the F-14s and pursued the vessel, but then tragedy struck. As one of the F-14s took off, it exploded in midair. The aircraft was consumed in a fireball. The smoldering metal fell from the sky and landed in the sands below. Some accounts claim that the UFO attacked the F-14 right after it took off, perhaps using laser beams or a highly advanced weapon that ignited the fuel in the plane's tanks. Both of the crewmen in the plane were killed instantly. Reports by the Iranian government seem to suggest that the UFO had something to do with the mishap, but it's unclear the role the unidentified aircraft played in the catastrophe. Other F-14s flew after the unidentified object. Every time they tried to get a lock on the UFO, their armament systems would malfunction. The dull green light of their screens would appear to be working perfectly one moment, and as soon as a lock was achieved, everything went black. The pilots would try rebooting the systems mid-flight, but nothing seemed to work. The UFO quickly outpaced the F-14 Tomcats as it reached Mach 10, a speed faster than any aircraft currently produced can fly. It was almost like the UFO was toying with the F-14s. With the afterburners, the Tomcats pursued their enemy at a top speed of just over Mach 2. This is 1,534 miles per hour. The encounter ended similarly to the one in 2004. The UFO shot out of the atmosphere with a glowing tail of exhaust behind it. Each of the unexplained encounters recorded incredible capabilities of the UFOs. In all 3 cases, radar was jammed and weapon systems malfunctioned when the UFO was present. It seems that once the UFO left the general area, the instruments started to work properly again. You have to wonder what whoever was controlling the UFO was after. Their radar jamming capabilities seem highly sophisticated, yet they still allowed the Iranian military to know that they were there. Was it an accident all 3 times? Or was the UFO testing Iran's Air Force capabilities? Another common factor between the encounters was that the UFOs all left the atmosphere after encountering the Iranian aircraft. They seemed to launch away at Mach 10, which is 10 times the speed of sound, or 7,612 miles per hour. The closest any known human aircraft has gotten to that speed was Mach 9.68. This was achieved by a NASA experimental hypersonic aircraft called the X-43. And why did they shoot out the atmosphere instead of just leaving Iranian airspace? Was there some other vessel waiting for them in orbit around the Earth? Was there a large mothership waiting to launch to light speed once the reconnaissance ships returned? All of the accounts also mention the UFO hovering, which means that they could remain in the air with a velocity of 0. The massive acceleration it would take to go from 0 to Mach 10 in seconds is not possible with our current technology. All of the UFOs were also described as luminous objects. They emitted some kind of light, whether it was the strobes from '76 or the green afterburn glow of the 2000s. Could the lights be some sort of undiscovered propulsion from an advanced alien race? Or is there a country on Earth that's discovered an advanced propulsion system that the public is unaware of? There are several theories as to what the UFOs might have been. Iran has claimed that they were secret United States spy planes. They've also suggested that the aircraft were state-of-the-art drones that the US military was using to spy on Iran. However, the United States does not have the technology or capability for achieving Mach 10. It also seems unlikely that a spy aircraft would emit bright lights that would give its position away. Could the UFOs that Iran encountered be extraterrestrial? Is there any evidence to support that aliens have a special interest in Iranian nuclear sites? At this point in time, all we know is that on 3 separate occasions, skilled Iranian Air Force pilots encountered unidentified flying objects with advanced technological capabilities. There seems to be no definitive explanation for the UFOs encountered by Iranian military personnel. Whether the United States has advanced secret technology or Iran has encountered extraterrestrial UFOs, the 3 events still remain a mystery to this day. It's afternoon on the 14th of November 2004. The USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group is undergoing a series of intensive drills and training in preparation for deployment to the Persian Gulf. Along with the Nimitz, the strike group includes Destroyer Squadron 9, made up of 4 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 2 guided missile cruisers, and at least 1 nuclear attack submarine constantly prowling the waters beneath the warships. Altogether, with the Nimitz's air wing, this single carrier strike group represents one of the greatest concentrations of firepower on Earth, and soon it'll come face to face with something possibly not of this planet. 2 weeks before the fateful day, the Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser USS Princeton was receiving odd tracks on its ANSPY 1B radar. Initially, a radar operator spotted a formation of 8 to 10 objects flying in formation southward along the American Pacific coast at about 28,000 feet. The objects moved extremely slowly at about 120 miles per hour, which was rather shocking as most aircraft must move faster than that to avoid stalling out. Immediately, the Princeton requested confirmation from accompanying vessels on the unidentified objects. As the backbone of fleet anti-missile and anti-air defense, Ticonderoga missile cruisers operate the most sophisticated radar on the planet, and the Princeton's radar contact with the unknown objects was confirmed by several other vessels. An E-2C Hawkeye electronics warfare plane from the USS Nimitz also confirmed a weak radar return on the unknown formation of objects. The objects disappear from radar after continuing their slow flight, moving out of range of the battle group's sensors. Despite the odd radar contacts, no interceptors are dispatched in pursuit of the objects, and they're largely forgotten. Until suddenly, dozens of unknown contacts begin appearing on the Princeton's radar screens. Over the course of a week, senior radar operator Kevin Day records over 100 radar contacts, with some of them well over 80,000 feet above the battle group, well out of the altitude of commercial and most military jets. These objects would often plummet out of the sky at incredible speed and eventually completely disappear out of sight. As the objects don't appear to be threatening the battle group, however, no action is taken against them until that fateful November 14th. 2 FA-18 Super Hornets are currently in a combat exercise, prepping for the deployment to the Persian Gulf. In 2004, the Super Hornet is the world's most feared fighter aircraft, a true marvel of engineering that strikes fear in the hearts of any pilot pit against it. Blisteringly fast and extremely agile, the Super Hornet is the Navy's tool for dominating the air battle over any ocean on Earth. Today, though, the Hornets will meet their match with a craft possibly not from the Earth. The Princeton once more detects an unknown track on their highly sensitive radar. After being plagued with contacts for the last 2 weeks, the strike group's commander authorizes an intercept, and the 2 Hornets are contacted and told to prepare for a real-world mission. The pilots immediately break off from their exercise and change course, headed directly for the unknown object still being actively tracked. As the fighters close in on the object, the Princeton radios over and asks if the aircraft are carrying live ordnance. Unfortunately, no, the pilots respond. They are only carrying dummy training missiles and no rounds in their cannons. Unarmed, the 2 fighters close in on the unknown contact. on a mission to at least identify and hopefully chase off this mysterious intruder. The pilots closed the distance to the object, and as they approached, they noticed a large shape below the waters and disturbing the ocean's surface, as if a huge object about the size of a Boeing 747 was right below the waves. Flying about 50 feet above the underwater object was a smaller tic-tac-shaped object that appeared to have no wings, no exhaust, and no windows of any kind. The object seemed to ignore the incoming aircraft until the lead Hornet started a slow circular descent toward it. The object immediately mirrored the Hornet's descent, but in opposite, starting a slow circular ascent in a reverse looping motion. This is when the lead Hornet decided that it would attempt an aggressive interception and immediately pitched toward the object. In response, the apparent UFO immediately accelerated, flying out of sight in seconds. The Princeton contacted the Hornets and reported that they'd tracked the object reappearing 60 miles from them. Based on distance covered, this means that the object would have had to move at about 42,000 miles per hour to cover such a great distance so quickly. Any earthbound aircraft would have obliterated itself due to intense atmospheric heating, not to mention the incredible acceleration resulting in thousands of Gs would have turned human pilots into pancakes. 2 new Hornets were vectored in on the object's location, but by the time they arrived, it had already disappeared. Disappointed, all 4 Hornets returned to the Nimitz, but as they came in for landing, the carrier launched another patrol of Hornets, this time armed and equipped with infrared tracking and targeting pods. These powerful sensors could detect aircraft from tens of miles away via their infrared signature, and in the clear blue skies of that fateful afternoon, if there was anything in that sky, human or alien, they would find it. The pilots wouldn't have to wait long. After once more making radar contact with the UFO, the Princeton directed the Hornets to the object, and within minutes, they were within visual range. Utilizing the powerful FLIR pod, the weapons officer on the lead Hornet was able to identify and track the tic-tac-shaped UFO in both visual and infrared mode. This meant that the object couldn't possibly be a sensor malfunction, as the object not only showed in 2 different vision modes, but the infrared mode clearly detected the infrared signature of atmospheric heating working on the skin of the object. What was most perplexing perhaps was the fact that the object displayed no obvious propulsion system or lifting element of any kind, such as wings. How it flew was a complete mystery. In TV mode, the object was extremely dark against the bright daytime sky, which likely meant that the UFO was colored black or another dark color. This would preclude the object being any known drone operational at the time, as the US Air Force and Navy both operate drones which are painted light blue or white, with their job being to loiter above hostile areas for a long time at an altitude low enough that they could potentially be spotted by an observer on the ground. Drones need to be lightly colored in order to avoid being seen. Whatever the object was, nobody appeared to believe it belonged to the US military. Yet before the Hornets could move in closer, it suddenly accelerated and disappeared out of view of the sensor. Since that fateful day, multiple explanations have been offered for the UFOs encountered by the Nimitz battle group. Yet the fact that the object was clearly detected on radar and then visually spotted on both TV and infrared modes rules out any potential equipment malfunctions creating artificial objects, unless some unknown deficiency in America's most important weapon systems is able to simultaneously create errors on a guided missile cruiser's radar and the infrared targeting pod of a Super Hornet. In that case, the US may have bigger problems on its hand than UFOs. The object spotted by the first flight of Hornets cruising just below the depths could very well have been the nuclear attack submarine that accompanies carrier battle groups, and as these subs operate in extreme secrecy, the Hornets would likely have had no idea as to its whereabouts. As to an explanation for the seeming super burst of speed exhibited by the craft at the end of the video, well, this could too be explained by the pursuing Hornet simply banking to the right and away from the object, out of the field of view of the FLIR system. Yet, we can't deny that the visual identification of a UFO, along with radar confirmation, is extremely compelling, and in the end, we simply can't rule out aliens from Zeti Reticuli coming to Earth to feast on our brains. So, is the Earth really being visited by an advanced alien being? Well, it's not likely, and if they are, then they're officially the most boring and confusing alien invaders ever. It just seems strange to us here at the Infographic Show that aliens would cross vast cosmos of space just to play tag with a bunch of our primitive aircraft. Surely they'd want to, I don't know, talk to our leaders? Yet there remains the fact that the footage has in no way become officially debunked and is extremely compelling. One curious item is a comment made by a CIA official many years ago saying, "I love UFOs because every time that a Chinese or Russian pilot is pointing at the sky and saying, 'UFO, UFO,' he's not saying 'American aircraft.'" The mystery would only deepen when another video was released in 2015 showing US pilots intercepting and tracking yet another strangely tic-tac-shaped object. This time the contact is brief and the object appears to be flying at extremely low altitude, though its exact nature remains unknown. We have confirmed that a number of these unidentified objects are indeed solid. So said the leader of the Pentagon's newest investigation into UFOs, which you probably know as UAPs today. The long culture of ridicule is officially over. UFOs are real, they are here, and nobody has a clue who's building them. But while UFOs were part of American culture for nearly a century now, the world would be shocked at the disturbing similarities between events happening in the US and a world away behind the impenetrable Iron Curtain. The secrecy is over, and what has come from declassified sources both within the former Soviet government and the CIA itself is nothing short of terrifying. Soviet sightings of UFOs run as long as sightings in America, but most Soviet citizens had no clue what was going on in their own backyards. Thanks to a strict culture of secrecy and censorship, it wasn't until Glasnost started to open Soviet society up that the lid on the Soviet UFO secret finally came unscrewed. Some news outlets purposefully dramatized relatively ordinary events as they exercised newly found freedoms and pushed just to see how far they could take things. However, there were plenty of very real UFO-related events happening, and some were high-profile enough to catch the attention of CIA spies behind the Iron Curtain. On January 29, 1986, at 7:55 p.m., a quote, amazing event occurred on Hill 611 near the village of Dalnegorsk in Primorsky Krai. This small mining town is of no note, but that night it would become the most important place in the entire Soviet Union. That evening, multiple villagers observed a reddish sphere flying into the town from the southeast. The object flew while making no noise and appeared to be a nearly perfect sphere of rust red. It got close enough for people to observe that the outer skin of this strange craft was without blemish and had no obvious control surfaces nor means of propulsion. For a while, the object hovered up and down over the village, moving at a relatively slow pace. As it ascended, it would glow brighter before dimming as it descended. Suddenly, the object appeared to be in distress. All witnesses interviewed later by Soviet authorities recalled just how the object jerked or jumped suddenly, then fell like a rock straight down onto Hill 611. Witnesses heard a dull thump as it impacted and then began to burn intensely for an hour. Valery Voshilny, head of the Far Eastern Committee for Anomalous Phenomena, arrived at the site 2 days after the crash. He noticed that despite everything being covered in deep snow, the site of the crash was completely devoid of it, allowing him to observe splintered silica rocks, which could only have occurred from extreme temperatures. The rocks were also smoky looking, as if they'd been exposed to intense heat. However, Voshilny also found physical evidence of the craft. All over the site, embedded in the rocks themselves, he discovered silvery pieces of metal. Some were fragments, but a large amount had formed into droplets, almost as if they'd been sprayed over the area. This detail would become significant after the fall of the Iron Curtain, when Western UFOologists would compare notes with their Eastern counterparts. American witnesses had very often reported seeing flying orbs, which seemed to spray metal while showing signs of some kind of distress. At the edge of the crash site was a tree stump that had been severely burned and emitted a strange chemical smell. The physical remains were examined at the Omsk branch of the Academy of Sciences, who made a shocking discovery. Some of the fragments had formed into what appeared to be small nets, and when these were put under examination, it was discovered that they were made up of torn and very thin threads, 17 micrometers in width. Each thread consisted of even thinner fibers tied up in plates, and intertwined with the fibers were thin, solid gold wires. The technology to replicate this type of delicate nano-construction wouldn't appear on the Earth for decades, at least not in human hands anyway. The fragments, which had formed into iron balls, were also put under a battery of tests. Each ball consisted of iron with various levels of aluminum, manganese, nickel, chromium, tungsten, and cobalt. This seemed to rule out a natural creation and the object just being a very peculiar meteorite. Rather, it mostly confirmed that the object was built from heterogeneous alloys. When the balls were melted in a vacuum chamber, they reacted in various ways. On one base, they would melt and spread out as expected, but on another, they formed into smaller balls with convex glass-like structures. But melting the remains revealed yet another mystery. Gold, silver, and nickel would disappear from the balls and be replaced with molybdenum, despite not being present in the sanitized test chamber before testing commenced. The metallic remains would confuse Soviet scientists as they only produced more questions than answers. About the only thing they were able to identify was ashes discovered on the site belonging to a biological being. Perhaps the ashes belonged to an unfortunate animal caught under the crash, or perhaps they belonged to the operator of the mysterious UFO. Sadly, the intense heat made any attempt at identification impossible. Unable to tease out details from the remains, the investigation turned to the object itself before it crashed. The trajectory as reported by eyewitnesses happens to coincide with the flight path taken by rockets launched by China's Xishan Cosmodrome. However, investigators weren't able to verify if any launches had taken place in January from the complex, and the Chinese were not forthcoming with any answers, likely looking to keep their space program as secret as possible. However, the investigation revealed something very startling. Soviet citizens had not been the first to spot this mysterious object. The Chinese had already observed it over their own territory. Just days prior to the crash, witnesses close to the Xishan Cosmodrome reported a similar red sphere on January 25th. According to witnesses, the object appeared to simply hover, almost as if observing the Cosmodrome directly. After half an hour, it disappeared. The Chinese sighting wasn't the only clue that this object had traveled great distances, though. There was physical evidence, too. Examination of the soil at the crash site revealed small pieces of light gray-colored soil, but only in the area where the object was presumed to have made direct contact before exploding and mostly disintegrating. Put under spectroscopic analysis, the light gray soil was matched with soil from another area in Russia thousands of miles away. The soil matched tufts from the area of Yaroslavl, northeast of Moscow, containing characteristic elements found there and not in the Dalnogorsk area. Whatever had crashed there, it was obvious somebody came looking for it, though. 8 days after the crash on Hill 611 at 8:30 p.m. on February 8, 1986, eyewitnesses once more reported strange objects in the sky. This time, 2 yellowish spheres flew into the town from the north. The spheres seemed to be looking for something and made their way directly to the crash site. Once there, they circled the crash site 4 times, then turned to the north and flew back the way they came. Was it a search and rescue effort by whatever had sent the original sphere there, or simply something wanting to make sure no identifiable remains had been left behind? To this day, nobody knows, but reports of flying spheres exactly mirror similar reports from all the way across the ocean in the United States. And the following year, whoever had visited the sleeping mining town returned in force. November 28, 1987, 11:24 p.m. Reports of flying spheres flood a local military base. Terrified villagers report seeing as many as 32 flying objects, which spread out over 12 different nearby villages. Alarmed Soviet military personnel quickly make their way to the nearest villages and observe the strange flying lights for themselves. Before the night was over, hundreds of civilians and military personnel would bear witness to one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. The objects appeared specifically interested in Dalnogorsk, and 13 of them broke away and flew directly to the mining village. Once there, 3 of them hovered stationary over the village, while 5 seemed to illuminate the nearby mountain and crash site. They appeared to move with no discernible propulsion and made no noise, hovering at varying altitudes between 150 and 800 meters. As the lights flew over homes, people reported disturbances of their electrical equipment. Ministry of Internal Affairs officers would later testify that they observed multiple objects at 11:30 p.m. One object flew toward them from the direction of the Gorley settlement, leaving a, quote, fiery flame behind it. At the head of the flame was an opaque sphere, and within that sphere was another smaller red sphere. At a local quarry, eyewitnesses observed a large cylindrical object the size of a 5-story building flying directly toward them. The object was around 200 or 300 meters, with the front lit up like burning metal. Terrified that the object was going to crash into them, many of them fled for shelter. The quarry manager observed the object moving at an altitude of about 300 meters. Large and cigar-shaped, the description would also precisely fit that given by American and Western European witnesses of very similar objects. The object appeared to fly without the aid of wings and no discernible propulsion, making no noise as it flew over the quarry. Nearby, a kindergarten teacher observed a dark metallic-looking elongated object she estimated at 10 to 12 meters long. The object appeared to be in front of a bright, blinding sphere of light that hovered noiselessly at the height of a 9-story building. The object hovered over a school and shot a half-meter wide violet-bluish ray down at the ground in front of the school. The teacher remarked that the objects caught in the ray did not create shadows as would be expected if they were being illuminated from above. The object then departed the school and moved to a nearby mountain. According to her, the object appeared to be searching for something, emitting a reddish projector-like light onto the mountain. Finally, the object simply departed by flying over the mountain and out of sight. The crash and subsequent UFO invasion of Dalnegorsk would remain secret for years, but once it made its way into the West, the similarities between this event and multiple similar events in the US would convince researchers that Americans and Soviets were both observing the same mysterious phenomenon. Cigar-shaped objects and mysterious balls of light are a commonly reported type of UFO in the US for decades, and multiple eyewitnesses have reported what they thought were malfunctioning air or spacecraft of some kind which bobbed up and down, as reported by the Dalnegorsk witnesses, while emitting a shower of what appeared to be molten metal. Curiously, some of the craft described by the Dalnegorsk witnesses bear a strong resemblance to the infamous US Navy Tic Tac video, filmed by fighter pilots intercepting an unidentified aircraft over the Pacific Ocean. But this isn't the only parallels between Soviet and American UFO sightings, because while America had Roswell, the Soviets also had their own close encounter with alien beings, and their encounter had more and better witnesses than Roswell. It is not a joke nor a hoax nor a sign of mental instability nor an attempt to drum up local tourism by drawing the curious, so said the Soviet state press agency TASS, discussing a UFO close encounter in 1989. According to the official report, 2 boys and a girl from a local school were playing in a park on the evening of September 27th. At approximately 6:30, the children observed something pink shining in the sky, followed by a ball of deep red colors they estimated at 9 meters in diameter. A small crowd gathered as the ball seemed to land, and a hatch opened in the lower part of the ball. From within the ball, 3 aliens with 3 eyes each exited, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The aliens seemed to have a robot companion with them, which they activated with a touch. As the crowd watched in awe, the aliens seemed to communicate with each other, ignoring the onlookers, until a young boy screamed in terror. Suddenly, one of the aliens locked his 3 eyes on the child and caused him to become temporarily paralyzed. The 3 aliens then re-entered their vehicle, but quickly re-emerged, with one carrying what the crowd thought was a gun of some kind. The alien aimed the tube at a 16-year-old boy who suddenly vanished, only to reappear after the aliens re-entered their craft to depart. The story was met with both ridicule and a serious investigation, as is typical of UFO reports. To this day, accounts vary. A Soviet evening news correspondent dispatched to the town with a film crew failed to find any eyewitnesses to the aliens except for the children. However, they did speak with the local police chief, who confirmed one important detail of the account. He too had seen a large, silently flying craft shortly before the alleged landing took place. Soil analysis discovered high concentrations of radioactive isotopes in the landing area, but this proved inconclusive, as after the Chernobyl disaster it was not uncommon to discover small pockets of highly concentrated radioactive isotopes. However, what's curious is that if it was a hoax, the children just happened to pick a landing spot with said high concentrations of isotopes, which would require analysis in a lab to even identify. Even more curious, when the children were separated into different rooms by investigators, they all drew nearly the exact same craft from memory. The craft was also said to leave behind a mysterious X-shaped sign in the sky as it took off, exactly mirroring UFO encounters reported in the United States by the defunct American magazine Saga in 1976. Given the strict censorship of the Soviet Union in the 70s, it is nigh an impossibility the children or police chief would have had access to said magazine. But why were there no other eyewitnesses to the alien beings themselves? One only need to look at the culture of ridicule surrounding UFOs to understand why a bunch of adults in the repressive communist Soviet Union would not want to speak up about such an extraordinarily weird event. As highlighted in the United States' own recent UAP investigation, a culture of ridicule has, quote, hampered our efforts to collect good data, as pilots are self-censoring for the fear of ridicule and it affecting their future careers. The U.S. Air Force and Navy took that recommendation so seriously that they immediately instituted new guidelines for reporting UFOs, ending the infamous century-long culture of ridicule that silenced witnesses even amongst America's most elite military units. Soviet pilots, however, were long reporting UFOs and on occasion even being killed by them. While on a routine flight over the city of Borisov, 2 Soviet fighters spotted a large flying disc near the city. The disc seemed to have 5 beams of light emanating from it. 2 were directed upwards into the sky, and 3 were pointed down at the ground. Ground control instructed the patrol to fly in for a closer look, an act that would doom one of the pilots. On approach, the disc suddenly flew up to match the speed and level with the lead Soviet fighter. Suddenly, it aimed one of its beams directly at the plane, filling the cockpit with blinding light. The co-pilot was at the controls, and the flight logs recorded him reporting a bright ray of light entering the cockpit and projecting a spot about 20 centimeters in diameter. This ray of light swept across the cockpit and directly through the pilot's body. With both pilot and co-pilot reporting extreme heat, the plane broke off and returned to base immediately. Shortly afterwards, the co-pilot's health immediately deteriorated with frequent fainting spells that forced him into retirement. The aircraft commander, however, died within a few months of the incident, with the cause of death listed as cancer. This wouldn't be the only report of a UFO shooting beams of light, though. A declassified CIA report notes an encounter with hundreds of eyewitnesses, including a Major V. Loganov, outside the city of Omsk. In his own official report, the Major states that he and other eyewitnesses spotted a strange object in the sky, which radar could not pick up. The object passed overhead at an altitude of several kilometers, revealing a shining sphere 1.5 times as large as the current full moon. The object was casting 4 very bright beams of light, sometimes parallel to the ground and sometimes at an angle. The UFO hovered over a civilian airport for 5 minutes and even descended a bit. Suddenly, the beams of light disappeared and a whirling plume trail appeared around the shining sphere. With an extraordinary burst of speed, the object took off to the east. Pilots from a nearby second airport reported seeing the object but being unable to pick it up on their radars. Immediately relaying the sighting up the chain of command, within 5 minutes, other military personnel at Altai-Krai reported having the same object under visual observation. Given the time and distance, the object appeared to have traveled 600 kilometers at a speed of about 7,000 kilometers an hour. UFO sightings were so frequent in the Soviet Union that the declassified CIA report also notes a meeting of 100 Soviet scientists from various disciplines, all meeting together to discuss the dramatic uptick in UFO sightings in the 1970s and the 1980s. It's now known that some UFO reports inside the Soviet Union were highly secretive U.S. air and spacecraft. Other sightings were misattributed to everything from secret rocket launches to failed rockets or simply spent rocket stages. However, just like multiple American UFO investigations would reveal, that still left a significant number, about 5% of sightings that simply could not be explained. And most disturbing of all were reports from Soviet nuclear facilities of unidentified craft that perfectly mirror similar reports from the United States in the same time period. In one high-profile encounter, a UFO nearly started World War III. Colonel Boris Solikov spoke with Western UFO investigators after the fall of the Soviet Union, reporting that on the night of October 4, 1982, there was a breach of airspace over a nuclear weapons site in Usovoyen, Ukraine. Solikov, who was working at the Kremlin at the time, described receiving alarmed reports from the facility, whose operators had informed him their launch panels all had suddenly activated on their own, something which should have been impossible. For 4 hours, the entire facility watched a hovering UFO as it loitered directly overhead. While it hovered, the control panels, which could launch the nuclear weapons stored there, suddenly came to life, something which could have only happened with the input of the proper launch codes. The incident sparked a 10-year investigation by the Soviets into the UFO phenomenon, which they kept under wraps until the end of the Cold War. This event closely mirrors a similar incident at a U.S. nuclear facility in Minot Air Force Base, when security personnel observed a UFO which hovered over the silos holding America's nuclear-tipped Minuteman missiles. According to witnesses, the missiles briefly became active and went into launch state, despite having received no such authorization or command from their control centers. Perhaps unsurprisingly, UFO reports around Soviet nuclear facilities remain very difficult to verify, but the Soviet Union had a plethora of otherworldly sightings which only grew in number as the Cold War dragged on. At 4:05 a.m. on September 20, 1977, a group of dock workers in Petrozavodsk witnessed a blinding light on the horizon from the direction of Lake Onega. The light approached the slumbering city before shifting into the shape of a glimmering jellyfish, whom, according to eyewitnesses, began to hover over the city and shoot thin beams of light down into the city. The dock workers were terrified, concerned that their nation was under attack. This being the height of the Cold War, paranoia over a nuclear conflict between the Soviet Union and the US was running high. After 12 minutes of shooting beams of light down into the city, the UFO transformed once more into a bright semicircle and shot back off in the direction it came. Suddenly, it veered upwards and punched through the clouds, leaving a burning red hole where it passed that quickly dissipated. Later that morning, more witnesses would come forward, and the list would grow from the initial dock workers to police officers, sailors, and an ambulance crew, and a reporter for the state news agency. Under pressure to prevent an all-out alarm, the reporter would post a story 3 days later calling the phenomenon strange and natural. The object left no physical evidence behind save for a photograph allegedly taken of the object by one of the witnesses. However, given the veil of secrecy in the Soviet Union at the time, the photograph has been impossible to verify. However, neighboring local governments became so alarmed by the incident that they demanded an answer from the Kremlin leadership. When they were unable to provide a satisfactory response, the event was taken to the Academy of Sciences, where the Soviet Union's most prolific scientific minds worked. They couldn't come up with an explanation for the sighting, but after doing some research concluded that the UFO phenomenon was very real and required more dedicated investigation. The Academy's secret investigation started a year later and ran all the way until the collapse of the Soviet Union. Unofficially known as the Network, this government-backed investigation ran for 13 years and had one goal: scientifically understand the UFO phenomenon. The network enjoyed the support of 20 different organizations staffed by specialists in physics, chemistry, optics, and spectroscopy. The initial investigation was kept top secret for 2 reasons. Either it would verify the existence of extraterrestrial life, or the findings could have some form of defense value. The network also had to coordinate its investigation with the Defense Ministry, a task which created some conflict. Where scientists working for the network found a mystery needing scientific investigation, the Defense Ministry simply saw a threat or potential enemy. Thus, the two sides had vastly differing approaches to their UFO investigations. Even so, the two sides worked together to gather UFO data. The network gathered reports from scientific institutes and Soviet citizens, while the Defense Ministry gathered them from within the Soviet military, perhaps spurred on by repeated violations of their air and space by very advanced American aircraft, first the U-2 and then the Blackbird spy aircraft. Soviet soldiers were under strict orders to report all mysterious phenomenon, especially if it interfered with their equipment. This was stark in contrast to the US, where a culture of ridicule had sprung up in both the military and civilian sectors, despite multiple ongoing secret investigations by the Department of Defense. The network would go on to investigate 3,000 UFO reports, debunking all but 300 of them, which they had no explanation for. The results would mirror both the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book effort and the latest investigation into UAPs by the Department of Defense, but this debunking work was critical for the understanding of what was a real UFO and what wasn't, even when the Soviet Union's secrecy made such work difficult. The Petrozavodsk event, for instance, would be solved by an American engineer working for NASA who put together the pieces missed by the Soviets. Using NASA's satellite tracking center, he discovered that the Soviets had launched an object from their top-secret cosmodrome in nearby Plesetsk at 3:58 a.m. just minutes before the sighting. However, that doesn't explain the motion witnessed and attested to by many observers. Rockets can only go up, even if they do so at a very diagonal angle. They certainly can't hover, and they can't lose or gain altitude at will. Could the UFO then been a response to the top-secret launch minutes before? Or was it a case of bad eyewitnesses being very mistaken about what they saw? We may never know the truth, but what we can be sure of is that something was recreating the same exact UFO phenomenon over the Soviet Union that was taking place over American skies. The US government has harmed or killed people to keep a secret UFO crash recovery program a secret. This is the stunning allegation revealed in the most recent congressional hearing on UFOs. This time with 3 witnesses, one of which claims to have direct knowledge of said crash retrieval program. Here's our breakdown of what exactly went on at this historic meeting. Just in time for the summer blockbusters of Barbie and Oppenheimer, Congress dropped a blockbuster of its own, the first UFO whistleblower congressional briefing to ever take place in the public eye. And here it's important to note that this is the first public hearing because, as the congressmen and women themselves confirm, there have been prior briefings held in secret. The stars of the show were 3 whistleblowers, David Fravor, Ryan Graves, and David Grush. The world had heard from Fravor and Graves before, who were both involved in high-profile UFO/UAP incidents, but Grush is a relative newcomer who dropped his own bombshell in June of 2023. Brian Graves is a former Navy pilot who between the summer of 2014 and March of 2015 was aboard the aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt. During this time period, as the carrier's F-18 Super Hornets operated in training exercises from off the coast of Virginia to Florida, they encountered UFOs on a nearly daily basis. According to Graves, sightings became so frequent that soon pilots were no longer surprised, until one nearly collided with an F-18, prompting the Navy to write up an incident report. Graves' unit would go on to record one of the objects zooming over the waves with their forward-looking infrared camera. David Fravor had his own UFO encounter all the way back in 2004 while he was serving aboard the USS Nimitz as commander of a Super Hornet squadron. While on a training flight with his wingwoman, Fravor was notified of the USS Princeton detecting unidentified contacts. The Princeton had just received a new advanced radar, and there was concern that there might be some issues to work out. The objects appeared to be descending from 80,000 feet to sea level in less than a second, prompting the Princeton to request Fravor's flight to check the situation out. Upon arriving at the coordinates, the Super Hornets discovered what would become infamously known as the Tic Tac. Observed by pilots and their weapon system officers, the Tic Tac-like object was the size of a large aircraft, but shaped like the Candy, and with no visible flight surfaces. When Fravor dipped his Super Hornet down to take a closer look, the Tic Tac mirrored his movements to maintain separation. When Fravor maneuvered aggressively to cut off the Tic Tac, the object accelerated to hypersonic speeds, appearing 60 miles away on radar less than a minute later. The last of the three witnesses, David Grush, has admitted that he's never seen a UFO himself. However, he has seen other things that disturbed him enough to turn whistleblower. Grush was an intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Agency and liaison to the Pentagon's official UAP investigation. In this capacity, he was exposed to multiple personnel whom Grush claims were either a part of or had knowledge of a secret U.S. government program to recover crashed UFOs. Alarmed at the multiple crimes he said he learned of, as well as a complete lack of congressional oversight, Grush briefed the Senate Intelligence Committee, otherwise known as the Gang of Eight, before eventually going public with his claims. Since then, he's been very cagey about what exactly he talks about in a public setting, but he has volunteered multiple times to brief congressmen and women in the appropriate security setting, and as long as they themselves have the proper security clearances. With witnesses set, what exactly went down at this briefing? Grush was questioned about Representative Tim Burchett about his whistleblowing, with Grush confirming that he'd suffered reprisal from within the intelligence community for bringing this information to light. This tracks with what we can verify from Grush. Grush originally broke his story via News Nation, stating that the New York Times was interested but would take too long to publish his story. Grush has never answered why he felt it was important to get his story out fast, with a lesser-known news network, rather than the prestigious New York Times, who broke the original Pentagon UFO investigation, as well as the Navy UFO videos back in 2017. It seems, though, that fear of imminent reprisal might have motivated Grush to get his story out to the public as soon as possible. Grush claimed that when he briefed the U.S. Senate about the UFO recovery program, he was immediately harassed and intimidated by members of the intelligence community, claiming that there had even been a break-in to his home. He filed an official complaint with the Inspector General of the intelligence community, who, after a 2-week investigation, wrote a letter stating that it was their opinion that claims about harassment toward Grush from within the U.S. intelligence community were valid and should be investigated immediately. This is a letter we can verify, as it's part of the public record. So despite refusing to speak on specific details outside of a classified setting, we can verify that someone inside of the U.S. government attempted to harass and intimidate Grush for speaking to Congress about a UFO recovery program. Grush would go on to remain cagey with answers regarding his harassment, as the investigation by the Inspector General is still active. He did state, though, that the harassment he endured was, quote, brutal. Tim Burchett then asked Grush if he had knowledge of people being harmed or killed in order to keep this recovery program a secret. Grush confirmed that it had in fact happened, stating that someone close to him had experienced some form of harassment, although he didn't go into detail with this claim either. Once more, he stated that he would brief Congress in the proper setting, but confirmed that he had given specific information to the Gang of Eight in his closed-door hearing. From here, the convention turned to UAPs and their very nature. Are these objects a threat to the United States? All witnesses confirmed that while they didn't have the knowledge that these objects were actively threatening, their very capabilities made them a significant threat to the United States, potentially the planet, should they turn hostile. In the words of David Fravor, their technology far outstrips anything in the inventory of the United States. When Fravor and Graves were asked if they felt they could have defended themselves with their F-18 Super Hornets, both witnesses agreed that they felt like they would have had no chance. It's interesting to note here that Representative Tim Burkett had previously conducted an interview with John Michael Gauthier on his Event Horizon podcast, where he stated that what he had seen in the classified setting made him feel like these objects could potentially be a threat to the entire world. On the capabilities of these craft, Graves stated that he and his squadron would spot these objects hanging in the sky at zero airspeed, meaning that they were actively resisting the force of up to a Category 4 winds to remain perfectly still relative to the surface of the ocean. However, in the blink of an eye, the objects had the ability to reach up to Mach 1.2 or more and move in very erratic patterns throughout the sky that would significantly damage a living pilot, if not kill them outright. Both Fravor and Graves were of the opinion that current human material science simply couldn't take the stresses of the maneuvers they observed. Fravor would go on to state that what disturbed him the most about the craft he observed was its flight performance. Nothing in the U.S. inventory could match it, and it was clear that if this object ever had a hostile intent, it could have easily destroyed the Super Hornets and killed their crews with impunity. Here we note that in Grush's whistleblower report, he states that he was aware of incidents where military personnel were harmed or possibly killed by hostile acts of UAPs. As usual, he declined to give details that were classified, but the implication is still clear. The U.S. military may have lost lives to the actions of non-human craft. He did also state before this briefing that as part of the UFO recovery program, he was aware of the fact that some personnel involved in the study of these craft had either been killed or harmed. Kinda makes you wonder if the U.S. government has a supply of Class D personnel. After the briefing, investigative journalist George Knapp submitted a letter to the Congressional investigation written to him by a Russian colonel. In the letter, the colonel claims that the Russian aerospace forces had also been involved in hostile events with UFOs after some of their aircraft attempted to shoot them down on numerous occasions. On at least 2 occasions, the UFOs disabled the Russian aircraft somehow, leading to the planes crashing and the death of their pilots. After that, the Russian Ministry of Defense issued a blanket order that pilots were from now on to leave UFOs completely alone, warning that their ability for reprisal could be, quote, catastrophic. As part of the ongoing investigation, multiple senators asked David Grush if he could provide more specific details of where the investigation should look next. Grush confirmed that he could share the names of specific personnel, physical locations, and names of projects to look at, even stating that he could provide a list of both cooperative and hostile witnesses. However, as usual, he could not do so in a public setting. This is a major deal because verifying Grush's story is now only a matter of Congress investigating the locations, personnel, and projects that he claims are involved in the recovery program or have knowledge of it. But this might be trickier than expected because Grush also warned that he was aware of the fact that a number of these recovered craft and materials had been given by the U.S. government to private aerospace companies in order to avoid congressional oversight and freedom of information requests. This took place as far back as the 1950s, and Grush stated that he knew exactly which companies had some of the materials and he'd be willing to share that information. Confirming the claims of conspiracy theorists for the last 7 decades, Grush also confirmed that he was aware of a disinformation campaign undertaken by parts of the government to discredit UFO witnesses and discourage their investigation. He would not speak to the details of this in public, but one need only look at the rich, thriving culture of ridicule surrounding UFOs to see just how effective such a campaign has truly been. We are, after all, living in a world where 4 trained Navy aviators all witnessed a tic-tac object defying the laws of physics, and some random YouTube big brain claims they had simply all misidentified a passenger jet in the distance. And people accepted this answer. Honestly, if we've got combat aviators who can't tell the difference between a craft that violates physics and a 747 on the horizon, then America has Russia levels of problems with the competency of its military. Need more proof of ridicule culture? Here's prominent science educator and general science celebrity Neil deGrasse Tyson ridiculing the Navy's Tic Tac video by claiming UFOs are always out of focus, thus insinuating it's nothing more than a prosaic object that's been misidentified. And of course, we're all silly to think otherwise. Meanwhile, Mr. Tyson apparently doesn't realize that the markings on the video, like the elevation deviation lines, are also fuzzy, meaning the entire video is low resolution and likely provided that way by the US Navy because it always de-reses footage from its combat sensors. Further, he fails to account for the 4 trained aviators who spotted the object, because it's easier to make fun of footage than it is to slander 4 highly qualified witnesses. This isn't skepticism, it's denialism. The culture of ridicule has seriously impeded research on the topic, even by the Department of Defense itself, which has admitted that pilots are not reporting UFO sightings for fear of reprisal or ridicule. And this matters a lot, because not every UFO exhibits exotic flight characteristics. Some are just strange and weird, and sometimes these strange and weird craft end up being brand new Russian or Chinese platforms. Thanks to a culture of ridicule, the US has been blindsided by the development of multiple foreign aircraft, many of which have been used as reconnaissance assets very close to US operations. The US Navy and Air Force have moved to establish new UAP reporting guidelines to try to cut through this culture of ridicule, which is becoming a very serious threat to national security. When Graves was asked about the Roosevelt's encounters and how many pilots he believes actually reported their sightings, he said that he believed only 5% of all encounters were ever reported, and often those reports went nowhere. The briefing moved on to who knew what and what they knew. Grush was asked if there were government personnel who knew more about the UFO phenomenon and a possible recovery program than their peers did, and Grush confirmed that there were in fact some elected officials who were privy to much more information than others. This directly led to the question of if the US government had made any formal contact with non-human intelligences. Grush refused to answer this in the positive or the negative, stating that he'd only do so inside of a properly classified briefing. However, Grush did confirm his earlier claims that we are in fact dealing with a non-human intelligence. As part of the crash retrieval program, biological remains were discovered that were non-human in origin. This was the assessment of the people Grush spoke to, who were working or had knowledge of the program. Again, Grush reiterated that he had never seen these objects or the occupants for himself, but that he could provide a list of witnesses, both hostile and cooperative, who had. At this point, Representative Matt Gaetz disclosed his own experience attempting to gain cooperation from the military on a UAP matter. At some point earlier this year, his office received a protected disclosure notification, or a whistleblower report, of an incident that had occurred to personnel at Eglin Air Force Base. Gaetz would go on to confirm that a U.S. surveillance aircraft out on a training flight had encountered a formation of UAPs flying in a diamond formation. Approaching them to take a closer look, his radar and FLIR equipment both malfunctioned and the pilot was forced to take a photograph of one of the objects manually. However, when Gaetz arrived at Eglin Air Force Base, he was not allowed to meet with the flight crew, was denied the radar tapes showing the 4 contacts in flight, and was denied access to the photographs taken by the pilot. Gaetz had to use his congressional authority to force military personnel to allow him to speak with part of the crew, and while he was still denied the radar tapes, he was allowed to see one of the photographs taken by the pilot, prompting Gaetz to state that what he was looking at was, quote, something I am not able to attach to any human capabilities. Later, Gaetz was told by military test pilots that there was an unspoken code of conduct in the community. You don't report UAPs, and if you see one, then, quote, the best thing to do is to forget about it. After the hearing, Representative Burkett would confirm that he had talked to pilots who stated they often destroyed evidence of UAPs from their aircraft systems just to avoid even bringing the issue up. After the briefing was concluded, to the shock of nobody, the intelligence community denied the congressional investigation the use of an SCIF, or Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility. An SCIF is where the U.S. military and government speaks about the most sensitive of matters. The most highly classified information can only be discussed in one of these specially constructed facilities. Their size can vary from a phone booth-sized room to the entire floor of a building. Their walls are made of material that prevents any form of electromagnetic eavesdropping, and the walls and door are built with reinforced metal mesh or metal studs to prevent forced break-ins. Soundproofing material and acoustic sealant makes it impossible to hear anything from the outside, and the doors feature deadbolts, combination locks, and access control systems. To prevent acoustic weak points, wiring runs along the wall rather than flush with it, and vents allowing air in can only be of a maximum size and protected by metal bars. All cell phones and other unsecured electronic devices are strictly banned, and they have motion sensors to detect movement when not in use. Indications are the congressional investigation is prepared and willing to enact the Holman Rule if they continue to be denied access to an SCIF to hear Grush's testimony completely unredacted. The Holman Rule is a congressional tool meant to help ensure power over the federal government, It allows Congress to reduce the salary of specific federal employees, fire them outright, and even gut entire federal programs. But the real question is why the intelligence community is denying the use of the SCIF in the first place. If Grush's testimony is just more conspiracy theory nonsense, as many believe, then why is the intelligence community interested in A. harassing him directly, and B. denying Congress the means by which to hear his testimony? Even more worryingly, why is the intelligence community blocking legislation that would mandate that UAP reports by commercial airline pilots be made immediately available to Congress? And where does the intelligence community get the authority to block legislation by the people it's supposed to be working for? There's something strange in the skies over the Earth, operating from the Southeast Pacific to the Middle East, and even here in the American homeland. The United States military has encountered unexplained aerial phenomenon that even its best fighters and air defense systems have failed to identify or bring down. Now the United States Congress, in a historically unprecedented move, is demanding answers from the Department of Defense. What exactly is in our skies? UFOs and military involvement is nothing new, with the American military swept right into controversy when an unidentified object crashed into a rancher's land in Roswell, New Mexico back in 1947. The crashed item would without question turn out to be a specialized weather balloon, but perhaps fearing the leaking of information on a very sensitive and top-secret program to monitor Soviet nuclear tests, Public Information Officer Walter Haut made the blunder of the century when he dictated a press release that the Army had discovered a crashed flying disc. This massive blunder would go on to entangle the U.S. military with UFOs for decades to come, and ardent believers to this day still hold on to the belief that there really was an alien disc at Roswell, despite the rancher who had discovered the item reporting that he'd discovered wreckage made of, quote, rubber strips, tinfoil, paper, and sticks. He'd only start thinking about UFOs when he heard one of the many popular flying disc stories at the time. Other details, including bodies and material with magical properties, would all end up being reported secondhand. Nonetheless, while Roswell may have been a top-secret weather balloon, Americans were definitely seeing strange things in the sky. In 1952, a series of highly publicized UFO incidents over Washington, D.C. led to growing national paranoia, fueled by the highly misleading facts propagated by national newspaper chains. With fear over UFOs reaching a fever pitch, the U.S. government consolidated several investigations into one single program codenamed Project Blue Book. This investigation would run until December 17, 1969, when the program was canceled after not discovering any credible threat to the United States of America. While Project Blue Book found that people were terrible eyewitnesses and that nearly all sightings could be explained by misidentification or natural phenomenon, the final report did admit that a small percentage of sightings were both impossible to explain and had credible witnesses. Despite this and the growing sightings of UFOs in sensitive military sites, such as nuclear weapons storage depots and ICBM fields, the official investigation was over. Then in 2020, because seriously, when else would this have happened, the doors on the UFO phenomenon were blown open once more by the shocking admission of the United States military that its fighter aircraft had indeed tracked unidentified aerial phenomenon. In a massive blow to the conspiracy theorists who claim the U.S. government actively hides evidence of UFOs, the Department of Defense declassified 3 different videos of UFOs being investigated by American fighters. This was followed by the announcement that the Navy was installing formal guidelines for its pilots to report encounters with UFOs. All the press attention also revealed the existence of a then classified program run by the Department of Defense between 2007 and 2012 meant to study unidentified aerial phenomenon. The head of this classified program would himself go on to say the following about his findings. These aircraft, we'll call them aircraft, are displaying characteristics that are not currently within the U.S. inventory, nor in any foreign inventory that we are aware of. Once more adding fuel to the UFO fire was the revelation that in 2019, U.S. senators received a classified briefing on UFOs by Navy leadership, with the spokesman for the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations stating, Navy officials did indeed meet with interested congressional members and staffers to provide a classified brief on efforts to understand and identify these threats to the safety and security of our aviators, painting the UFO phenomenon as a concern to the safety of pilots. The statement may have inadvertently admitted that something was in fact being encountered by American military and civilian pilots, even if it necessarily isn't of alien origin. Given that the U.S. recently confirmed it had already flown a prototype 6th-generation fighter aircraft, We can only imagine that part of the reason so many of these UFO investigations have remained classified is because of the need to maintain secrecy around extremely sensitive weapon systems being tested by the US military, some of which have likely been spotted by civilians who no doubt thought they were looking at alien aircraft, similar to the way that the flight tests of the B-2 bomber and F-117 during the 80s led to an avalanche of UFO reports. Yet it seems that the American Congress is not satisfied with the answers it's received so far, and now it's official. The American military has 180 days from the start of 2021 to give a detailed and complete disclosure on the UFO phenomenon. For conspiracy theorists everywhere, it's time to rejoice, as the congressional mandate dictates that the report must be unclassified and thus available to the public. The report instructs various intelligence agencies and the military to analyze in detail UFO data and intelligence gathered by the Office of Naval Intelligence and now defunct Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force and the FBI. UFO reports are actually nothing new, with curious congressmen and women occasionally tucking in provisions for mandatory briefs on the phenomenon into funding bills. Yet this report is different, as it's the most comprehensive gathering of interagency data on UFOs since Project Blue Book. It also formally establishes an interagency process to both gather and analyze future unidentified aerial phenomenon and report on these findings to the federal government. The report also mandates that any potential threats to national security posed by UFOs should be identified and calls on the American intelligence community to assess whether any potential foreign adversary, such as China or Russia, are behind the UFO phenomenon. Before you get your hopes too high though, while the report's mandated to be unclassified and thus accessible to the public, Congress approved the inclusion of a classified annex. This doesn't necessarily mean that any specific information on UFOs is being kept secret, but rather is a necessary measure for such a comprehensive report to be possible in the first place. Such a detailed report on UFOs is going to include highly classified details, such as intelligence sources in foreign governments and the testing and capabilities of next-generation weapon systems, which may have led to UFO sightings themselves. It will no doubt also include highly classified details of America's most sophisticated tracking systems, all information the US would not want its adversaries to get their hands on. This report certainly comes at an auspicious time, with in late 2020 the former head of the Israeli space program publicly announcing that the US and Israeli governments were in cooperation with extraterrestrials. The statement coming from such a highly placed government official and credible witness was sadly largely lost on a public completely focused on COVID-19 and an explosive presidential election. For believers in our visitation by aliens from outer space though, these two almost back-to-back developments signal at a greater plan to slowly indoctrinate the public to the reality that UFOs are real and aliens have been visiting us for decades. We just have to be prepared for the formal announcement by the slow disclosure of evidence to their existence. If that's true, then there's gonna come a pretty big blow to the poor nerds who've been wasting their time poring over boring computer data over at Breakthrough Listen, the multi-million-dollar privately funded program that's focused on eavesdropping on the electronic signals of alien life out in the universe. Note, the following is based on testimony provided over a series of interviews and written correspondence, edited and cut together in an attempt to create a cohesive timeline of the events as described. It was 1968, if I remember correctly, and somewhere around the Cambodian border. We were getting the lay of the land on an LRRP, tracking supply routes into South Vietnam along Cambodia and mapping them out for future raids, and for the B-52 bombing campaign the following year that smashed the whole place to hell. The object sort of appeared overhead all of a sudden, a bright red-orange glow, and it looked like it was sort of melting. I don't know why, only some of us looked up in time, and we only got a brief glimpse through the tree cover. It was over our heads and then gone in a flash. I couldn't tell you how high it was or how fast it was moving, but maybe 4-5 seconds later there was a loud crash and then a dull thump that you could feel through the ground. That let us know that it had fallen somewhere nearby. We figured it was a US plane, though for the life of me I couldn't tell you what the original shape of it was when it plummeted overhead. It was just too fast. All I remember was the orange glow and thinking of molten metal. I even ducked, expecting some of it to fall on me. We were close enough to the northern border that we knew better than to use our long-range radios openly. The Soviets had sent their own Special Forces advisors armed with pretty good electronic snooping gear, and if they were nearby, they could pinpoint your location pretty accurately. We were now on a rescue mission, as far as everyone was concerned, and figured we'd hold off on the radios until we got to the crash site and asked for extraction. Turns out the damn thing was further than we thought, good 3 to 4 miles through awful terrain. When we got there, though, it was immediately obvious this was not a US plane. or at least nothing like any of us ever knew about. Our captain, obviously we're going to withhold names, had been in the black world for a while and knew there was some stuff flying over Vietnam made in the US that the public still didn't know about, but nothing like this. It reminded me of a giant metal egg that had just cracked wide open when it crashed. The entire scene was incredibly warm, and at first I thought this was just some crashed space capsule, maybe Soviet, since we were in their neck of the woods, but it was a dull gray and it looked like it had been made from a single piece of metal. There were no seams or bolts or screws. I've seen the way 3D printers work nowadays, and it looked like they'd been made that same way. I never got a good look in the inside, so I couldn't tell you much about it. The brush around it was on fire, and it was hard to see inside through the broken side of the craft. I couldn't tell you if there were any occupants. I didn't see any myself. We called in the crash and reported ourselves on scene, but were surprised to learn that there were already some birds en route. We got told to secure the site, so we did just that while hoping the whole damn jungle wouldn't go up in flames. The first aircraft overhead was a pair of F-4s, which quickly settled into an orbit. That's what kind of tipped us off that this was something real serious. I know this sounds silly now, but at the time we honestly didn't know what this damn thing was. The fire around it made it so hard to actually see the thing. Most of us still just thought it was either NASA or something Soviet. Anyway, I think the Air Force guys were overhead to ward off any curious Vietnamese MiGs. The first choppers to arrive were Hueys full of infantry, but the infantry wasn't let anywhere near the craft. They were deployed in a wide swath around it. I don't know what they told those boys, but it took a good 2 days to get that damn thing out of the jungle. And obviously, there was a need to secure the site given how close it was to the border. We got choppered back pretty immediately though. Other SOF guys came in and they worked a little closer to the actual craft along with some Air Force and Navy eggheads. I found out later they were all already read into the program. That's what everyone called it, the program. And there were several rapid reaction units stationed throughout in theater. See, we learned from the Korean War that these things are attracted to conflict, and I guess that it makes sense. It's probably one of the most interesting things we do. A lot of people think this whole mess started in World War II, and maybe it did, but the program got put together during the Korean War, and that's when it was official. Anyway, I think the intel guys that read us in kinda jumped the gun a little. See, most of us were still of the opinion that this was just some space probe or something. They could have told us that and just let us go, and we'd lived the rest of our lives without a second thought. But I guess they thought we'd seen more than we did, so we got read in, kind of by force. As in, we had no choice. It was that or a dishonorable discharge, and I saw it happen once or twice. They fabricated an entire Article 15 or worse if they thought you'd be trouble. Everything to kill your credibility. Their favorite was drug charges. We all knew drugs were everywhere out there, so who was going to listen to some washout kicked out for heroin? Back then, the world was a lot smaller than it is today. The last thing you wanted was for your community and your family to believe you got kicked out or washed out with a bad conduct discharge. So they read us in, only a little. People think you just get all the info at once. That's not how secret programs stay secret. We were only told what we needed to know. I didn't even realize those damn things were from space until I actually saw a body. And then it was sort of like, okay, yeah, you figured that out, here's a bit more info. For all I know, I never did learn the whole truth. But I do know a lot of it, and I'm kind of tired of sitting on it all these years. Plus, what are they going to do now to an old man? That's the thing. If they did anything to me or that Grush guy, well, it just sort of validate his story, right? Better leave us alone and let the world just think we're crazy. Speaking of Grush, I like him. He's confident, he's strict on following procedure. That's what makes him so frustrating. Everyone wants him to come out and say everything, but he's doing it right, only saying what he can outside of a classified briefing. I think he's a patriot. If he just wanted fame, he'd come out and say everything. Again, if they put him in jail for it, well, that's kind of admitting that he really did share some classified info, isn't it? Is he telling the truth though? I don't know. A lot of what I've heard him say sounds right, but I've been out of it for 20 years now, and things change. And who knows what the whole truth is anyway. So, do I think he's lying or telling the truth? I think he's telling more truth than not, especially that part about aerospace contractors being involved. I know that's true, but I also don't ever underestimate how far these groups will go to create disinformation. And it's not just about deceiving the American public. Let me tell you, I spent about 30 years with the program, and the group is full of true blue-blooded patriots. He sort of had to be handling the most dangerous technology in the world. Imagine if we had another Manhattan Project and somebody ran off with a piece of that tech to the Soviets. Nobody liked lying to the public. But the thing people forget is we're not the only ones aware or at least suspecting that something is going on. The Soviets, well, the Russians now, the Chinese, hell, the Israelis too, everyone's looking for any scrap of information they can get. Disinformation is real, but it's not directed at the American public. Well, mostly not. The fact is, I can tell you right now, the government does not want you thinking about UFOs. It makes recovery hard. It makes keeping it all a secret even harder. I don't think anyone was ever scared of mass panic or anything like that. Maybe now they are, I don't know. But not back then. It's all about keeping material out of the hands of the adversaries. Anyway, so after I got read in, you'd think there was some sort of special club you joined or something. Not really. Not for at least a year after that first crash, at least. We got put back on regular duty, only our unit got broken up. And that's bad. You don't do that to a team. But it happened. Also, I know for a fact we got put into the worst messes they could cook up. I know 5 of the original 12 died in combat, 3 more badly wounded. I think they were trying to kill us off. But about a year after that first crash, that's when I got brought in officially. As in, now my primary job was doing this stuff. Well, when it happened, it didn't happen often, but these things did fall out of the sky, or people would see something land or witness beings happening more often than people know. And we'd swoop in as fast as we could in case there was anything to snatch up. I think we pulled 3 total craft out of theater, and not just Vietnam. Damn near started a war with China in one recovery, but thank God their early warning systems were primitive back then, and it was close to the border. I don't think we could do that today. Europe was another hot spot, but most people don't know that. I'm not sure if anything ever crashed into the ocean. If it did, we definitely couldn't pull it out, I don't think. But Europe was always sort of ready for war at any moment. You had bombers with live nukes on constant patrol, electronic intelligence aircraft, military exercises all the time. All this on both sides of the border. A lot of activity. So they were probably curious. I think they did a better job keeping things quiet in Europe than in the US, but I think our media was a bit freer at the time, so you'd get UFO reports in major newspapers within a day of an event. Also, the Europeans kinda turned their nose up at the whole UFO thing. A lot more Americans were believers than Europeans, which made it easier to keep it a secret. The crafts themselves were extraordinary. That's the only way to describe them. I wasn't there for every single recovery, obviously, but they kept collections of them in different places and I got to see 2 of the collections. Everyone always looks at Wright-Patterson and the Foreign Technologies Division. How stupid do you think we are? That'd be the dumbest place to take this stuff because it'd be the first place Soviet spies would come looking. They wanted to know what we knew about them already. I can tell you what though, we faked some stuff going into Wright-Patterson, enough to stir up rumors because that's where we wanted the Soviets looking. It was fun, it was like a big game, and you had to play right into it. So a few enlisted guys spotted something strange and then they just let the rumor mill do its work. The real stuff didn't go to Wright-Patterson. There were a few government sites, sorry I don't want to tell you where because a lot of important work is still being done there, but there were these co-op sites run by the government and the big defense contractors, people like Raytheon, Boeing, everyone knows their names, but also people like Texas Instruments. It was a whole umbrella, but the little guys only got a tiny piece of the puzzle. Some guys from TI would get a piece of something and then be asked to figure out how it works, never being told where it came from. And on its own, I'm sure these eggheads had their suspicions, but it's hard to tell if something's actually alien. Alright, so that Grush guy is right about defense contractors being involved. You can't get their records, they're private companies, but you better believe that they don't pull the strings. Boeing's CEO isn't going to tell the US military he'll take the saucer out that they gave him for a joyride. But there are legal considerations, you know, if this stuff becomes public and they reverse engineer it. Who owns the tech? Who gets to profit? Boeing or the US taxpayers who donated the stuff to keep it out of sight? I think a lot of people are thinking about that right now. The spacecraft themselves, and I'm only guessing they're spacecraft by the way, at least I know that they can go to space because we track them coming in and out all the time. But I don't think a lot of people are convinced that that's where they're really coming from. Instead, I think that's where they want us to think they're coming from. Anyway, so there are different shapes. The UFO people on the internet have done a pretty good job compiling the data on their own. I saw a chart someone made one time of the most commonly reported objects, and it's pretty accurate. So you got your flying eggs, your Tic Tacs, I guess you now call them. We just call them pills. Your old-fashioned saucers, bells, triangles, whole mess of shapes. But the ones that crash are almost always the eggs and the bells. And they're smaller too. I think they're the drones that are remotely operated. And when they crash, you have to get really lucky because they have a habit of just disintegrating. Maybe it's a self-destruct mechanism, I don't know. The saucers, they were the crown jewels. I heard of several crashes, but I was only ever on a recovery of 2 saucers. I don't know what they're made of, but these things are tough. Once we recovered one in South America. I won't say where, because last I heard stuff was still ongoing there, and it wouldn't be very popular with the citizens if they found out their government was secretly collaborating with the US. Anyway, the saucer we recovered had hit the side of a rocky outcropping on its way down. It smashed the rock to pieces, then took out a 1/4 mile of trees. If it had happened on the outskirts of civilization, the whole UFO mystery would have been public knowledge by now. That's how much destruction that thing caused. But the craft itself was relatively unharmed. Later, once I was more senior and I moved into the administrative side of things, I learned the craft was either formed out of a single piece of material or put together at the atomic level. Incredibly strong stuff, however they do it. And like I said, not a single seam is visible. Even the entrance is invisible until it actually opens. That's how tight the tolerances are. By the way, that one took us a while to open. It took us a long time to figure out how to actually open these things without resorting to destructive means. And that's the good news. We could cut or melt or blast our way in if we wanted to, so these things can be destroyed. It means we have a fighting chance if they ever turn bad on us. Though, I don't think it'd matter. They'd probably just drop some rocks on our heads and wait for the Ice Age to end. We're like schoolyard kids armed with pebbles against these things. We can cut them open and we can shoot them down occasionally. It took a while to pull that thing out of the jungle and get it on a ship back to the States. By the time we opened it, well, have you ever opened a fridge full of food after the power's been out for a few days? The discs are manned. I don't know if these things died on impact or after, but there was nothing alive when we cracked it open. I guess everyone wants to know about these things. I call them things on purpose, not out of disrespect or anything like that. I just don't think any of us were ever convinced they were actually living creatures. Well, not in the sense that you and I are. For one, they don't have much of a digestive system, just enough to process the food they get from the ship itself, kind of like an IV. There was no actual stomach to hold large amounts of food like normal animals. So that kind of made us suspicious that these weren't really what was behind this whole thing. I don't know how many live ones were ever found, but I know that we found 2 alive in one crash. Well, it was less a crash and more of a hard landing. What I mean is this thing was intact with barely any damage and had clearly avoided smashing into the surrounding countryside. But witnesses said there'd been a big flash of light and a loud sound over the mountains. This was in the UK. People had reported seeing something fiery go across the sky all across the UK, but it turns out it was an honest-to-God coincidence. A big meteor had hit a nearby area at the same time that this thing came down. Obviously, the British were in on it along with us and a few other major NATO partners, so we concentrated on getting these things before the Soviets. It was a default agreement that all recovered materials went back to the US, which made the Europeans a bit sore, but that's the price you pay to have a superpower watching your back, I guess. Anyway, we were pretty sure at least on a few occasions they snagged a few bits for themselves. Back to these things. The second disc, which actually was my first ever, sorry I should have kept them in chronological order for you, had a crew of 5. Only 2 were alive. The strange thing is, we had no idea what killed the other 3. There was only some bruising on their bodies from what we assume was the hard landing, but nothing serious. By the way, the typical gray alien description that people give is pretty close to on the money. Not quite, but very close. They're a little taller than people think, and the eyes aren't quite as big as people draw, but they are big, which tells us they grew up in a low-light environment. All their ships were dimly lit on the inside. I don't know why people who claim to be abducted talk about brightly lit rooms. We never saw any of that. It was dim enough inside these ships to see, but it wasn't comfortable. Maybe these people who say they were abducted are just remembering things wrong. One thing we figured out quickly is they can mess with your head, mess with the way you perceive things. Anyway, the 2 live ones. They weren't injured or anything, just kind of stared at us once the ship opened. The program has strict protocols because we're always expecting to make contact with non-human intelligence, and there are very strict protocols on what to do and what not to do. People think we go after these craft gun blazing in full military gear. I mean, yeah, when I did security for the program, we were heavily armed. We never knew what we were up against or if a foreign team would show up. That happened once or twice. But the security people are on the outside, well away from the craft. Think about it. These things are smart enough to cross the galaxy or come from wherever they come from. Do you really want to show up and send soldiers first? No. We first take readings to ensure there's nothing toxic or hazardous. Then we send in medical personnel. The lead doc we call the ambassador. He had special training for contact protocols in case we ran into something living and talking. The ambassador always spoke at least English, Russian, Chinese, and Spanish, the most prevalent human languages, and I think also things like American Sign Language, though just to be aware of how to speak with body gestures. Not that we expected them to know ASL. So we kept the guys with the guns well back, out of sight if we could. It was a risk. Maybe these things would shoot up the medical team, or maybe there's a space monster in there. But it was a better risk than starting an interstellar war or scaring the hell out of them with armed grunts. That night, the 2 live ones apparently just kind of stood there as the team entered the craft. It had opened on its own. Maybe they opened the door. I don't know if it was open when we got there. They stood there and they didn't answer the ambassador at all. Basically, they just barely reacted to anything. Just basic stimuli like turning their heads away from bright lights. They didn't even object when the medical team started looking them over for injuries, or so I was told. I saw them when they were led out of the craft, and I do mean they were led out like children. The medical guys grabbed them by the hand and just let them out like a kid. They just sort of stood where you left them. I was on Overwatch Squad. We'd spread out along the entrance in a U formation and kept in the tree line, again to provide security if they did anything, but not be visible and intimidating. It was a rule that you never leveled your rifle at these things, even if they were corpses or looked like corpses. Just because they appear dead doesn't mean they are. We don't know much about their physiology, So the last thing you want is for them to feel threatened. I never once leveled my rifle at them or their bodies in all my years on the security side. You always kept the weapon at low ready, muzzle pointed to the ground. People got the wrong idea, and they think we're out there snatching these things up and whisking them away for dissection. Let me tell you, we did everything possible to be helpful. We tried to provide medical treatment, but these things always died. Always. They'd live at most another few days, never said a word or reacting to anything, and then they just slump over. Eventually we figured out that they can take in water based on what we found in the ship, and apparently the food, or whatever you call it, was pretty basic protein and other stuff, I don't know, but nothing fancy. So when we figured it out, we started hooking the live ones up to IVs when we could. They have a circulatory system like us. We figured that out from the corpses, but no matter how hard we tried to keep them alive, they always just keeled over eventually. Back to that night though, the things just stood around wherever we guided them. You led one to stand over there and it'd stand there. You move it somewhere else and it stands there. Their limbs are a little long and their knees aren't in the right places, but they would sit on chairs if one was available. Otherwise, they just stand there until they fell over, exhausted. That and the way their organs worked led us to believe that these things are, well, they're basically just drones, like biological computers. Whatever's making these things just creates a biological crew when it needs one, and they do their job and nothing else. At least that was our theory, because their bodies didn't seem built to last, and the eggheads found it suspicious that they were able to breathe our atmosphere so easily. What are the odds that space aliens would also be able to breathe our exact atmosphere? Plus, we never found anything we'd call personal items on the interiors, ever. There were no drawers full of spare clothing, nothing that looked like it was for entertainment, not even a sleeping area. I don't know if they had to go to the bathroom. Again, a lot of information was compartmentalized, but when I moved to the administrative side of things, you can't stop people from talking. And in truth, the program wanted us to talk, at least those of us who were seniors, because it provided an outlet. You sit on something like this, and you have no one to talk to about it or ponder what this whole thing is, and it eats you up inside. They found that out the hard way in the early days, so they relaxed about how compartmentalized everything was once you'd achieved senior status. Plus, I think they wanted us to share ideas. It's a giant mystery, and people need to share ideas to figure it out. So these things, the aliens, I guess, are probably just biological computers, basically. That's what we thought. But who knows, maybe they're so alien we just don't understand anything about them. But everything seemed to point to that conclusion. And that was suspicious too, because we recovered craft with no crew. So why did the saucers and 1 or 2 other types need a crew? We had a theory. Again, I've been out of it for over 20 years, so maybe they know stuff now we didn't back then. But we had a theory in my time that this was all being fabricated for us. We actually tasked NASA to look for where something like a big 3D printer could be in the solar system. Some facility or computer just making these crafts and these things and sending them to Earth. And sometimes they crashed or they just landed and didn't take off. Like whatever was doing this wanted us to recover the craft. I don't know if they ever found anything, though there was some excitement for a while. It's hard to hide heat in space, and obviously making these crafts on such a large scale would give off a lot of heat. Or maybe not. Maybe they use physics we don't even understand. I never felt that these things were a threat. The security teams were really more to keep other people out for whatever was in the craft, but I know that sometimes they defended themselves. The Iranians tried to shoot one down, and it didn't go well for them. We tried too, but it didn't go well for us either. I think we got a little better at it, and I know we did down one or two in the 90s, but only because there was a legitimate concern over what they were doing. They hurt people sometimes. I don't know if it was on purpose or not. I think it was just a side effect of their presence. But there was a lot of good intelligence that you really don't want to be near one when its power systems are fully online. I said earlier that they can mess with your head, and I don't think that's on purpose either. We were confident that the source of the trouble wasn't the living beings we recovered, because you'd get the same effect when the craft was empty if you got close. Not all the time, but sometimes. People would describe things happening in different ways. Never big, major differences, but enough to be worrying. We had to develop special techniques for handling exposure to these crafts. We called them anchors, a consensus on what is reality. For instance, if you and I were on a security team and approached a craft, we'd say, okay, the craft is resting up against a big oak tree, and there's a gray boulder on the other side. You'd think of that picture, and it would help with the confusion whenever that effect happened, kind of ward it off. I don't know what it was though. Maybe a side effect of the technology, maybe some attempt at communication. It didn't seem a defensive measure to me, but yeah, I'm not surprised when there's a sighting and people see different things. As a matter of fact, I know there have been some high-profile events where people have suffered from this phenomenon. The Hopkinsville Goblins, for instance. Those people were shooting at ghosts, but really there was a craft in the vicinity. It's way back when we were first figuring things out though. As far as what they want, I can't tell you. If anyone figured it out, they didn't share it with me. I don't think they're a threat. We only recently got the tech to even harm these things, and even then it seems more like they're letting us do it. We strongly suspected this whole phenomenon was a form of gifting. Why else would craft crash or just land and then nothing comes to try to recover it? If we had a space mission go bad on Mars, we'd send help if we could. I guess Mars is too far away, but okay, the moon. We could rescue people on the moon if we needed to, and we would, but nobody ever comes for these things. And why are they sometimes landing completely operational and not taking off again? Most of us thought that it was a way of gifting technology without massive disruption to our own evolution. I don't know how much they figured out, and I wonder if they ever managed to even fly one of those things. I do know that from speaking to the eggheads, this technology is so far advanced they couldn't tell the difference between the toilet and the drive system. It'd be like giving a nuclear aircraft carrier to the ancient Romans. Maybe they figured it out by now. I don't know. I don't think so. Or we would see some tremendous technology by now. We had another conclusion though, this one more disturbing. Maybe they just left these crafts lying around because they were easy to build, and they just didn't care because they had a plan to deal with us well before we figured out their technology. Imagine if we accidentally lost an F-14 Tomcat to the ancient Romans fully intact while doing reconnaissance. What would we care if they studied it? By the time they figured out how to even turn the damn thing on, we'd already have dealt with them. So maybe we're getting gifted, or perhaps we're getting to be dealt with before we're a problem. I don't know. Only time will tell. After half a year of anticipation and a slew of very high-profile incidents involving military ships and aircraft, the Pentagon has finally released a congressionally mandated report on unidentified flying objects, and what's inside the report has sent shockwaves around the world. Keep watching as we unpack the entire recently released UFO report page by page. Shortly after World War II, UFO sightings began to explode across the world. World War II pilots themselves had reported UFOs as well, nicknaming them Foo Fighters. But UFOs went mainstream after several high-profile incidents in the late 1940s and 50s. The first was Kenneth Arnold's UFO sighting, where he spotted multiple flying discs in formation, moving several hundred miles an hour faster than his aircraft was capable of. Then, there was the alleged Roswell crash, which, while has been thoroughly debunked by now, still served to spark the public's imagination. Then came the UFO invasion of Washington, D.C., with multiple bright objects spotted hovering over the nation's capital. The U.S. military was immediately tasked with getting to the bottom of the UFO phenomenon, leading to the creation of several investigative bodies that culminated with Project Blue Book, an official and all-encompassing investigation into the UFO phenomenon. Project Blue Book was canceled in 1969 after analyzing over 12,000 UFO reports. Its final conclusion was stark. No UFO the project investigated ever posed a threat to national security. No UFO investigated ever exhibited technology beyond the scope of what was at the time modern scientific knowledge, and there was no evidence that any sighting that remained unidentified was in fact extraterrestrial in origin. Yet Project Blue Book did generate just over 700 incidents that the investigative body could not explain. Some of those incidents were truly hair-raising and included numerous highly credible witnesses, such as the encounter of a UFO over a CIA-funded uranium mine in Africa, reported by a former World War II fighter pilot who was deemed extremely competent by the CIA agents sent to debrief him, or the numerous reports of hovering UFOs over American nuclear weapons storage depots and missile fields, with positive contact on local radar and multiple on-the-ground eyewitnesses amongst the security and maintenance personnel. Perhaps even more chillingly, shortly after the Cold War ended and the Iron Curtain around Eastern Europe fell, came the discovery that extremely similar incidents had been occurring in Soviet missile fields and nuclear facilities as well. Officially, the government stopped investigating UFOs. Unofficially, small internal investigations took place throughout the years as the UFO phenomenon continued to be reported by both civilians and military personnel, though those investigations were more concerned with discovering advanced Russian or Chinese technology and not aliens. Then, in the early 2010s, Nevada Senator Harry Reid secured funding for an unidentified aerial phenomenon program tasked with investigating UFO reports. This would lead to the leaking of several pieces of very high-profile video as U.S. fighter jets encountered strange flying objects off the east and west coasts. Then came a shocking discovery earlier this year. While it was believed that the UAP program had been terminated, the U.S. military had recently restarted an unacknowledged investigation into phenomenon. Early in 2021, the U.S. Congress mandated that the Pentagon had 6 months to prepare a report on its findings on the UAP phenomenon, and that it should be as unclassified as possible so it would be readily available to the American people. A separate classified copy of the report does exist, but that's only because this copy of the report deals with the technical details of America's most advanced weapon and sensor systems. So, what does the Pentagon's UFO report say? First, this is only a preliminary report, as the Department of Defense Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force continues to operate and investigate the UAP phenomenon. The report begins with an acknowledgement as such, and states that the Pentagon's future goals is to enhance training of U.S. military personnel so that they can better report encounters with UAPs and thus help American intelligence services assess a potential threat. This likely means that after decades of discouraging soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines from reporting strange things in the sky, a much more open culture of sharing UAP incidents will be created to facilitate the job of the UAP task force. Interestingly, the report also acknowledges that there will be a concerted effort to develop new technologies for the documenting of UAPs. Before moving on, the report states that overwhelmingly sensors which have captured UAP analyzed by the task force were assumed to be operating correctly, though there is an acknowledgement that some UAP incidents could be attributed to malfunctioning sensors. Next, in the executive summary, the report makes very clear declarations that the UAP task force simply lacked enough high-quality reporting to draw a firm conclusion on the nature or intent of UAPs. Due to a culture that discouraged service members from reporting UAPs, as well as a lack of high-tech sensor assets, the task force had to limit their investigation to reports between 2004 and 2021, and acknowledges that a new system of reporting UAP needs to be established to better assist investigators in their task of discovering the nature and intent of UAPs. Shockingly, though, the report then makes the following conclusion. Most of the UAP reported probably do represent physical objects, given that a majority of UAP were registered across multiple sensors, to include radar, infrared, electro-optical, weapon seekers, and visual observation. What this means is that a significant portion of UAPs investigated by the task force were deemed to be real physical objects, verified by their observation across several different mediums of detection simultaneously. So much for glowing swamp gas. The report moves on to acknowledge what UFO eyewitnesses have been stating for years, that in a small number of incidents investigated, the UAP exhibited very unusual flight characteristics. One recent U.S. Navy encounter, for instance, documented on radar, showed several UAPs plummeting from 50,000 feet to sea level in seconds before shooting back up to even greater heights. According to the UAP task force, UAPs could likely be resolved to one of 5 categories: airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomenon, U.S. government and U.S. industry developmental programs, foreign adversary systems, and the catch-all, other. The task force is of course mostly interested in the final 2 categories, foreign adversary systems and other, as both could pose a significant threat to the United States of America. The report goes on to state that UAPs, without a doubt, pose a safety risk to both military and civilian flight, and a challenge to U.S. national security. If UAPs are alien in origin, then that would be an obvious threat to not just the U.S. but global security. However, the task force is most concerned with the possibility that UAPs are evidence that a potential adversary has developed a breakthrough or disruptive technology which the United States does not understand and cannot counter. Given how the U.S. has used both breakthrough and disruptive technologies in war to devastating effect against its adversaries, the fear of such a technology being employed against the U.S. is understandably great. The report moves past the executive summary and into the details of the 6-month investigation. Right off the bat, the UAP task force tackles the greatest challenge that it faced in completing its investigation, namely, that reports were hardly ever formally filed by UAP witnesses. This is due to a variety of reasons, such as the lack of a formal reporting procedure for UAP phenomena, which changed with the Navy adopting said procedures in 2019 and the Air Force in 2020. In the future, the UAP task force is hopeful that improved reporting procedures will lead to better quality reports. However, the task force's greatest difficulty in collecting good data was something that UFO eyewitnesses have known for decades. Eyewitnesses of unidentified aerial phenomenon hardly, if ever, spoke up about their experience for fear of ridicule or ostracization. The task force's report, though, states that as senior military, government, and scientific leadership begins to engage in the topic publicly, the stigma of reporting strange encounters should lessen, leading to better data collected. Another difficulty the task force encountered was that despite having very sophisticated sensors, sensor systems in the U.S. military are typically designed to fulfill a very specific role, and that often means they're not very useful for identifying UAPs. This is likely why the report began with the acknowledgement that new technologies needed to be developed for the specific purpose of investigating UAPs. The report moves on to state that the reports investigated had too little data to allow for detailed trend or pattern analysis. However, there was a noticeable consistency in the size, shape, and propulsion of UAPs. This is a stunning conclusion, as if UAPs were merely the figments of one's imagination or random natural phenomenon, there would not be a strong consistency in the way UAPs look, how big they are, and how fast they move. The report goes on to state that UAP sightings also tend to be cluttered around U.S. military training and testing grounds. This goes hand in hand with a theory long held that whatever they are, UAPs are very interested in the state of our military technology, or it could be an indicator that these are very much foreign adversary systems being used to spy on U.S. forces. However, the task force acknowledges that this cluttering of UAP sightings around U.S. military training and testing grounds could simply be due to collection bias, as those areas have a high concentration of sophisticated sensors and an expectation and guidance by personnel involved to report any anomaly. Now, the report drops another bombshell. Out of the hundreds of incidents investigated thus far, the task force identified 18 incidents where UAPs were witnessed performing aerial maneuvers that would signify advanced technology was in use. These UAPs were recorded hovering in place, moving against the wind, performing extremely abrupt changes in speed or direction, and displaying extremely high velocities without any known means of propulsion. In a small number of these incidents, U.S. aircraft also detected radio frequency energy emanating from the objects. Some of the UAPs observed also displayed some degree of signature management or purposeful manipulation of their own electromagnetic emissions. In modern militaries, signature management is a critical era of warfighting, with friendly forces doing their best to screen their electromagnetic signatures from adversaries while making them identifiable to allies. This would imply that UAPs are employing the same form of electromagnetic security measures that modern earthbound militaries do. The task force states that more rigorous examination of the collected data by experts is necessary to ascertain if this is in fact what UAPs have been recorded doing or not, and ends this section by stating that the UAPTF will continue further analysis to determine if these incidents are proof of breakthrough technologies. From here, the report once more states that more data is required to determine the identity of UAP incidents investigated, with special attention needed on those incidents where UAPs are shown to display flight characteristics which would be indicative of breakthrough technologies or signature management, which would be indicative of intelligent control over an artificial object. In their investigation, the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force was not able to attribute any of these incidents investigated to classified U.S. weapons programs. The report moves on to declare that UAPs pose a definitive threat to flight operations and could be a potential national security risk. In 11 instances, pilots reported near misses with UAPs. Touching on the potential for UAPs posing a national security threat, the report states that the task force has initiated an effort to identify any potential technological breakthroughs by potential adversaries, namely China and Russia. This likely means that significant U.S. intelligence resources are also being redirected to the effort, as now the intelligence community joins the hunt to explain UAPs. Given the proximity of UAP to U.S. military facilities and to aircraft carrying the military's most advanced sensor systems, the report seems to indicate that a high priority should be placed on discovering if a potential adversary has in fact developed and fielded a disruptive or breakthrough technology. Because if they have, it's clear the U.S. military is all but powerless to counter it. Finally, the report ends with a call for more resources and better reporting procedures across the American government and military of UAPs. So, does the U.S. military believe that alien UFOs are cruising the skies above our heads? Simply put, no. But the report does acknowledge that a significant number of credible UFO incidents investigated by the UAP task force display instances of technology that would be beyond the scope of what's currently possible. The UAPTF's greatest concern, however, remains that it's not aliens but a potential adversary, which is flying close to our most sensitive military installations, and we're all but helpless to stop it. The United States and other nations are involved in a secret arms race involving recovered alien technology. And before you laugh this video off as another conspiracy theory tall tale, you should know that this time, the source is one of the most credible to ever step forward. UFOs, or UAPs like the cool kids call them, are real. There's no longer any debate on the phenomenon. Any skepticism to their existence is only an excuse to reconcile one's own worldview with the emotionally uncomfortable conclusion that something is flying around in our skies. What exactly this something is, however, is still up for debate. The U.S. government's official investigation into the phenomenon has reached its highest level yet, with multiple open and closed-door briefings to the U.S. Congress. In July 2022, the Defense Department kickstarted a new and very serious investigation into the UAP/UFO phenomenon with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. The stated goal of this new investigation is to resolve what UAPs are, who is behind them, and if they pose any threat to national security. The last publicly known investigation into the matter, Project Blue Book, was initiated in March 1952 and ran until December 1969. It too was launched in response to a rising number of UFO reports and evolved from Project Sign, set up in 1947. With fears of war and with the communists on the rise, so too were fears of Russian Wunderwaffe. But the rising reports of seemingly extraterrestrial encounters grew to a slowly smoldering panic that the government felt pressure to address. Many people already feared a Soviet nuclear attack, and the government also feared the Soviets could somehow exploit the UFO craze to deliver a sneak-first strike against the U.S. The investigation looked at thousands of UFO reports from civilian and military sources, though it was the military reports that the investigation staff was most interested in. In 1969, the entire effort was summed up in what would come to be known as the infamous Condon Report, which concluded that UFOs were not worth further study. The Condon Report highlighted the following key findings. Number 1. No UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force was ever an indication of a threat to our national security. Number 2. There was no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represented technological developments or principles beyond the range of modern scientific knowledge. And number 3, there was no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified were extraterrestrial vehicles. However, the report met with immediate controversy after it was discovered that the scientist in charge of the investigation, physicist Edward Condon, had joked about the UFO phenomenon being all a flap. But he wasn't supposed to reach that conclusion until the end of the formal investigation. This seriously undermined Condon's credibility as an academic, as it was clear he was biased and not acting on scientific principles during the investigation. Further criticism arose in 1967 from a memo leaked where one of the investigators assured colleagues that they could expect the study to conclude that UFO observations had no basis in reality. The formal investigation into UFOs was biased from the start. J. Allen Hynek, an astronomer hired by the Air Force to investigate UFOs starting with Project Sign, had initially been deeply skeptical of the phenomenon, until the evidence changed his mind. He called the report unscientific and avoidant of the inevitable conclusion that there were still a significant number of UFO encounters that could not be explained. Over 700, in fact. The official investigation into UFOs was shuttered, but it seems the official government interest in the phenomenon continued. Despite this, a culture of ridicule has pervaded the topic and been extremely useful for silencing witnesses. And only now, with U.S. supremacy challenged by the rising power of China, is that culture being retracted. According to the official UAP investigation, this culture of ridicule has actively hampered efforts to investigate UAPs as pilots and other witnesses are intimidated into remaining quiet. Given that some of these UAPs could represent advanced foreign adversary threats, the U.S. military has done a full 180 on its protocols on reporting UFOs and UAPs, with the Navy and Air Force both issuing new guidelines to their aviators and encouraging them to come forward. The new investigation into UAPs, AARO, is yielding reams of data, though much of it remains classified. However, it is now known that UAPs have been detected by U.S. military forces in the air, on the land, and even under the sea. Fears of an advanced foreign threat or a leapfrog technology that could render the U.S. vulnerable to attack are partly driving this new investigation, but so is a serious and growing concern for the safety of American civil and military aircraft, given many near misses reported. So far, the investigation has mirrored Project Blue Book, with the vast majority of cases being identified and explained as man-made or a natural phenomenon. However, there remains a disturbing amount of unresolved incidents. However, there's no indication yet that UAPs are alien in origin, though the AARO has confirmed that some of these unknown objects were physical in nature. We could simply just be dealing with an unknown force of nature we've yet to understand. But one whistleblower has come forward with a bombshell of a story, and he might be the most credible whistleblower to date. David Grush served with the U.S. Air Force before separating and taking a job with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, then transitioning to the National Reconnaissance Office. At the NRO, Grush served as Senior Intelligence Capabilities Interrogation Officer, where he worked as the NRO's senior-most technical advisor for unidentified aerial phenomenon analysis transmedium issues, at least according to him. He was also the NRO's representative to the official UAP investigation between 2019 and 2021. After that, he transitioned back to the NGA, but continued working on UAPs alongside the official UAP investigation and the NGA's own efforts in the area. Now comes the bombshell. According to Grush, the U.S. military has been actively recovering debris from UFOs for decades, starting in the post-World War II era. Even more incredibly, the U.S. has recovered fully intact vehicles. When asked about pilots, he commented cryptically that when dealing with vehicles designed to carry beings, that sometimes those beings were still inside of them at the time of recovery. But the U.S. isn't alone in the effort, as according to Grush, multiple countries have been involved in attempts to recover crashed alien craft. Apparently, the U.S. has been the most successful, however. That's probably a good thing, though we imagine Russia would still manage to bungle the Ukraine invasion even if it was armed with Imperial Star Destroyers, mostly because the conscripts would have stripped it of copper for vodka money. The government's been keeping this crash retrieval process a secret from even Congress itself. It accomplishes this by hiding recovery efforts within multiple agencies involved in UAP activities and the use of secret access programs. Basically, the U.S. government avoids congressional accountability by hiding agencies tasked with recovering UAPs within other agencies, sort of like Russian nesting dolls. Given that secret special access programs have incredibly limited oversight already, even at the highest levels of power, it would be easy to hide these efforts from Congress. Efforts to build the B-2 was at one point part of a special access program, and this classification is reserved only for the absolutely most critical of U.S. secrets. Grush claims that the world is involved in a silent arms race to exploit and develop new technologies based off of crashed alien junk. The U.S. enjoys the efforts of allies and defense contractors in its attempt to retrieve these downed craft, and one can hope that if what Grush says is true, NATO is at least in the lead when it comes to fielding alien-inspired doomsday weapons. Grush, however, cannot offer any details on these craft of their occupants because, by his own admission, he's never even seen one himself. Instead, Grush says that he became a whistleblower because of the ongoing litany of wrongdoing by people involved in these crash retrieval efforts. Per Grush, he was approached by individuals involved in the UAP efforts who disclosed concerns over things such as contracting against federal acquisition regulations, the suppression of information across industrial base and academia, and other unspecified criminalities. With mounting concerns over the illegalities and violations of federal law taking place within the retrieval efforts, Grush says that he directly approached Congress to warn it of what he called a, quote, publicly unknown Cold War for recovered and exploited physical material, a competition with near-peer adversaries over the years to identify UAP crash landings and retrieve the material for exploitation or reverse engineering to garner asymmetric national defense advantages. How Congress took this news is unknown, but what is known is that what actually happened next directly led to Grush deciding to become a whistleblower. And for once, we have a real paper trail to verify at least part of Grush's story. After bringing the retrieval efforts to Congress, Grush claims that he was the target of a harassment and retaliation campaign perpetrated by individuals inside the DoD involved with these special access programs. In May 2022, the harassment became significant enough that Grush filed a complaint of reprisal with the Inspector General of the intelligence community in May 2022. Here's where the story takes a significant twist from just another conspiracy theory to a very real possibility that Grush is telling the truth. Grush's background has been largely confirmed via several paper trails linking him to various agencies he claimed to work for. Grush is mentioned in multiple DoD publications starting in 2011, and multiple sources have confirmed Grush's credentials and story to the journalists who first published his claims, Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean, the authors of the original 2017 New York Times expose that revealed the then-secret UAP investigation. However, the sources confirming Grush's story have remained anonymous in order to protect their identities, yet retired Army Colonel Carl Nell was quick to come forward to vouch for Grush's character and his credibility. Nell would make his own explosive revelation in defense of Grush, stating his assertion concerning the existence of a terrestrial arms race occurring sub rosa over the past 80 years, focused on reverse engineering technologies of unknown origins, is fundamentally correct, as is the indisputable realization that at least some of these technologies of unknown origin derive from non-human intelligence. But even more incredibly, we have confirmation that Grush really did file the complaint to the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and their conclusion 1 month later that his complaint was discovered to be, quote, credible and urgent. And unlike other whistleblowers, Grush did not come forward alone. He hired the Compass Rose legal group to represent him as he broke the story, and is represented by Charles McCullough III, who just so happens to himself be a former Inspector General of the intelligence community serving in 2011. Grush is likely to be the single most credible whistleblower on the UFO phenomenon to ever come forward, not just because of his credentials, but the paper trail to back up at least some of his claims. And people are taking note. The House Oversight Committee is even now planning a hearing on UFOs based off Grush's allegations, with the intent of discovering if the Pentagon is indeed keeping secrets from Congress. Per Oversight Committee spokesman Austin Hacker, in addition to recent claims by a whistleblower, reports continue to surface regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena. The House Oversight Committee is following these UAP reports and is in the early stages of planning a hearing. Grush's story is causing serious ripples across the Department of Defense and American culture itself, but it's still in the very early breaking stages, and by the time you see this video, there could be even more explosive revelations. However, it's important to remember that Grush has no physical evidence of any of his claims, and one cannot dispel the possibility that this is all a very elaborate and well-built ruse. U.S. intelligence has long used UFO reports as a cover for top-secret programs, such as the F-117 and the B-2 bomber. It's also an incredibly imaginative community. During the Cold War, the CIA faked a series of vampire attacks in the Philippines in order to scare communist guerrillas, and by all accounts, the effort paid off in spades. So, during a time of rising tensions with China, a near-peer competitor, it's not a stretch to imagine a world where the US government purposefully fabricates a very believable story about recovered alien technology. Grush could be telling the truth, but he also could be a misinformation agent involved in one hell of a ruse. To see the value of such a ruse, try to imagine yourself in China's shoes as very credible news of, quote, multiple nations recovering UFOs and reverse engineering their technology come to light. Imagine that as China, when you look at your own hangars, there's not a single crashed UFO in sight. Suddenly, the fear of the US wielding hyper-advanced weaponry based off recovered alien technology is very real, and you might end up rethinking your approach to international conflicts with America. However, to play devil's advocate, we also have to ask just how many more very well-placed and very credible individuals have come forward before we start accepting that there may be more truth than fable to stories of the US recovering crashed alien craft. In the early 2000s, American fighter jets flying off the coast of California encountered something strange. A small, pill-shaped object was observed to be close to the ocean's surface, possibly rising up out of the water and flying high up into the sky. Giving chase, the F-14 pilots were completely blown away by the strange craft's incredible speeds. Ever since the release of this and other videos captured by American fighter pilots of strange UFOs, speculation has swirled around their true identity. The flight characteristics of the craft in these videos are truly incredible, and if radar reports are to be believed, their acceleration abilities puts them light years ahead of any earthly military tech. However, in 2019, investigative journalists discovered patents filed by the United States Navy, and one of those included a craft capable of recreating the same feats witnesses have been reporting for years. Dubbed the UFO Patents for the incredibly advanced nature of the technology they claim to make possible, this series of patents run the gamut, from room temperature superconductors to an aircraft capable of traveling through the ocean, the air, and space in the same flight, and even more far-fetched, truly science fiction ideas like an electromagnetic field generator that could be used as a force field. If these ideas sound completely far-fetched and out in left field, you're not alone, with the U.S. Patent Office initially refusing to file these patents until the United States Navy stepped in and forced the issue. Crazy patent ideas are nothing new. Everything from perpetual motion machines to wireless transmission of energy devices have been patented from time to time, and not one of them have ever achieved what they claim to be capable of. However, none of these patents had the backing of the United States Navy, and none of them came from top scientists working on some of the Navy's most sensitive research and development programs. The man behind these revolutionary patents is a Dr. Salvatore Cesar Pais, and unlike most garage wannabe Ricks, this doctor has some serious credentials. He's worked at the Naval Air Warfare Center for years, developing aerospace technologies to be used both on jet fighters and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Today, Dr. Pais works for the U.S. Navy Strategic Systems Programs, which is responsible for the U.S. Navy's nuclear missiles and ballistic missile submarines that carry them. However, this office also investigates a wide range of global strike technologies, including a hypersonic weapon now in development that could strike any target in the world within an hour. Not much else is known about Dr. Pais, who has declined interviews on his patents. Other scientists have reviewed the filed patents and claim they violate the laws of physics and call them absurd. Yet that doesn't change the fact that the U.S. Navy has so far stuck to its guns in support of these patents. And what's more, leaked internal emails show that at least one of these revolutionary ideas was already prototyped and tested successfully. First, though, let's go over all of Dr. Pais's patents. By far, the most eye-catching patent is for a craft that, if it performs as stated, would very closely mirror the flight characteristics often observed from UFOs by eyewitnesses. Named the Hybrid Underwater Aerospace Craft, this vehicle comes equipped with an inertial mass reduction device, which we suppose is what would allow the craft to perform the incredible feats of acceleration and maneuverability Dr. Pais claims it's capable of. Able to launch from land or from underwater, fly into the ocean, back out, and up into space, this man-made UFO would not just revolutionize air warfare, it would instantly make every other nation's fighter and bomber fleets obsolete. By generating a quantum vacuum state around itself, the craft repels air and water molecules, essentially completely ignoring the effects of friction. As an added benefit, the craft would be almost undetectable, or at least fly too fast to make detection completely meaningless. Another of Dr. Pais's patents include room temperature superconductors, which in and of themselves would be a revolutionary scientific leap for mankind. Current superconductors must operate at extremely low temperatures, greatly losing efficiency as they warm up. This has prevented their use in anything but extremely niche and very expensive technologies. Room temperature superconductors promise to change all that. Able to transmit electricity without resistance, superconductors would create an energy revolution, dramatically lowering the price of electricity. These superconductors would make incredible breakthroughs in maglev mass transit technology and magnetic resonance imaging, among a host of other revolutionary effects on human society. Interestingly, Dr. Pais's all-American UFO depends on room temperature superconductors to operate. Dr. Pius's third patent is for a high-frequency gravity wave generator, a device which, if possible, seems to indicate Pius and the U.S. Navy know more about the fundamental nature of gravity than the global physics community. Gravity waves pass through us from time to time, typically as a result of two massive stars crashing into each other millions of light years away. These gravity waves could be considered very low frequency though, and what Dr. Pius's patent proposes is the generation of very high-frequency gravity waves, which can have a wide range of applications. As gravity waves propagate, they compress matter in front of them and expand it behind them in the same way a surf wave does to water. The waves that occasionally wash over our planet from far away in space are so low frequency that even just detecting them requires one of the most sensitive instruments mankind has ever built. Yet if you were to generate gravity waves of a high enough frequency, you could potentially wreak havoc on anything you aimed your gravity wave gun at, destroying even the most well-protected and armored installation. In Dr. Pius's patent, though, he claims that he can use this high-frequency gravity wave generator to facilitate superconductivity, and perhaps this is the secret behind his room-temperature superconductors. As if the previous three patents weren't outlandish enough, Dr. Pius's third patent could literally save the Earth, or destroy it. His electromagnetic field generator is claimed to be able to deflect or destroy an asteroid over the 100-meter size limit that current asteroid deflection methods are thought to be able to protect the Earth from. By generating an extremely powerful electromagnetic field that can interact with an object at the quantum level, Dr. Pius's asteroid destroyer could obliterate an incoming asteroid. Or as his patent very ominously describes, the present invention may also deflect or destroy any other type of object. However, Dr. Pius's asteroid death ray is more than an offensive weapon, as he claims that this device can also be used as an impenetrable shield, capable of protecting facilities, vehicles, individuals, or even spacecraft from everything from ballistic missiles to coronal mass ejections. Dr. Pius's patents seem to indicate truly revolutionary technologies that would fundamentally change the human race, or at least America. However, many physicists note that these patents seem to completely violate the laws of physics as known, and don't lend these outlandish inventions any real credence. Despite this, Dr. Pius continues to receive the full support of the United States Navy. And as we mentioned before, leaked internal emails seem to indicate that at least one of these devices was successfully prototyped. Perhaps it's a shell game put on by the US military to throw potential adversaries like Russia and China off the trail of real technological breakthroughs. Or perhaps the United States military is about to completely revolutionize the state of mankind's technology. Only time will tell. March 4th, 2019. A pair of F-18s are out on a training mission over the Atlantic Ocean, just a few hundred miles off the northeast coast of the United States. The men are on high alert, not just because of their training mission, but because, since at least as far back as 2014, pilots have been reporting strange phenomena over the airspace simply known as W-72, located just off the coasts of southern Virginia and North Carolina. Today, one of the F-18s will not only encounter this phenomenon, but document it. Flying at several thousand feet, the F-18 weapons system officer spots three objects he believes are drones. Flying in for a closer look, he's startled to discover that these objects are like nothing he's ever seen before. At 2:44 p.m. Eastern Time, the F-18's Wizzo takes out his smartphone and snaps a photo of a spherical object flying close to his aircraft. At 3:02, the plane runs across a second mysterious object, this time dubbed the Acorn. Then, 12 minutes after contact with the second UFO, the F-18 comes across yet a third object, this time nicknamed the Blimp. The photos are submitted to the newly formed Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force and remain classified until two of them are leaked to the public. The photo of the sphere, however, remains classified until it was leaked to the public only recently. Perhaps most shocking of all, though, is that after decades of silence on the UFO matter, the Department of Defense is quick to admit that the photographs are real, though of what exactly, nobody knows. But that's far from the only UFO bombshell the Department of Defense would drop while you were busy worrying about the coronavirus. That same year, 2019, 4 months later, this time it's the Pacific coast. Destroyers USS Kidd, USS Rafael Peralta, and USS John Finn are out on exercises 100 miles off the LA coast. In order to prevent being snooped on by curious civilians and foreign intelligence services, the destroyers are operating under strict radio silence. Suddenly at 10 p.m., a lookout on the USS Kidd spots what he identifies as two drones approaching the ship. 10 minutes later, both the USS Rafael Peralta and the USS John Finn report their own sightings. As the ships continue on their course, the drones seem drawn to the Kidd and even match its speed and bearing. One drone moves in close enough to hover over the helicopter pad briefly, then returns to formation. After 90 minutes, the drones speed off, and despite some of the best sensor technology on the planet packed into 3 ships, none of the ships are able to determine where the drones departed to. The next night, the drones would return. The drones once more follow the warships, and out of desperation, one of the destroyers radios a nearby Carnival cruise liner and asks for visual confirmation of the drones. The cruise liner confirms they too can see 4 or 5 drones following the big destroyers around and attests that the drones are not being flown by any of their passengers. Not that it was even a remotely realistic possibility anyway, as the drones linger for 3 hours, well past the flight time of any civilian or military drone of similar size. Once more, the drones disappear, unable to be tracked to wherever their destination lay. As if that wasn't enough, on the 25th and 30th of July, more drones fly around the Navy destroyers, and that's only the incidents that a recent Freedom of Information Act request discovered. There could have easily been dozens more incidents. However, at least one of these incidents was documented on camera, and the footage was not just released to the public but confirmed as authentic by the Pentagon. The date? Classified. The location? Classified. Personnel involved? Classified. Phenomenon captured? Classified. All we do know about this latest leaked video is that it was shot on the USS Russell using night vision equipment and submitted to the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Congressional Task Force, where it was subsequently leaked to the public just this year. The video has clearly been edited and is extremely short, but what was leaked to the public includes several glowing orbs over the USS Russell, followed by a pyramid-shaped UFO that seems to flash with lights as it silently glides overhead. What it was remains unknown, and the rest of the footage showing what happened before and after the clip shown also remains classified. What is clear is that American naval ships and aircraft are being very closely observed by someone or something, and leaked photos from the USS Omaha appear to show that these crafts are not like any known aircraft today. The date and location also remains unknown, the government keeping its secrets very close to its chest. In fact, the only details known about the Omaha incident is that a UFO was observed near the ship, and after an unknown amount of time descended into the ocean. The ship immediately started a search for wreckage but found nothing, leading investigators to believe that the craft seen in the footage was a transmedium craft, or a craft capable of operating in the medium of the sky and ocean on the same mission, perhaps even space. But what exactly it was remains completely unknown. What is interesting, however, is that recently patents filed by the US Navy included a patent for exactly such a transmedium craft of their own, dubbed the UFO Patents. The technology included seemed so preposterous to the US Patent Office's science advisors that the patents were initially denied, until the US Navy stepped in and flexed its muscles to insist they be granted. Department of Defense insiders remain silent on UFO phenomenon that's clearly increasing in activity over the last few years. What's clear is that whatever these craft are, they're far outside the realm of civilian aircraft, meaning that these are either high-tech spy drones used to spy on American ships and planes, or they might be, after all, otherworldly. As we move towards a public hearing on the U.S. Senate on the UFO phenomenon from the Department of Defense this summer, all we can do is speculate. It was seen by thousands of eyewitnesses, including the legendary Snake Plissken himself, but the Air Force says they were all wrong. Is it possible that thousands of eyewitnesses across the entire state of Arizona all misidentified a flight of A-10s in the world's largest UFO sighting in history? The incident was first reported at 7:55 p.m. Pacific Time in Henderson, Nevada, just across the border from Arizona. A witness there spotted what appeared to be a large, dark V-shaped object traveling southeast overhead. The object was low enough in the sky that the witness reported not hearing the sound of jet engines as would be expected. This flying anomaly had 6 large lights along its leading edge, and it was estimated as being as large as a Boeing 747. Instead of jet engines, though, he heard a sound described as rushing wind. Next, a police officer in Paulden, Arizona, spotted a cluster of 5 reddish-orangish lights as he was leaving his home. The police officer reported the lights appearing as if 4 were flying together, with a 5th trailing behind the formation. However, unlike the witness across the border in Nevada, the police officer reported that each light was in fact 2 separate but close-together sources of orange light. Returning home, he grabbed a pair of binoculars and observed the lights continuing south for about 2 minutes until they were out of sight. From his vantage point, he reported hearing no sounds from the lights. This would be the straw that broke the camel's back, as shortly after UFO reporting centers across the country, as well as local police departments and even Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, were flooded with telephone calls from eyewitnesses. It seemed everybody north of Phoenix was watching the lights slowly drift by overhead. Witnesses were reporting different things, however, with some reporting the same type and style of lights as the first two witnesses, and others reporting less or even more than the 5 or 6 lights originally observed. The colors ranged from white to orange or reddish, and while many reported the lights to be slowly gliding overhead, some said that they witnessed them speeding by quickly. Others said they observed the lights come to a complete stop overhead. The most commonly reported sighting, however, was of a large wedge-shaped craft of some kind with lights lining its ventral surface. 3 different groups of witnesses just north of Phoenix all reported the exact same object, remarking that it had made no noise as it seemed to glide by overhead, adjusting its course to fly between 2 mountain peaks. It was low enough, though, that for all 3 groups it blocked out a significant amount of the sky overhead as it passed by, indicating it was an object of massive proportions. The next witnesses were a mother and her 4 daughters inside a northern Phoenix suburb who observed a wedge-shaped object approach from over the mountains. It stopped directly overhead for an estimated 5 minutes as they stared in wonder, remarking that it was big enough to cover between 30 or 40 degrees of the sky overhead. They also said that there appeared to be some sort of barely recognizable features along the underside of the object, but due to it being nighttime, they couldn't make them out. The trailing edge of the object also seemed to be glowing slightly, according to them. Like other witnesses, they described a row of lights on the leading edge of the craft, 7, according to them. Suddenly, the object began moving south, firing what they described as a white beam at the ground. Simultaneously, the lights along the edge of the craft seemed to dim and disappear. Then the mystery object resumed its course south towards Sky Harbor International Airport. On approach to the airport, it was witnessed by a civilian pilot who called in 6 bright lights hanging stationary near the airport. Air traffic control radioed back that they had nothing on their radar scopes, and the pilot resumed landing as normal. That pilot was actually film star Kurt Russell, who was flying to Phoenix on a private aircraft to take his son to see his girlfriend. Russell would later retell the story, saying that he had no idea until 2 years later when his partner Goldie Hawn was watching a show on UFOs, and it mentioned a civilian pilot who had been the first to spot the lights in Phoenix itself. According to Russell, the lights hung stationary in the sky, and though he and his son thought it was odd, neither paid much attention to it. However, at the airport, 2 air traffic controllers and multiple pilots would also see the lights. But here's where things get murky. Witnesses in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Gilbert all reported seeing a similar large object, as described previously, continued an apparent southern route through the state of Arizona. One of the witnesses south of Phoenix was a former airline pilot with over 13,000 hours of flight time, who spotted the object making an abrupt turn as it approached his position. According to him and other eyewitnesses, the lights were bright at a distance, but seemed to dim significantly as the object approached, perhaps explaining the various numbers and colors of lights reported throughout the 2 or 3 hour event. A large object continued south and over the mountains until it was spotted again along Interstate 10 near Casa Grande. A family of 5 driving north to Phoenix said the object was so large that when they looked out of their car windows, one wingtip was clearly visible out of one side of the car and the other out the other side. The object passed by overhead as they were driving north at about 80 miles per hour, and they claimed the object was so massive that they remained under it for about a full minute as it moved south. If their speed was correct, then the object was roughly an impressive 1.3 miles long, or even bigger as it was moving south as they moved north. However, without a speed estimate for the object itself, it's impossible to know, but that size is still significant. And all throughout the Phoenix area, the one massive object seemed to be trailing a flurry of other unidentified aerial phenomenon. For hours after the main object had passed over the state, witnesses reported seeing clusters of lights and other random flying craft. One group of witnesses reported a large disk streaking west over Phoenix at extreme speeds. Many others reported orange fireballs which hovered in the sky. The entire case's most intriguing witness might have been a young man claiming to be a U.S. Air Force airman. According to him, he was stationed at Luke Air Force Base west of Phoenix. He called the National UFO Reporting Center at 3:20 a.m. and reported that 2 F-15 fighters had been scrambled by the base to intercept one of the unidentified flying objects that seemed to linger behind. Investigators would dive into his report, but were unable to verify the presence of F-15s in Luke Air Force Base at the time. However, he provided a great deal of very detailed information regarding the alleged intercept, which would later be verified by other witnesses over the coming weeks and months as investigators made the rounds across the Phoenix Basin. Unfortunately, the airman would call in 2 days after his phone call to report that he had been informed he was being immediately transferred to a new assignment in frozen Greenland. That witness has never been heard from again, and investigators have been unable to track him down. What the incident is best remembered for, however, is a long string of lights observed by thousands directly over the city of Phoenix. The lights hung stationary before slowly disappearing, and they are what the entire incident is best known for. However, they're also the weakest part of the entire case. When first contacted, the Luke Air Force Base Public Affairs Office claimed that there was no aircraft in the sky at the time of the incident. Later, however, they said that there was actually a flight of A-10 aircraft training at the time, and their training included dropping flares. The slowly falling flares dangle from parachutes as they disappear behind the mountains and would have given the appearance of dimming out. Many found this explanation troubling, and there are problems on both ends of the explanation. However, all can agree that this doesn't explain the massive craft spotted by hundreds, if not thousands of witnesses across the state. One witness claims that he observed the alleged massive craft with a telescope and found it to be nothing more than a group of aircraft flying closely together. This goes in line with the official Air Force explanation that said at the time that they were undertaking Operation Snowbird, a training exercise with the Air National Guard that involved flights of A-10s working together. The first incident of a large flying triangle or wedge-shaped craft was at 8 p.m. local time, and it was due to 5 A-10s. The flight was using steady formation lights rather than the typical blinking collision lights because FAA rules on the matter don't apply to military aircraft. The formation of A-10s flew over Phoenix to Tucson and landed at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base at 8:45 p.m. The stationary lights filmed and photographed by many hovering over Phoenix were explained as a different flight of A-10s dropping illumination flares. Due to the heat of the flares working on the parachute and creating a hot air balloon-like effect, the flare's rate of descent was dramatically slower than might be expected, given the appearance of the lights either gaining altitude or hovering still in midair. 10 years after the incident, Lieutenant Colonel Ed Jones, a Maryland Air National Guard pilot, confirmed that he was one of the pilots in the four-ship formation that had dropped the mistaken flares. Immediately after the incident, as calls for investigation reached state government, Arizona Governor and former U.S. Air Force pilot Fife Symington held what would become the most infamous press conference in UFO history. In the press conference, Governor Symington displayed his chief of staff in handcuffs and dressed like an alien, claiming that everybody was entirely too serious about the whole incident. However, people did not find this funny at all, and the stunt provoked thousands of angry phone calls and letters. Even more shockingly, 10 years after that press conference, the former governor admitted in an interview that he himself had seen the craft spotted by the thousands. According to former Governor Symington, the craft he witnessed along with another family was bigger than an aircraft carrier and had the same recessed lights reported by others. It glided by on a southerly course, completely silent as it passed overhead. He chose, however, not to talk about it, likely because given his role as the state governor, he didn't want to create panic, but even more likely because of the culture of ridicule that persists to this day regarding UFOs. The official Air Force investigation does explain part of the phenomenon. It's very likely that the lights witnessed hovering stationarily over Phoenix were in fact nothing more than the flares dropped by A-10s. The astronomer who explained the moving formation of lights as aircraft flying closely together also is probably correct, as he likely observed A-10s flying together with solid formation lights on rather than traditional blinking collision warning lights. However, nobody has yet to satisfactorily explain the single massive craft reported by thousands of witnesses, including the governor of Arizona himself. While skeptics have explained this away as aircraft flying in formation, many of these witnesses, again including the governor, who is a trained Air Force pilot, specifically saw a single solid object and were close enough to remark that it made little to no noise as it passed overhead. A-10s are notoriously loud aircraft. A member of the infographic show team told us as he was once within very close proximity of a two-ship formation, dropping cluster munitions and making gun runs on targets. Skeptics have so far only been able to point at the flight of A-10s observed by some witnesses as explanation for the single large craft, but this completely ignores the thousands of eyewitnesses ranging from Nevada to New Mexico who spotted the craft for themselves. The skeptical explanation seems to rely on observations of the A-10s to explain this craft away, but ignores the possibility that both a flight of A-10s and a single large craft could have been flying over Arizona at the same time. It's also incredibly intellectually dishonest to simply disregard the testimony of thousands of eyewitnesses, including some extremely high-profile witnesses like the state's own governor. A skeptical explanation thus rests on the only possibility being that every single witness to the large craft is either incompetent, a liar, or crazy. However, the skeptical explanation makes one further major error. First, it takes the word of a single astronomer who said he observed multiple aircraft flying in close formation with his telescope, and yet it completely ignores the thousands of witnesses to the single solid craft. The astronomer didn't take a photo of the formation of the aircraft with his telescope. He has no proof that he actually made the observation, but skeptics accept his account without questioning it, while ignoring the tidal wave of countering accounts, because this is a conclusion the skeptic likes. This isn't skepticism, this is intellectual dishonesty for the sake of preserving one's own naturalistic worldview. True skepticism would accept that while some accounts were no doubt mistaking the flight of A-10s as one object, other accounts are much more difficult to explain and are worthy of their own investigation, like those accounts who were close enough to visually confirm the single object, and were well outside of the known flight path of the A-10s in question. What's a fact is that this isn't the only such sighting, as massive UFOs have been commonly reported around the world. During the Cold War, Soviet citizens reported massive UFOs overhead on numerous occasions. During the Belgium UFO flap, hundreds of witnesses spotted massive craft overhead in the sky, prompting fears of a Russian attack. And the sightings continue to this day, with mysterious lights appearing over San Diego and prompting what many would end up calling the Phoenix Lights 2.0. In the summer of 1952, a series of strange sightings took place in Washington, D.C. From July 19th to July 27th, authorities were inundated with reports of unexplained objects in the sky and extraterrestrial craft. The people observing these unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, weren't just ordinary citizens. Air traffic controllers and pilots were among the first to detect strange craft, and even stranger phenomena, ranging from weird white glows to orange balls of fire, repeatedly over those few weeks. These events panicked everyone from local DC citizens all the way up to President Harry Truman, who called the Air Force to demand an explanation for what was occurring. Was Washington, D.C. truly experiencing an alien invasion? Imagine you're a reporter working at the Washington Post in 1952. You're a journalist reporting on breaking news and current events for one of the most prestigious publications in the country, and you're still blissfully unaware of what terms like clickbait and BuzzFeed mean, and how they will ruin your entire profession. On Saturday, July 19th, just before midnight, you get a tip that air traffic controller Edward Nugent has spotted 7 suspicious blips on his radar, located 15 miles south-southwest of the city. It can't be a cause of human error, as his superior senior air traffic controller Harry Barnes saw and confirmed the objects on the radar scope himself. Nugent started the night by joking about the fleet of flying saucers that seemed to be on the screen. Soon, however, he sees the unidentified objects streaking by near the White House and Capitol building. The situation now seems to be less of a joke and more of a national security threat situation. The controller's desperately trying to confirm what the blips could be, but there are no known aircraft in the vicinity of the objects on the radar, and the objects aren't following any known flight paths. Barnes adds an even stranger observation, confiding in you. We knew immediately that a very strange situation existed. Their movements were completely radical compared to those of ordinary aircraft. Perhaps it's a machine malfunction, you wonder. After all, there has to be some kind of reasonable explanation. Barnes insists that's impossible. 2 controllers double-checked the Nugent's radar and found it to be in perfect working order. Furthermore, Barnes called yet another 2 controllers in a separate tower of the National Airport, who also saw 7 unidentified objects moving erratically on their screen. Or, as one of the controllers, Howard Coughlin, succinctly put it, "Did you see that? What in the hell was that?" Coughlin and his co-worker Joe Zacco, yeah, that's his real name, also report seeing an incredibly bright white light zoom away at top speed, not on the radar, with their own eyes. At that moment, Barnes suddenly stops talking, stunned. UFOs are multiplying all over the radar scope, converging over the White House and Capitol. There's a heightened sense of urgency as the UFOs approach high-value targets. Andrews Air Force Base, around 10 miles away from the National Airport, confirms that the strange objects have appeared on their radar as well. You call the base to hear that Airman William Brady also personally witnessed an object like an orange ball of fire with a tail that took off at unbelievable speed. What are these erratic balls of light doing? And how are they moving at more than hypersonic speeds? Are they the objects showing up on the radar? Later in the night, you get confirmation that the balls of light are exactly what the radar is detecting. Capital Airlines pilot S.C. Pierman, waiting on the runway for permission to take off, spots what he believes to be a meteor, but then spots a series of white, tailless, fast-moving lights, 6 in total, over a 14-minute period. Those can't be meteors. He's in communication with Barnes, who confirms that the objects on radar correspond with the appearance and direction of the lights Pierman is seeing. Some of those observing the lights are convinced that they're stars and meteors. In fact, they're even able to prove it for a few of the lights spotted, though not all. This must be the explanation, you think. Perhaps it was an especially active night for meteor showers. However, that doesn't line up with the behavior and the speed of the lights seen in person. Staff Sergeant Charles Davenport at Andrews Air Force Base cited an orange-red ball that would appear to stand still and then make an abrupt change in direction and altitude. You know, no meteor in the universe moves like that. Barnes sends you a tip, his last communication of the night. He thinks whatever the lights are, they're aware they're being watched. That's right, he's actually sitting here telling you the lights are sentient. Why does he think this is? Well, earlier that night, 2 F-94 Starfire jet fighters deployed from Delaware to try to get a closer look at the phenomenon. The pilots flew all over DC searching for the lights, but it's all in vain. The creepy lights that have baffled the city have disappeared. Realizing they're running low on fuel, the pilots head unwillingly back to base, at which point the lights mysteriously reappear. Barnes's conclusion is at once logical and frightening. The UFOs were monitoring radio traffic and behaving accordingly. You note the last sighting of the UFOs, 5:30 a.m. Still no closer to an explanation as to what might be happening to cause these increasingly strange phenomena. You make a mental note to communicate with the Air Force Base tomorrow and see if they have any ideas. The next day you wake up to see the most exaggerated headlines you can imagine. Saucers swarm over Capitol, according to the Cedar Rapids Gazette. You write a much more nuanced article explaining the events of last night to the public and exploring possible theories, admittedly none of which sound that convincing even to you, but an alien invasion seems too far-fetched a story to run with at this time. On Monday, July 21st, you get a call from U.S. Air Force Captain Edward J. Ruppelt. He announces himself as the supervisor of the Air Force's Project Blue Book research into UFO sightings. Frustrated by the fact that he only learned of the sightings from your article 2 days later, he's now seething at the Pentagon's lack of support as he tries to obtain a staff car to drive around Washington, D.C. and investigate the sightings. You ask him if between his dealings with the Air Force and the Pentagon, if he has any idea what might have happened. Ruppelt says that Air Force radar specialist Captain Roy James thought unusual weather conditions might have occurred. What kind of weather creates orange balls of fire streaking through the sky at lightning speeds, you wonder? The rest of the week passes by mostly uneventfully. You're working late in the office again on Saturday, July 26th because you really need a life. And you suddenly notice another call from the National Airport has come in. Finally, perhaps they've finally figured out some sort of terrestrial explanation. Instead, the night's about to take an even stranger turn. The man on the other end of the line sounds disturbed. At around 8:15 p.m., a pilot and a flight attendant on National Airlines flight in the air observed some strange lights above the plane. Within seconds, unidentified objects similar to those a week ago suddenly appeared on the radar screen at National Airport and Andrews Base. At the base, USAF Master Sergeant Charles E. Cummings frustratedly denies any theories by those around him that these might be natural phenomena. Later, to an inquiring press, he would state, "These lights did not have the characteristics of shooting stars. There was no trails. They traveled faster than any shooting star I have ever seen." You decide you need to be where the action is this time and you head right over to the National Airport and are granted access to the control rooms with the radar screens. The press spokesman for Project Blue Book, Albert M. Chop, also decides he has to arrive on the scene himself to get a better idea of what's happening. It's now 9:30 p.m. and everyone's preparing for a night of chaos just like the Saturday before. The UFOs don't disappoint. The visuals on the radar screen are astounding. Unknown objects are showing up in every single sector of the screen. No one knows what to make of the situation. Sometimes the object travels slowly, other times they reverse course, and at times they move at speeds calculated to be up to 7,000 miles per hour. Since it's 1952, you don't know this yet, but that speed record won't be reached by humans until 2010, when NASA's X-43A scramjet hit speeds of Mach 9.6, just under 7,000 miles per hour. There is no man-made object in the world that can fly that fast in a world where I Love Lucy has just wrapped up its first season. In fact, sound itself only moves at 767 miles per hour. The atmosphere in the room is one of extreme confusion. In an attempt to get a better look at the lights, the Air Force decides to scramble 2 F-94 Starfire jet fighters one more time from Delaware. Captain John McHugo attempts to approach the radar blips but sees absolutely nothing. The other pilot, Lieutenant William Patterson, has better luck. While flying over Washington, Patterson identifies 4 white glows. He then starts to chase them, but eventually reaches his maximum speed and realizes he doesn't have a shot at catching up to the glowing UFOs. However, it appears he might not need to catch up to them after all, because suddenly Patterson looks around and realizes he is surrounded by the glows. He quickly informs ground control. "I see them now and they're all around me. What should I do?" You look around the room to see who's going to answer Patterson's command. After a few tense moments of everyone staring at each other, ground control responds with absolutely nothing. Because truly, no one on the ground has any idea what to do. A week after the original bizarre UFO sightings, the objects have come back. How is this possible? And why are they showing up on a Saturday again and again at the nation's capital? Is flying over Washington, D.C. and terrifying locals some kind of bizarre weekend road trip for these aliens? The situation has escalated to the point where it now has alarmed the President of the United States himself, Harry Truman. The entire U.S. has caught UFO fever, and people are calling the events of the past couple weeks the Big Flap, because the 50s were a boring time for naming things. In an attempt to understand what's happening in his country, Truman has his Air Force aide called Ruppelt, the aforementioned supervisor of Project Blue Book. He listens in on the two men's conversation without interrupting. Ruppelt's best theory at the moment? A temperature inversion made radar signals bend and show irregularities on the screen. The inversion occurs when a layer of warm air forms in the lower atmosphere, trapping the cool air beneath. This can cause radar to bounce off this low layer and show objects that are near the ground as appearing high up in the sky instead. However, Ruppelt himself admits he has not yet interviewed any witnesses or investigated the security issue in depth. How can a temperature inversion explain several eyewitness accounts, including those of Air Force personnel, control tower employees, and pilots, which all corroborate each other, as well as the blips on the radar? As a responsible journalist, you know you owe it to your readers to put forth another account of this weekend's events, as well as the possible explanation, even though it makes little sense. You decide to give your readers a little hope for a future explanation by including the fact that the CIA would be working alongside the Office of Scientific Intelligence and the Office of Current Intelligence to review the 2 weekend's events and monitor any future developments. On July 29th, Air Force Major General John Samford, along with U.S. Air Force Director of Operations Roger Ramey, hold a press conference with representatives from almost every newspaper in the U.S. in attendance. When people with such long official-sounding titles are stepping up to talk, you know the situation is serious. The room is absolutely packed. It is the most well-attended press conference held by the Pentagon since World War II. Everyone is looking for answers. The Air Force insists the most likely explanation is a combination of misidentified stars or meteors to explain in-person sightings and temperature inversion explaining the numerous radar blips. Reports did confirm that a temperature inversion phenomena was present the nights the UFOs were seen on the radar. Stanford reassured the press that since the observed blips did not seem to be solid material objects, they did not pose a threat to national security. Some eyewitness accounts actually seem to reinforce the Air Force's explanation. The entire crew of a B-25 bomber flying over Washington had been told they were surrounded by these strange radar blips, but never saw anything to confirm an actual object. The same thing happened with an Eastern Airlines flight. Others remained unconvinced, including most of the radar and control tower personnel who observed the UFOs. They insisted that the repeated strange phenomena over a period of hours that multiple people witnessed could not simply have been misidentified meteors and temperature inversion. Ruppelt himself, standing next to you, tells you that he doesn't believe the original temperature inversion theory anymore and trusts his colleagues' eyewitness accounts instead over this government theory. During the conference, you notice that Samford keeps dodging questions regarding specific eyewitness accounts. It looks to you like he doesn't have much of an answer for these questions. Collecting all the data and stories, you publish both the Air Force account and the contradicting eyewitness accounts, completely lost as to which conclusion to draw. You decide to let readers sort through the facts and draw a conclusion themselves. As life goes on, you check in on developments relating to that July in 1952 from time to time. And years later, the Air Force's explanation would be more critically examined. 2 knowledgeable men on the topic came out strongly in favor of the official explanation. Harvard astronomer Dr. Donald Menzel believed most of the in-person sightings were the result of a mirage effect, partly thanks to the strange atmospheric conditions those nights. Philip Klass, the senior editor of Aviation Week magazine, also pointed out that radar technology in 1952 was relatively primitive. The radar scope would have had trouble differentiating common objects such as weather balloons, birds, or temperature inversion from UFOs. He also threw some shade at the controllers on duty that night, stating that perhaps we had 2 dumb controllers at the National Airport on those nights. Burn. However, as to Klass's less offensive point regarding radar technology, he brings up the logical argument that UFO sightings on radar have rapidly declined after digital filters were introduced in the 70s. Or perhaps the aliens operating those UFOs took one look at 70s fashion and decided there's no need to visit the Earth again. One day, you hear from a surprising person regarding the UFO case. It's Faith McClory, the daughter of Captain Pierman, the National Airlines pilot who saw the white bluish lights with his own eyes. McClory insists, as did her father, that what he saw that night could not have been weather-related. She is disgusted by what she sees as a government attempt to deflect real questions about the events of 1952. Her stance is clear. I don't want to use the words cover-up, but it was very clear he saw it. Everything was seen on radar. The truth is, we may never know what occurred those strange summer nights in Washington, D.C. The Earth is being visited by non-human intelligences. That's the claim of infamous whistleblower David Grush. After a congressional hearing has left the nation and the world at large divided on the issue of UFOs, the topic has received more attention than ever, and disturbingly, a growing number of politicians and academics are calling for greater scrutiny of this strange phenomenon. These are the most credible UFO sightings in history so far. 1952. Operation Mainbrace. UFO concerns in America in the post-war period finally reached the United Kingdom in 1950, with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill asking his Air Minister for a briefing on the topic of flying saucers. He was assured that there was nothing to worry about, and there was no credible evidence that these apparent alien craft were anything more than misidentification, hoaxes, or natural phenomenon. 2 years later, the British Ministry of Defense was forced to take back that statement. In 1952, NATO launched Exercise Mainbrace, a simulated invasion of Western Europe by the Soviet Union. What happened next would prompt Captain Edward Ruppelt, head of the U.S. Air Force Project Blue Book, to comment that this incident finally prompted the RAF to officially recognize the UFO phenomenon. And recognize it they did, with the feverish investigation in the wake of the Mainbrace incidents prompting the CIA's Assistant Director of Scientific Intelligence, Dr. H. Marshall Chadwell, to write a classified memo titled British Activity in the Field of UFOs. In fall of 1952, 80,000 NATO personnel took part in a massive 12-day military exercise in waters off the coast of Norway and Denmark. The navies of the United States and the United Kingdom made up the bulk of the international coalition's power, and the exercise was meant as both a show of force to act as a deterrent to the Soviet Union and as a way to practice a response to an invasion of Western Europe by the Soviets. It was the biggest display of naval power in the region since World War I, and all personnel were on the lookout for Soviet surveillance aircraft and ships. But something else decided to come and check the exercise out. It all began on September 13th, when the crew on the Danish destroyer Villamos witnessed a strange triangular-shaped object moving at high speeds across the sky. It seemed to glow with a strange bluish light and was witnessed by the destroyer's captain, who estimated it to be moving at supersonic speeds. A week later, as the exercise progressed, the UFOs returned. On September 19th, a British Meteor fighter jet was returning to its airfield at Topcliffe, Yorkshire, at just prior to 11 a.m. In what would become known within British intelligence as the Yorkshire Incident, a group of senior British military leaders were gathered as the meteor came in for a landing. Suddenly, the men on the ground spotted a silvery disc-like metallic object following the meteor while moving back and forth as it did, swaying like a pendulum. The meteor canceled its landing and began to circle, trying to get a closer look at the object. On the ground, the British officers witnessed the object come to a complete standstill and hover silently, rotating slowly on its axis. When the meteor got too close, the disc suddenly shot off westward at incredible speed, making an abrupt course change and disappearing in the southeastern horizon. Dr. Chadwell would write a CIA memo on the incident, remarking how the object was seen by many high-ranking officials from the Royal Air Force, as well as civilian onlookers, prompting a newspaper to report on the incident, much to the dismay of the RAF. On September 20th, the crew aboard the USS Franklin D. Roosevelt aircraft carrier spotted a silvery spherical object that seemed to be following the fleet. The object was photographed by reporter Wallace Litwin, who took color photographs which were promptly seized by Navy intelligence. The photos were never made public, but Project Blue Book's chief, Captain Ruppelt, would later state that the photos were of excellent quality and clearly showed the object moving rapidly as it approached the fleet. Suspicions that the object was an errant weather balloon were dispelled in the post-incident investigation, with no ship having launched one that day. Later that evening, at Karup Field in Denmark, Danish Air Force officers spotted a shiny metallic disc flying overhead at about 7:30 p.m. The object appeared to be coming from the direction of the fleet out at sea and quickly disappeared into the clouds in the east. On September 21st, Royal Air Force pilots were returning to base
and observed a shiny sphere approaching from the direction of the fleet at sea. The 6 aircraft immediately vectored in on the sphere and gave pursuit, with the sphere eluding them and disappearing. As the aircraft returned to base, one of the pilots looked behind them and spotted the sphere following closely behind. He immediately turned to give chase again, but the sphere turned as well and quickly accelerated out of sight. The main brace sightings were never explained and couldn't be chalked up to visual anomalies or weather events, as they were verified by personnel across the NATO alliance. The incident shook the British intelligence services to the core, scaring them enough to reopen an investigation into the UFO phenomenon. A month later, though, another incident much closer to home would rattle the UK military. On October 21, 1952, Flight Lieutenant Michael Swinney, a pilot instructor, was taking his new student, Royal Navy Lieutenant David Crofts, up for a training flight. The jet took off without incident and headed up into a thick cloud bank. As the jet punched through the clouds at an elevation of 15,000 feet, the men got the fright of their lives. Directly ahead of them were 3 nearly white circular objects. 2 were on a level keel with the third slightly on its side. Swinney's first instinct was to grab control of the jet and bank away, believing that they were heading straight for 3 men parachuting down. As they leveled out, though, the 2 aviators got a clear look at what exactly had been waiting for them. In an interview, Swinney described the objects as the typically reported saucers, but mentioned that as they climbed above them, they realized that they were very flat. The craft were hovering perfectly still, but when the meteor flew above them, they moved from one side of the plane to the other in a rapid, sudden movement. Leveling out at 35,000 feet, Swinney and Crofts looked down at the craft from above, noting that the craft seemed to give off a slightly fuzzy or iridescent light along the edges. The craft appeared to be completely solid, with no windows, portholes, or any visible signs of propulsion. Swinney was so disturbed by the sighting that he checked to make sure his oxygen was flowing correctly, even asking Crofts to verify that the oxygen system was indeed working. Crofts, who would verify Swinney's story decades later, commented on Swinney's disbelief at what he was seeing. Crofts suggested that they go after the UFOs as they began to move away. However, Swinney shot the idea down, remarking on an incident reported from the west coast of the US where 2 pilots went after a UFO and disappeared, with the rumor being that they were vaporized by the object they were chasing. Swinney planned to cancel the exercise and return to base, but radioed his sighting in before doing so. The radio call caused pandemonium on the ground, as most personnel had heard rumors of UFOs but disregarded the phenomenon. The fact that one of their own instructors was calling in a sighting, however, rattled the crew on the ground, with air traffic control ordering Swinney to approach the UFOs to get a better look. Reluctantly, Swinney turned his meteor toward the craft, accelerating to Mach 0.8. As the meteor neared the craft, though, they appeared to simply disappear. Swinney and Crofts both commented that as they approached, they would look at the craft to keep themselves oriented and then look away to clear their vision. Upon looking back, though, the objects had simply disappeared. Altogether, though, Swinney and Crofts had kept the objects under observation for 10 minutes. What the 2 pilots couldn't know, though, is that miles away, the UFOs were causing even more panic within the RAF. Unbeknownst to the pilots, the UFOs had been tracked on radar at Little Rissington, who had called the HQ Fighter Command at Stanmore to report the track. With fears of a surprise Soviet attack rampant, military officers immediately ordered an air defense alert. A ground-controlled interception radar at RAF Sopley began tracking unidentified aircraft moving rapidly across southwest England. Sopley's commanding officer contacted the COO at RAF Southern Sector, and orders to scramble interceptors were issued. A pair of meteors on quick reaction alert were in the sky in minutes, being vectored toward the unidentified craft by Sopley. Back at RAF Southern Sector, senior officers watched on a plot as the incoming meteors approached the unidentified craft, which suddenly accelerated to an estimated 1,000 miles per hour. The meteors throttled up as much as they could and followed the craft, but were unable to keep up. The main brace incidents would be a wake-up call to the NATO alliance and launched reinvigorated interest from the Western world in the UFO phenomenon. 2004 USS Nimitz sightings. This UFO incident would remain classified for years until footage captured by the pilots involved was leaked to the public. To the surprise of everyone, the Navy quickly admitted that the footage was not a hoax, it was genuine. The Nimitz incident would be the catalyst of a renewed interest in UFOs by the general public and herald a seismic shift amongst the highest levels of power in America over how the topic was handled. It all started on November 14, 2004, 100 miles southwest of San Diego, California. The Nimitz Carrier Strike Group was undertaking a series of drills before a pending deployment to the Persian Gulf. At 2 p.m., 2 F-18 Super Hornets were on a routine training flight when they got a live tasking from the USS Princeton. The Princeton had received a radar upgrade and, unbeknownst to the pilots, had been tracking mysterious objects performing erratic maneuvers for days. The objects would descend from 80,000 feet to sea level in about a second and display incredible feats of speed and maneuverability. According to Kevin Day, Princeton's senior radar operator on the day of the incident, they had tracked over 100 unknown objects over the last 7 days, remarking that sometimes there were so many that watching them on the radar display, quote, was like watching snow fall from the sky. Now, those objects were back, and with a training flight in the air, there was a chance to finally get eyes on and figure out if the objects were real or confirm that the Princeton's very expensive new radar was a complete dud. An operations officer aboard the Princeton ordered the Super Hornets to vector in on the locations of the objects, ominously asking if the pilots were carrying any live ordnance. They were not. Arriving at the last tracked location of the objects, flight leader and squadron commander, Commander David Fravor, remarked that there was nothing to be seen until he spotted a strange disturbance in the ocean below them. Something was causing the water to churn with waves breaking over what appeared to be a very large object under the surface. Later, it would be theorized that the Super Hornets actually spotted the nuclear attack submarine that typically accompanies a U.S. carrier strike group. What got their attention next, though, was an object hovering motionless not very far away, approximately 50 feet off the water. Fravor estimated the object to be about 40 feet long, shaped like a tic-tac, and with no wings, engine, or visible means of propulsion. The object would hover still and then make erratic and sudden dashes over the ocean, reminding Fravor of throwing a ping-pong ball against the wall. Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich, Fravor's wingwoman, stayed up top as Fravor descended his aircraft to get a closer look. She would later remark feeling terrified watching the craft make erratic and extremely high-G maneuvers, wondering how she'd be able to fight this thing if it turned hostile. As Fravor descended, the tic-tac seemed to take note of him and began to rise in an opposing circular swoop to Fravor, mirroring him but in reverse. Suddenly, Fravor pitched his nose toward the object in an attempt to cut it off in an aggressive maneuver. And that's when the object seemed to respond to the challenge with a game of chicken, rapidly accelerating at Fravor and flying straight across his nose. With the object gone, the operations officer on the Princeton ordered them to head to a predetermined rendezvous point 60 miles away. As they were en route, the Princeton suddenly radioed in, having picked up the tic-tac object again on its radar. To everyone's astonishment, the object was waiting for the Super Hornets right at their rendezvous point, having gotten there in less than a minute. It was almost like it was taunting them. Fravor and Dietrich were forced to return to the Nimitz, but another pair of Super Hornets would catch up to the UFO, filming the now infamous tic-tac video. Skeptics would claim that the entire USS Nimitz carrier strike group had simply misidentified a distant passenger jet, which if true would mean that the US Navy has reached Russian levels of utter incompetence. Others, like science educator and celebrity Neil deGrasse Tyson, would mock the incident, commenting on how UFOs always appear blurry, without realizing that the entire footage, including the HUD markings, are also blurry because it's been reduced in resolution, as the military typically does with footage from sensitive sensor platforms before public release. The Nimitz incident would highlight a peculiar trait of skepticism. We trust our combat aviators with the defense of $1.2 billion aircraft carriers, but not when they report anomalous craft, even if the US Navy itself supports their claim. 1973, Pascagoula Abduction, Mississippi. Alien abduction reports are not uncommon, and most have been disproven as either hoaxes or strange phenomenon such as sleep paralysis. However, one police officer's attempt to debunk a sensational abduction report would end up giving the world incredible evidence that the victims were telling the truth. On the evening of October 11, 1973, 42-year-old Charles Hickson and 19-year-old Calvin Parker Jr. got off work and decided to do a bit of night fishing. The two were casting their lines when shortly after sunset they noticed a pair of blue lights flashing in the water. Looking up, they spotted a blue light about 2 to 3 miles away, moving in their direction. With shocking speed, it descended on the bayou and appeared in front of the men, coming to a stop 2 to 3 feet off the ground, about 25 yards from the stunned men. The light turned out to be coming from a large oblong-shaped craft that seemed to give off an odd whirring or whizzing sound as it moved until coming to a stop. Hickson turned to head toward the river, but before he had a chance to get very far, an opening suddenly appeared in the strange craft. 3 beings floated out of the craft toward him and Parker. The beings appeared to be wearing a skin-tight bluish suit of some kind and hovered slightly over the ground. Instead of hands, they had claw-like appendages and a bullet-shaped head with no neck that seemed to sit right atop their torso. Hickson estimated the creatures were just under 6 feet tall. The creatures did not speak, but one made a buzzing noise from time to time while the other two remained completely silent. Parker was terrified and at some point lost consciousness, but both he and Hickson appeared to be unable to move their bodies. Two of the creatures floated behind Hickson and gently picked him up by his arms with their pincers, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. In a later police interview, he would claim that the creatures did not use force and he never felt a sensation of pain. They simply seemed to steer him where they wanted him to go. The creatures lifted Hickson into the craft, where he lost sight of the unconscious Parker. Inside the craft, Hickson was left floating and turned from time to time as a machine that he struggled to describe appeared to be used to inspect him. While doing his best to recall the experience, he described the machine as a giant eye with an attachment on it, and it seemed to scan his entire body. Once the apparent scan was complete, the creatures left him floating, again with no sensation of pain or discomfort. Hickson would later claim that he simply didn't feel anything except inner terror. Inside the room he was left in, there was no machinery or furniture of any kind, and the walls glowed with very bright white light. After an estimated 20 to 30 minutes, the creatures returned and laid him on his chest again. Hickson attempted to speak with the creatures, but the only response was a buzzing sound from the creature who was buzzing before. The next thing Hickson remembers is standing outside the ship with Parker, who seemed frozen in terror. The ship was gone, and Hickson struggled to get Parker to come to. The two men initially decided to keep quiet about their experience, but then Hickson suggested they call the nearby Kessler Air Force Base, who informed him to contact the sheriff. Instead, the two went to a local newspaper, but there were no reporters present, and only then they decided to head to the sheriff to report their abduction. Hickson admitted that he didn't expect to be believed, but he still felt like he had to tell the authorities. The sheriff conducted a brief interview, but was convinced the men were lying. To prove they were lying, he left the hidden tape recorder running and left the interrogation room for a few minutes, hoping to catch the two in the act of discussing their hoax. Instead, he captured more proof that if anything, the two men believed they'd really been abducted. The tape recorder captured the two men in a state of panic. Parker stated that he had to get home or see a doctor to help him calm down, and Hickson stated that he needed a drink to calm his own nerves. Parker had passed out from terror and admitted as such. Thus, his recollection was not as detailed as Hickson's, but he did comment about the initial paralyzation effect and being unable to move. The men discussed the door opening on the side of the ship and the creatures coming out of it. Hickson warned that nobody would believe them, then stated, quote, "They won't believe it. They're gonna believe it one of these days. Might be too late. I knew all along there was people from other worlds up there. I knew all along. I never thought it would happen to me." Hickson became agitated at this point, stating he needed to get home and get himself a stiff drink to help him sleep. He left the room, and the last thing the tape recorder captured before the sheriff returned was Parker alone in the room stating, quote, "It's hard to believe. Oh God, it's awful. I know there's a God up there." And then Parker began praying in a low tone. There were no other witnesses to the Pascagoula abduction, and Hickson refused to take a polygraph test concerning the event. Hickson's initial story also changed some of the details over time, whether due to embellishments or memory remains unknown. One skeptic would claim that Hickson had fantasized the entire encounter during a waking dream state, with Parker going along with it due to suggestibility caused by his loss of consciousness. Hickson would go on to tell his own story on 4 TV programs, and both would conduct various interviews. Years later, Parker would start a TV production company to produce shows related to UFOs and released a book late in his life recounting his abduction. The two men have given considerable fodder for skeptics to tear holes in their story, but nobody has yet to account for the behavior of the men when they were not aware that they were being recorded. The original secret recording was meant to bust the hoax wide open and instead showed two men desperately terrified and in a near state of panic. Then, 45 years after the event, another witness came forward, told by her family to remain quiet for decades so as to not draw attention to herself. Maria Blair decided to come forward to help corroborate the men's story at last. On that same night, Blair had driven her husband to the bayou so he could take a boat to work offshore. As the two waited for the captain in their parked car, her husband went to sleep. Shortly after dark, Blair spotted a blue light lifting up off the ground on the opposite riverbank and heading straight up into the sky. Blair didn't think much of the incident until the next day when news of the abduction broke, and she realized she'd witnessed the craft after it had taken the men. She wanted to come forward, but her husband warned her for years after the event not to speak of a word of it to anyone, as she would be ridiculed for it. Blair could have simply been latching onto the case after the fact with her husband playing a supporting role. Ultimately, the truth of what really happened that night is unknown. All we know is that a secret tape recording collected strong proof that whatever happened, Hickson and Parker at least believed they had been abducted by aliens. 1967, Falcon Lake Incident, Canada. While Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker only have a story and a compelling secret recording to back their claims, one UFO encounter left physical evidence of its existence, seared onto the flesh of its victim. It would come to be known as one of Canada's biggest UFO cases, so big in fact that it was investigated by agencies on both sides of the border. The victim, Stephen McCalloch, would go on to wish he'd never spoken about the incident, even as it forced him to seek treatment at the world-renowned Mayo Clinic for the mysterious lasting effects. It all began on May 20, 1967, with McCalloch, a former military policeman in the Polish military, venturing in the wilderness of Falcon Lake. An amateur geologist, McCalloch liked to prospect for quartz and silver and had staked a few claims in the area. On this long weekend, he set out to look for where he might stake more claims and do a bit of exploring. At some point during his hike, the 51-year-old McCalloch was startled by a flight of geese erupting in honks. Looking up to see what had startled the birds, McCalloch spotted two cigar-shaped objects with a reddish glow hovering just 45 meters away. As he watched, one of the objects descended onto a large flat outcropping of rock, changing its shape to appear more disc-like as it did. The other remained hovering in the air above it for a few minutes and then left. McCalloch immediately assumed he'd stumbled across secret U.S. test aircraft. He sat on a rock for the next 30 minutes and sketched what he saw. After finishing his sketch, he decided to approach the craft, wondering if perhaps the pilots had experienced some kind of trouble and might need help. As he approached, the air grew very warm and the craft seemed to give off a strong smell of sulfur. Unlike other UFO encounters, McCalloch reported hearing a sound like whirring motors and the hiss of air, prompting him to believe he was indeed looking at a secret U.S. aircraft and not an alien one. Getting closer, he noticed an open door on the side of the craft with very bright lights inside. He also heard multiple voices speaking inside the craft, but the noise of it muffled the conversation and made it impossible to make out the details. McCalloch then called to the craft, offering the quote Yankee boys help if they needed any. The voices immediately went quiet, but did not respond. He then tried Polish, Russian, and finally German, but nobody responded. At this point, McCalloch drew closer and noticed that the metal of the craft appeared perfectly smooth, with no seams, joints, or connecting bolts of any kind visible. He was forced to put on the welding goggles that he used to protect his eyes while chipping rocks, so he could look inside through the bright light coming out. Inside, he saw various light beams and panels of flashing lights, but couldn't see anyone inside the strange craft. Suddenly, as McCalloch took a step back, 3 panels slid across the opening and sealed it. Reaching out to touch the craft, the moment he made contact with the metal, the heat of the craft melted the fingertips of his leather glove. Then the craft began to slowly turn counterclockwise until a panel with a grid of holes was aimed directly at him. A blast of superheated gas struck McCalloch and knocked him over, setting his shirt and cap on fire and forcing him to tear them off. The craft then lifted off and flew away. Nauseous and disoriented, the shirtless McCalloch stumbled his way out of the forest and to his hotel room. Then he took a bus and caught a ride back to Winnipeg, where he was treated for burns on his chest and stomach. The burns would turn into raised sores in a perfect grid-like pattern, as described on the craft by McCalloch. As McCalloch's story spread, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the U.S. Air Force, and various other government agencies launched an investigation. Investigators backtracked McCalloch's journey and found the site of the incident, where they recovered the melted glove he had torn off his hand, as well as his burned shirt and the tools he left behind. Later analysis of the burns would frustrate those trying to identify what could have caused the grid-like pattern. Also at the site was a 15-foot diameter circle that had been cleared completely of moss and other vegetation. Soil samples from the circle as well as McCalloch's clothing were tested and discovered to be radioactive. A year later, another investigation discovered bits of metal which appeared to have been melted into the cracks between rocks in the alleged landing site. When tested, this metal too was found to be radioactive and remains so to this day. McCalloch himself would remain sick after the event, with the burns recurring on his chest up to a year after the incident. Suffering from nausea and blackouts, McCalloch was referred to the Mayo Clinic, with doctors unable to diagnose his illness. A psychiatrist that analyzed McCalloch, though, found him to be very down-to-earth and unlikely to invent wild fantasies. The incident has never been explained, though the initial investigation by the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book found it inconclusive. Investigators from Project Blue Book noted that Michalek was unable to guide them back to the site of the incident, with one suspecting that he was stalling on purpose. However, an air search was able to locate the alleged landing site, and there was never an explanation given for the 15-foot burned circle of vegetation, nor the superheated metal discovered a year later wedged into cracks in the rocks. Investigators were unable to explain the source of Michalek's burns on his body, clothing, and melted glove. The radioactivity measured, though, was believed to have come from a nearby radium vein that was discovered near the site. Skeptics would point to Michalek's claims of not having anything to drink being disputed by a bartender at the hotel that he was staying at, who stated that Michalek had drank 5 bottles of beer the night before. Michalek also differed on his take on the conversation he had with the police officer, G.A. Solotki, with Solotki noting the differences in his own report, as well as the burns on Michalek's body and possible inebriation. Skeptics would also claim that Michalek had likely made up the entire event to dissuade others from exploring any of his mining claims. However, beer does not stay in your system for nearly 24 hours, and none of the search parties found any evidence of heavy drinking by Michalek in the area. Further, there was no evidence of any sort of fire that Michalek might have had a drunk accident with, only to blame it on a UFO, as skeptics claim. The suspicion of being inebriated was likely simply due to the very nauseous state, physical exhaustion, and the pain that Michalek was in, as verified by the hospital staff who treated him. Further, skeptics claim that Michalek's recurring grid-like burn marks were caused by an allergic reaction, despite Michalek having never such a reaction before or again in his life after the final appearance of the burns a year later. Michalek's own family attests that he has never suffered any similar allergic reaction before. No explanation for the molten metal or the 15-foot circle of burned vegetation has been offered. UFOs are in the news like never before. The official Pentagon investigation has revealed that while it has not found any definitive evidence of extraterrestrial visitation, it has confirmed that a number of objects spotted by military witnesses were metallic and solid. Recently, whistleblower David Grush dropped a bombshell allegation that the U.S. has been running a UFO recovery program in secret since the end of the Second World War. And unlike other people to make that claim before him, Grush brought the receipts, informing the Congressional Intelligence Committee in a classified meeting where to look and who to ask. But UFOs are a global phenomenon, and China has been no stranger to these unexplained sightings. Under the iron fist of the Chinese Communist Party, independent UFO investigation has been difficult, and the government has not been very open with its own investigation into the matter. However, some UFO events were so huge that not even the CCP could keep them under wraps. It's perhaps China's most famous UFO event, and it would take place over the course of over 20 years, with evidence that even hardcore skeptics have found difficult to dismiss. It all started in June of 1994 with a remote mountain village far from China's bustling cities. This was a time when China was just starting to experience the start of the economic miracle which would reshape it from a second world power to a near-peer competitor to the United States. Most people still lived in the rural countryside, and education outside of the big cities was scarce if not rare. A local lumberjack, Meng Xiaoguo, reported spotting a strange object on a nearby mountainside. The object shimmered with some light, and Meng initially thought that it was an airplane or perhaps a helicopter crash of some sort. Hoping to scavenge some of the wreckage, Meng made his way toward the object. As he neared the object, but before being able to tell what it truly was, Meng stated that he felt as if something struck him in the forehead, causing him to lose consciousness. The next thing Meng remembers is regaining consciousness back at his home, with no memory of how he trekked all the way back to his village from the mountainside. With the object no longer in sight, Meng quickly forgot about it and went back to his normal life. However, a few days after seeing the strange object, Meng stated that he woke up abruptly in the middle of the night. He was floating above his bed with his wife still asleep next to it, and to his terror he saw a creature enter his home through a solid wall. This creature stood about 10 feet tall and was humanoid in shape, but with 6 fingers on each hand and thighs covered in braided hair. Meng could tell it was female, and the creature approached him as he laid there helplessly. This creature very briefly had sex with him, with Meng stated it only lasted for a few seconds before it vanished once again through the wall and he floated back down onto his bed. Days after this nighttime visit, Meng claimed that the aliens returned and at one point brought him inside of their ship. There, a group of the tall beings began to speak to him in broken Chinese, which made it difficult for him to understand them. The aliens spoke with Meng about themselves but were cagey about giving specific details. They stated that they were refugees who were fleeing a dying home, though if they were escaping a planet that was physically dying or simply a social situation they didn't like remains unknown due to the strange wording the creatures used. Meng asked about the female alien that he had a sexual encounter with, but the creatures told him that it would be impossible for him to see her now, instead telling him, quote, "In 60 years on a distant planet, the son of a Chinese peasant will be born." Before returning him to his home, the aliens also showed Meng a strange recording, and one that would make this a very difficult case to explain. On a monitor of some sort, the aliens showed Meng a giant planet with a comet smashing into it. They explained that this was a recording of a comet striking the planet Jupiter right here in the solar system. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 would indeed strike Jupiter on July 16th, the day Meng was shown the supposed recording, breaking up into pieces that would rain down until July 20th. 22 years later, Meng claimed that the aliens returned to visit him once more and presented him with a piece of that comet. That piece of rock would end up complicating Meng's case decades after it had been forgotten, when it was discovered to be rich in terbium, a rare earth mineral common in the asteroid belt. Meng's story would set off a media frenzy, and this would significantly complicate the act of trying to piece together the original story with published accounts. For example, some reports state that Meng went to see the alien ship with 30 other men before he was struck unconscious, and they brought him home. Another early report states that Meng went to find the ship with his niece's husband. One report stated that the sexual encounter between Meng and the alien lasted 40 minutes, while Meng himself claimed in 2021 it only lasted a few seconds. What we do know is that the incident prompted many Chinese UFO groups to make the trip to Meng's remote village to investigate the story themselves. They discovered scorch marks on surrounding trees as well as rocks split into pieces where Meng claimed the ship had originally landed. Wang Fengchen, first chairman of the Beijing UFO Research Organization, suggested that it appeared as if an aircraft had landed and took off again, though there was no indication it was alien in nature. An investigation of Meng's home revealed a troubling result, according to Wang. A researcher from the Chinese Academy of Sciences used a Geiger counter to measure radiation in Meng's home. When the instrument was brought close to the wall Meng claimed the alien had passed through, the instrument went haywire. No amount of troubleshooting could explain the instrument's response. Initial reactions varied on Meng's story, even within the UFO investigative community itself. A Secretary General of the Beijing UFO Research Organization claimed that Meng had no credibility and that local leaders claimed he was mad. Lots of people who already wanted to believe him were led astray by Meng upon encountering them, claimed the former Secretary General. Meng, though, would pass a polygraph test when asked to take one. Administered by local police, the test showed no sign of deception from Meng as he retold his story. However, polygraph tests aren't foolproof and thus remain inadmissible in court in most countries. The more difficult aspect of Meng's story to explain is his claim that he saw a video of a comet striking Jupiter. The event was relatively unknown to most people even as it was happening until newspapers ran front-page photos of the comet impacts picked up by the Hubble telescope. How did a remote villager in China's undeveloped countryside know of a comet impact on the solar system's largest planet? It's not an easy question to answer, especially without knowing more about the initial investigation, having a clearer timeline of Meng's encounters, and what kind of exposure Meng might have had to the academic community. When Meng revealed he'd been gifted a part of that comet by the same aliens in 2016, he reignited debates over his encounter. The large rock was analyzed by scientists who were shocked to discover it contained large concentrations of terbium, a rare earth mineral. It's unfortunate that those scientists' report is not available to Western readers, as it's unknown what concentration the terbium was discovered in. Some of the richest terbium deposits on Earth come from China's clays, where it rests at a concentration of about 1%. However, terbium is also abundant in the asteroid belt, complicating the effort to explain it away as a simple rock this Chinese peasant happened to pick up. And if it was a simple rock he picked up, then this peasant with little education just happened to pick one up that was impossible to explain away as terrestrial. But then there's the description of the aliens that Meng gave. In 2015, Meng was visited by a reporter working for the Huffington Post, who asked him to sketch an alien that he allegedly had a sexual encounter with. The reporter realized that Meng was drawing something very similar to the Michelin Man mascot, albeit with a lot of hair. A local auto repair shop had a Michelin Man face on a sign placed on its roof. Meng's story is difficult to explain and raises questions for both believers and skeptics. The wall Meng claimed the alien had passed through did seem to give off lingering radiation, and something had set fire to vegetation and cracked rocks at the spot Meng claimed he saw the ship. But at the same time, Meng's aliens bore a striking resemblance to a corporate mascot who happened to be prominently featured on a nearby sign. Meng's rock, which he claims is a piece of the comet that crashed into Jupiter, is rich in a rare earth mineral that's most commonly found in China's clays, but in extremely low concentrations, and that same mineral happens to be abundant in some celestial rocky bodies. We also know that comet Shoemaker-Levy broke up into many pieces in its death spiral before slamming into Jupiter. Without access to the original investigation documents, including those from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it's impossible to draw a conclusion about this case. But we do know that China is taking the UAP-UFO phenomenon very seriously, and unlike the United States, it has refused to comment. The People's Liberation Army has its own UFO investigation group and refers to UAPs as unidentified air conditions. However, the only thing the public has been able to learn from the military investigation is that reports of UAP activity amongst the Chinese military appears to be on the rise. It's also known that the staggering number of reports has forced the Chinese investigation to turn to artificial intelligence to help process the raw data. Like in similar investigations in the United States and Russia, the Chinese Academy of Sciences believes that most UFOs are misidentified natural or man-made phenomenon. However, Chinese investigations seem to be unable to account for a percentage of sightings which seem to evade rational explanation. This too mirrors both the American and Russian investigations into the phenomenon. Some of these sightings have a large number of witnesses, making them difficult to dispel. In February 14th of this year, residents in the city of Qiqihar in the province of Heilongjiang reported spotting a strange light in the sky. The object moved along the sky and left a fiery trail behind it, disappearing after a few seconds. The Qiqihar Meteorological Bureau said it had not been notified of any military activity in the area and could not explain the briefly appearing fiery light that seemed to disappear just as fast. At 9 p.m. on August 20, 2011, air crews from dozens of aircraft flying over Shanghai witnessed a massive glowing sphere in the sky which seemed to pulsate. Skeptics claimed that it was likely caused by a bubble of diffused rocket fuel outside the atmosphere, but witnesses were not satisfied with that answer, claiming the object was solid. The UFO was also spotted by observers in Beijing who witnessed it appear as a giant white ball of light before slowly disappearing. Answers ranged from rocket fuel in the upper atmosphere to unknown military satellite activities, but with no similar events recorded by other space agencies, the true cause remains unknown. UFOs are not a modern phenomenon for the world's oldest civilization. All the way back in 1071, the poet Su Dongpo wrote about a UFO he spotted while staying overnight in Zhenshan Temple in Zhenjiang. In 1892, painter Wu Youru produced a painting from an incident observed by himself in the local community. Called Red Flames Soaring in the Sky, the painting illustrates a burning ball crossing the sky while onlookers stare in awe from a bridge. UFOs seem to take as keen an interest in China as elsewhere in the world, and disturbingly the same phenomenon reported elsewhere was being reported in China. On March 18, 1991, at 6 p.m., the crew of Flight 3665, flying from Shanghai to Jinan, observed a spheroidal UFO that disassembled itself into a single sphere and various cylinders, then reassembled into one solid craft once more. The conversation between the ground crew and the aircraft was recorded as the crew described the craft's color changing from red to black as it reformed itself. UFOs would also shut down numerous Chinese airports throughout the years. In 2010, UFOs shut down an airport in Hangzhou in Inner Mongolia as flight crews reported seeing luminescent craft in the sky above the airport. Later that year, an airport in Chongqing would get its own visit. Unfortunately, the People's Republic of China's authoritarian and restrictive culture has made investigation of the UFO phenomenon difficult for both local and foreign researchers. China's Cold War history with UFOs is largely unknown, with the PRC adopting an extremely conservative attitude toward the UFO phenomenon until only recently. While the Shanghai UFO Research Center was founded in 1979, it was only legally registered in 2005, an indication of how long people in China have had to wait for the government to loosen up its attitude toward the UFO phenomenon. That's not to say that the PRC is being candid with its modern UFO investigation or even the history of the People's Liberation Army and UFOs, with rumors circulating that UFOs have shown particular aggression towards Chinese attempts to intercept or down them. Hundreds of American servicemen have died or suffered injury after direct interactions with anomalous, unidentified craft. This is the bombshell revelation by Dr. Christopher Green, a neuroimaging expert who has worked with the CIA for decades. The revelation comes courtesy of a Freedom of Information Act request after the congressional funding of a research program looking into probing the nature of the often witnessed phenomenon.
Part of that effort includes a look at how these anomalous vehicles, or phenomena, as it's impossible to assume that all instances of UAPs are in fact physical vehicles, interact with humans, and any possible harmful side effects. In a paper entitled Clinical, Medical, Acute, and Subacute Field Effects on Human Dermal and Neurological Tissues, Dr. Green describes multiple different types of injuries suffered by military personnel after encounters rated as 3 and 4 on the unofficial Hynek scale, better known as the Close Encounter Scale. The Hynek scale includes 6 levels of classification for UFO events, starting at 1, which is known as nocturnal lights. This type of encounter is self-explanatory, simply witnessing strange lights in the night sky. A Level 2 event is a direct observation of an apparent physical craft during the daytime, with the craft usually being disc or oval in shape. There's nothing to prevent a nighttime sighting from rising to Level 2 though, if it occurs at proximity enough to actually discern what appears to be a physical craft. Note that we keep saying things like appears to be a physical craft, because there is a growing consensus amongst investigative bodies that the UFO-UAP phenomenon may not be entirely physical in nature, and rather might include events that are purely or partially psychological. This includes instances where eyewitnesses describe a craft and achieve a group consensus, only to later check the video or photo evidence and realize that the object was completely different than they remembered. A Level 3 event includes visual sightings backed up by radar data. There are numerous such events throughout history, but one of the earliest and best attested to was the encounter by an RB-47 electronic warfare aircraft in 1957, which was bombarded by radar in a nearly 360-degree pattern by an object witnessed by the flight crew and confirmed by ground radar stations. The object proceeded to follow the aircraft for approximately 500 miles, with radar observations directly matching visual observations of the object's reported movements. At Level 4, we move to the Close Encounters table, made famous by Steven Spielberg's famous UFO film. A Level 4 event, known as a close encounter of the first kind, includes the visual sighting for a UFO from less than 500 feet, or 150 meters. These encounters include fine observational details of the object and include events such as the numerous sightings of UFO over nuclear weapon sites in both the US and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Many also consider the Phoenix Lights incident to be a CE-1 event from many observers, such as Arizona Governor Fife Symington, who at the time had mocked the event in a bid to lower fear and tensions, but in 2007 revealed in a public interview that when he had heard of the avalanche of reports to police of a triangular craft, quickly drove to a lookout point near his house and directly witnessed the massive triangular craft fly directly over his head. The fact that the craft was extremely massive, moved with no noise, and had no discernible propulsion system or similarity to any known U.S. craft prompted the classification of his sighting as a CE-1 event. A Level 4 event, or a close encounter of the second kind, which Dr. Green's study focused mostly on, is an event that produces a directly observable or measurable physical effect. Typically, this involves very close proximity, such as the Rendlesham UFO incident, where a U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel and a troop of security personnel came in extremely close proximity to a UFO, or incidents where the UFO leaves behind physical evidence of its presence. The 1964 Lonnie Zamora incident is one of the best-known CE-2 events, resulting in tracks left on the ground by the alleged UFO, as well as elevated radiation levels in conjunction with those tracks. Burned vegetation from the craft allegedly firing a jet of flame before rising into the sky was also discovered by the U.S. Air Force researchers. While the scale continues to include sightings of physical beings, Dr. Green's study focused on the last 2 events. He describes hundreds of military servicemen who have often had radar data to back up sightings of objects, ranging from large, silent craft that moved in erratic ways to craft that seemed to change shape or disappear and reappear at will. These injuries included incidents of surface or skin-level radiation burns, paralysis, and in some cases brain damage. In many cases, the injuries suffered by servicemen are likened to those inflicted upon U.S. diplomats and embassy staff across the world, known as Havana syndrome. In the case of Havana syndrome, U.S. intelligence believes that American staff are being targeted by microwave and high-energy weapons by a foreign actor, with suspicions that the attacks are being carried out by Russian agents. The similarity to Havana syndrome and the known effects of EM radiation on the human body led Dr. Green to believe that service members were being affected by the side effects of the anomalous craft's propulsion system. Per Green, some of the injuries arose from being too close to, quote, subtle, highly powered, highly modulated microwaves. The difference between these incidents and Havana syndrome, however, is that they predate the Havana incidents, which began in 2016, by decades.
Dr. Green has admitted that details of his research remain classified, but pointed out that his study was one of 38 commissioned by the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Applications Program, which ran from 2007 to 2012. According to Green, a number of senior leaders inside the DoD at the time believed that the source of the injuries was real physical craft of non-human origin, and that there was significant concern inside the Pentagon as to the ongoing effects on U.S. service members. Green also stated that he has been investigating anomalous injuries on U.S. service members since 1969, though only a portion of these are from UFO/UAP events. However, of those that do involve UAP, these cases include sightings of apparently physical objects at close proximity and in very good visual conditions. Some of these cases even include incidents that occurred in battlefield conditions. Green might have hinted at more direct involvement with UAP by stating that some cases were even, quote, in circumstances of test and evaluation at advanced facilities. However, he may have simply been referring to staff working on exotic but very human propulsion techniques. Green stated that some incidents involved objects moving at extraordinary speeds or instantly appearing and reappearing in separate positions. When these objects come close to observers, some service members become unconscious, waking up later with radiation burns or other injuries. Most disturbingly, 1 in 10 witnesses to these very close encounters would die within 7 years of their encounter. Incredibly, some of these injuries occurred near the White House or the Capitol Mall, though Green states that he did not personally treat these cases and refused to comment further. Another disturbing finding was numerous cases of U.S. service members reporting an encounter with what they described as a cloaked humanoid entity. This is attestable outside of Green's report, with encounters involving cloaked entities spanning the globe and ranging from sightings in nuclear weapons storage depots to deep in the wilderness. The numerous sightings of these phenomenon outside of any observed UAP event hint that they may not necessarily be related. Green's report stated that while the injuries being suffered by U.S. service members were anomalous, they were, in fact, capable of being caused by technology available in 2010 when he wrote the report. Electromagnetic weapons had already been tested at that time that could produce second-degree burns on subjects from several hundred meters away, as well as cause intestinal distress or sensations of burning. Since then, we've seen the technology adapted for use as a crowd control weapon. In his report, Green also states that successful tests using EM devices to produce audible voices inside people's heads had been conducted by thermoelastic expansion of intracranial spaces. Next time a crazy person tells you the government is putting voices in their head, it might be worth giving them a listen. However, Green's acknowledgement that the technology exists to create some of these effects was not an admission that similar devices were responsible for the cases he treated. For starters, many of these date back to his start in 1969, when the technology was impractical to be used on a battlefield. Rather, Green's focus was to work backward from known technology to ascertain how these effects are being generated by observed UAP, leading to the realization that these crafts were emitting blasts of radiation as part of their propulsion. Given their transmedium properties or ability to effortlessly shift from space to air to water, as well as extreme feats of speed and maneuverability, it's believed that these crafts may move by warping space around them, resulting in the release of high-energy microwaves and ultraviolet waves. The AAWSAP program that Green was involved in investigated a prominent case of injury suffered by exposure to UAP phenomenon, resulting in significant health issues. The case involved a biotechnologist whose identity was kept secret to protect his privacy, but who witnessed 3 blue orbs flying in a field near Bend, Oregon, in May of 2005. He and his daughter, who was out for a ride at the time, watched the orbs fly around the field until they seemed to take note of them, at which point they rapidly approached their vehicle. Approximately the size of a softball, the blue orbs flew through the vehicle, with one passing through the man's chest and arm. The man would begin to feel dizzy and nauseous in the following days, and soon started losing his hearing and eyesight. He would be diagnosed with a rare type of cancer in his chest. Green isn't the only person that the U.S. Department of Defense reached out to over concerns that the UAP were harming U.S. service members. Dr. Gary Nolan, professor of pathology at Stanford University, has been unapologetic about his research into the UFO phenomenon. He first became interested after hearing of a possible alien remains. The small skeleton was indeed highly anomalous, but a study of the remains revealed numerous mutations in skeletal genes, which likely explained the strange biology, as Nolan would explain. His study of the Atacama skeleton drew the attention of the CIA and a number of aerospace contractors. He was asked to study a number of American pilots who had come into close contact with UAP and suffered adverse effects from it. Some of the effects the pilots suffered were rather extreme,
including scarring of brain tissue itself, also known as white matter disease. Per Nolan's estimate, he looked at about 100 patients, not just pilots, but personnel working across the military, government, and aerospace sectors. What Nolan and his team discovered is that people who have claimed to have had a UAP experience had what he described as, quote, overconnection of neurons between the head of the caudate and the putamen. This area of the brain is associated with perception and poses the question of if these overconnections existed prior to the sighting, or if the sighting was possible exactly because of these overconnections. In other words, Nolan proposed as a hypothesis that perhaps people with overdeveloped sensory abilities are more likely to spot the phenomenon, indicating that at some level, UAPs may be either affecting human perception or more likely to be perceived by a certain segment of the population. Even more curious, when Nolan investigated the MRIs of several dozen patients, he found that people with this overdeveloped region of the brain are more likely to seek out a partner with a similar condition than not. Could there be a UFO gene? Or could mankind be evolving over time to better identify a phenomenon perceived as a potential threat? Nolan's interest in this phenomenon led him to investigate alleged recovered materials from UFOs. In one case, his team analyzed debris left behind by an alleged UAP with some curious results. Known as the Council Bluffs incident, the event occurred on Saturday, December 17, 1977, in Council Bluffs, Iowa. At approximately 7:45 p.m., two residents of Council Bluffs witnessed a red orb falling to Earth near the northern end of the town. It did not appear to be in complete freefall, but it was moving rapidly enough to indicate an imminent crash. Moments later, the object disappeared below the horizon line, followed by a bright flash of light and tall flames. Upon reaching the scene, the witnesses discovered an area covered by molten metal, which glowed red hot and had set the grass on fire. Arriving police and a fireman who were on the scene 15 minutes later estimated that the mass was about 35 to 55 pounds and still liquid enough to boil and run along the contours of the terrain. There was no crater to indicate an impact, and the center of the mass of molten metal remained warm for over 2 hours. The site was near a local airport, and at first some sort of accident was suspected. However, the airport reported no accident or in-flight emergency from any of its craft, and the lack of the impact crater made a meteor highly unlikely. Chemical analysis at Iowa State University and Griffin Pipe Products Company found that the material was a metallic alloy mostly made up of iron with small parts of nickel and chromium. The scientists concluded that the sample was likely carbon steel that had been cast and then reheated to 1,000 degrees before being cooled. However, that explanation doesn't account for how a very large amount of very heavy steel could have been deposited at the site, still in a completely molten state. Nor were any explanations offered for the luminous object viewed by the two witnesses, who were deemed responsible for depositing the pool of molten metal. Within an hour of the event, an additional 11 witnesses came forward, all of whom attested to observing the same object. Witnesses described a bright, quote, reddish ball that fell straight down to Earth, followed by a bright flash and flames as reported by the original witnesses. Further investigation revealed additional witnesses throughout the community, including some who had a much better and closer vantage point. One couple who'd been driving nearby at the time reported seeing a round object with bright red lights blinking in sequence around its periphery. The object hovered stationary for a few moments before the witnesses lost sight of it. It was thus speculated that the object had not crashed, but rather rapidly descended to treetop height and then ejected the molten mass for some unknown purpose. The U.S. Air Force responded to the Council Bluffs police request for aid in the case. Their report suggested the object had been space debris, but the Air Force countered that the object was unlikely to be space debris, as re-entering debris does not impact in a molten state. The lack of a crater or indentation also hinted that it could not have been space debris, as did the fact that the object was seen glowing at elevation of only a few hundred feet, and space debris does not remain glowing at that altitude. Further, the analysis of the molten material revealed no structure, thus making it unlikely it had ever been a manufactured space object. Strangely, though, the Air Force concluded that the incident did not merit further analysis or investigation. With the debris and aircraft accident theory out, some suggested it was a hoax perpetrated with the use of thermite. Yet when witnesses arrived on scene, the metal was still in a liquid state, and the chemical analysis revealed no trace of thermite. Further, it does not explain the nearly 24 witnesses who had seen the orb-like objects with varying degrees of detail, given their vantage points. Another theory positing that a hoaxer had simply poured molten metal in the area was deemed almost certainly impossible, given the amount of equipment needed to keep some of the material liquid in the first place and the fact that no metallurgical plant in the area had done any pouring on that day. Nolan's modern investigation into a sample of the material revealed that it had been incompletely mixed, further baffling researchers into the material's origin or purpose. One hypothesis was that the material could have been part of an advanced type of exotic nuclear reactor known today, but the sample was missing some of the elements for the type of materials needed for such a reactor to work properly. There have been 15 known cases of material ejected by UAPs, though we only have a few samples available for study. Some of these samples indicated extreme levels of purity, which would have been very expensive to manufacture at the time, such as a sample recovered from Ubatuba in Brazil, where a UAP ejected a form of nearly pure magnesium. The fact that the chain of custody on that sample is questionable in places, though, and the ability to easily obtain a similar composition sample today makes this a difficult case to verify. It's difficult to verify materials of non-human origin, given the long historical timelines and problems with verifying chain of custody. But Dr. Nolan's efforts are part of a growing scientific push into the serious investigations of UAP. This effort faces a historical counter-push from establishment academia, who perpetuates ridicule culture around the phenomenon while offering no plausible explanations for the physical, electronic, and witness evidence indicating the presence of UAP on Earth. With growing pressure from the public and even defense officials, though, a demand for a serious investigation into the phenomenon has resulted in a new effort by the Department of Defense and the growth of civilian-led efforts such as the Sol Foundation and the Galileo Project. While we cannot ascertain the true identity of the UAP, we do have evidence that even if not outright hostile to human life, they are disturbingly hazardous to our health, and this warrants serious and immediate consideration. It is the single best documented case of non-human intelligence interacting with humans, and it's been ignored or kept secret by the government for over half a century. But in 1957, the United States Air Force collected definitive proof that it was not alone in the skies over America. What would follow is a culture of secrecy so deadly that modern whistleblowers like David Grush, a decorated U.S. intelligence official, have claimed that the government has killed to keep it a secret. On the night of September 19th to September 20th, 1957, a U.S. Air Force RB-47 was on a training flight prior to deploying to Europe. The RB-47 was a modified version of the medium bomber jet propulsion B-47 and built specifically for fighting a nuclear conflict. In the case of a nuclear war, the jet would be responsible for gathering weather information along bombing routes to facilitate subsequent strikes, as well as monitor radio and radar stations for either targeting or to help friendly air forces avoid detection. It was the foremost electronic warfare aircraft of its time, which is what makes its encounter with a non-human craft the single most credible UFO encounter of all time. The RB-47 in question was flying out of Forbes Air Force Base in Topeka, Kansas, on a route that would take it out to the Gulf of Mexico and back again over the south-central U.S. During its flight, it would perform gunnery and navigation exercises while over the Gulf before swinging back around and engaging in electronic countermeasure exercises on the return back to base. The six-man crew included 3 electronic warfare officers manning the most sophisticated ECM gear in the world at the time, and it would be this gear that confirmed their otherworldly encounter. As it would later be remarked, you could simply not ask for a better set of instruments to have been present during the encounter. The flight was supposed to be a routine exercise to prepare the crew before their rebasing to Germany. But as the aircraft crossed the Mississippi coast near Gulfport, the ECM gear detected a strange signal emanating from the plane's 5 o'clock position. To ECM operator Frank B. McClure, the signal appeared almost exactly like a ground-based radar signal, which would be used for area surveillance and directing of aircraft. However, the signal's origin was coming from out in the Gulf. McClure at first assumed that there was a problem with the equipment and that there was a 180-degree ambiguity causing signals coming from the 11 o'clock position to show as if they were coming from 5 o'clock. This would explain the strange radar pulse, as on the mainland there were numerous air traffic control radars active. He figured that the signal he was picking up was simply a radar operating somewhere in Louisiana, a suspicion strengthened by the fact that the signal he was picking up was at 2,800 megacycles, a common frequency used by S-band search radars. However, McClure observed the strange signal suddenly move up scope, swinging over the nose of the aircraft, and then move down scope to the opposite side. This would have been impossible for even an inverted signal error or any ground radar to perform. Only a high-flying and very fast aircraft with a powerful search radar could have conducted such a maneuver. Either that or the top-secret equipment McClure was instructed to destroy should the plane be forced to crash land
was a pile of junk. However, the signal was so bizarre that McClure did in fact chalk it up to some unknown error. There was, after all, simply no possible way that any aircraft could be performing the radical maneuver that the sensitive ECM gear indicated was occurring. Thus, he did not report the incident to the pilots, nor even to his two colleagues operating the other ECM equipment. As the signal faded and the plane continued on, the incident was forgotten. But McClure had no idea that he had just recorded definitive proof that an extremely anomalous technological craft had scanned his own aircraft in a nearly 360-degree orbit. The aircraft continued on toward Jackson, Mississippi. The crew was busy performing a scheduled ECM exercise that consisted of detecting and taking action against Air Force ground radars that were along this leg of the flight. As the aircraft turned west over Jackson, though, pilot Louis D. Chase spotted what he believed were landing lights from another aircraft moving toward his own from the 11 o'clock position. The aircraft appeared to be nearly level with the RB-47 and was closing fast, becoming a very bright white light. Chase grew increasingly concerned as the unidentified craft sped straight toward him, until he finally alerted the crew to be ready for extreme evasive maneuvers. Believing that he would collide with this unknown jet aircraft, Chase prepared to perform a sudden dive, but then the bright white light abruptly and instantaneously changed the direction of travel. In the blink of an eye, the light changed its trajectory from nearly head-on to their aircraft to the plane's 2 o'clock, moving so fast that Chase would later recall that it was like nothing he had ever seen, or ever would see during his career. Just as suddenly, the light blinked out of existence. Chase and co-pilot James H. McCoy began to discuss the incredible event over the plane's interphone. In the rear of the plane, McClure remembered the strange radar signal that he'd recorded on his instruments, and the way that it seemed to almost perform a full orbit around the aircraft as if scanning it with radar. He informed the pilots and the rest of the crew, and then got the idea to set his number 2 monitor to begin scanning at the same frequency as the earlier radar receipt. To his surprise, he got a strong signal coming straight from the aircraft's 2 o'clock position, exactly where the pilot said the strange bright light had moved to just after it nearly collided with the aircraft. John J. Provenzano, operating another set of ECM equipment, performed a diagnostic on the number 2 monitor utilizing valid and known ground radar stations and confirmed that the equipment was performing optimally. He then used his number 1 monitor to double-check the signal for himself and confirmed the exact same radar signal being broadcast at the aircraft from its 2 o'clock. The crew continued to monitor the signal, believing that there was a chance that this was simply a ground-based radar that coincidentally was in the same direction the unknown craft had taken. But as the plane continued along its flight path, the signal did not move down scope as would be expected from a stationary ground source. Whatever was blasting the aircraft with tracking radar, it was keeping perfect pace with them. Now the entire aircraft was alert and focused on this problem. They were being tracked by an unknown craft that was beyond the capabilities of any known American craft. Given the tensions of the Cold War at the time, there was a real concern that they might be dealing with an unknown Soviet craft of incredible capability. Chase decided to vary his flight speed to see if the signal would change. But with every variation in the aircraft's speed, the signal remained in exactly the same spot relative to the plane. For over 100 miles, the unknown craft perfectly matched every maneuver that Chase made. By now, the RB-47 was approaching radar coverage area of the Carswell Air Force Base ground-controlled intercept unit near Fort Worth, Texas. The crew contacted Carswell GCI and asked if they had any other air traffic close to their plane. Carswell would respond immediately that they were tracking another aircraft approximately 10 miles off their 2 o'clock position. The RB-47 was being tracked by both radar and its IFF transponder, but this unknown craft was only being tracked by radar alone. This was alarming for the crew. While they might have had their suspicions about what they were being chased by, the lack of an IFF transponder confirmed for them a growing fear. This was not a friendly American aircraft. By now, the crew had time to analyze the signal better with their top-secret gear. For all appearances, the signal was exactly what one would expect from a normal search and tracking radar, which the crew were extremely familiar with. The signal would not have been out of place at nearly any airport or military installation in the world. However, there was something entirely exotic about this signal. While it appeared like a perfectly normal, known human radar signal, even going so far as to simulate the scan rate, the signal was so powerful that according to McClure, the antenna would have had to been larger than an entire bomber to put out that much power. Something was masquerading as a normal, ordinary human radar, even simulating the scan rate of a mechanical radar, which emits pulse as it rotates, but it couldn't hide its massive power output. on par with modern ground or ship-based search and track radar, and far out of reach of any human military at the time. Suddenly, McClure saw that the signal was moving up scope on his number 2 monitor, confirmed by the immediate message from Carswell that the craft that they were tracking was moving forward of the RB-47. In the cockpit, the pilots couldn't see anything, and yet both the ECM gear and Carswell ground radar tracked the invisible object as it moved ahead to the nose of the aircraft, still keeping several miles of separation between them. Without warning, a massive red glow appeared directly ahead of the aircraft, with the pilots describing it as bigger than a house. Given the 10-mile separation between the object and the plane, this object had to be emitting quite powerful lights to cause the pilots to describe it in such a way. Now, there was independent confirmation of the object from the plane's ECM gear, Carswell's radar, and the pilots who were watching the strange red light keep pace with their plane directly ahead of them. Chase decided to try to catch up with the object and increased speed to nearly 500 knots. However, the object maintained a 10-mile separation no matter how fast the RB-47 moved, until finally the strange craft began to veer to the right of the plane toward Dallas. Chase contacted the FAA and requested permission to alter his flight path so that he could follow the object. Confirming there was no other air traffic in the area, he was given permission, and Chase banked toward the object. As he picked up speed, the glow began to grow brighter, and he realized that he was finally catching up with it. Carswell then contacted the FAA to inform them that the unknown craft had come to a complete stop. This finally gave him an opportunity to get a good visual on the object, and Chase continued to fly directly toward it. The RB-47 closed in on the object from above, but as they neared it, the pilot suddenly saw the craft blink out of existence. At the same time, McClure announced that the radar signal had disappeared from his scope, and Carswell confirmed that they too had lost track of the object. Chase put the aircraft into a left turn to get back onto their flight path, and while banking the plane, they kept checking back in the direction they had come from for the object. Halfway through the 20-mile turn, they suddenly saw the red light blink back into existence, right along the path the aircraft had taken but at a much lower elevation. Carswell and McClure both confirmed that the object was back nearly simultaneously. Chase and the rest of the crew wanted answers, and thus he contacted Carswell and asked for permission to do something decidedly outside the purview of the RB-47's design. Chase wanted to dive the aircraft straight down onto the strange object to finally get a good look at it. After a brief deliberation, he was given the green light. Swinging the big plane around, he put it into a steep dive, coming down on the object that was now below and ahead of the plane. Once the RB-47 reached around 20,000 feet, though, the object once more blinked out of existence. Carswell and McClure both confirmed its disappearance once more simultaneously. The aircraft was now low on fuel and needed to head back to base. However, as the plane got back into a homeward course, McClure detected the radar signal hitting their aircraft from dead astern. The crew attempted to spot the object using the top blisters along the roof of the aircraft, but the unknown object was now behind and below them at an estimated 15,000 feet. The light would follow them all the way back to Oklahoma before finally disappearing. All in all, the RB-47 would be engaged by the strange craft for over 600 miles. The incredibly high-profile incident would come under review during the infamous Condon Report. Hired by the Air Force to study UFOs, Edward Condon put together a committee of investigators to come to a conclusion on the UFO phenomenon. In an infamous 1968 report, the committee would state that there was no credible evidence of non-human intelligence or advanced technology at work over the skies of the United States, and that most incidents were simply misidentifications. However, Condon's credibility was questioned by both the public and the people who had been intimately involved in Project Blue Book, the source for the material that the Condon Committee reviewed. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, originally a skeptic on the UFO phenomenon, would not only come to be a believer himself as a result of his Air Force investigation, but would condemn Condon for an unscientific review of the material presented. Condon's credibility was further tarnished when it was revealed that he stated prior to his investigation that the UFO phenomenon was essentially a nothing burger, but he wasn't supposed to come to that conclusion until after his investigation. The Condon Committee's conclusion of the RB-47 incident would completely ignore significant portions of the events as told by the crew. It would also downplay the tracking of the unknown object via as many as 4 different instruments, as well as its identification by both intercepting its radar signal and being picked up on radar itself. The Condon investigation would conclude that if an object was truly following the aircraft, then the aircraft's own radar should have picked it up. However, the crew of the plane would explain that the radar currently on board the RB-47 could only track a tanker-sized target at a distance of 4 miles. This would mean that for the aircraft to pick up the object on its own radar at a distance of 10 miles as confirmed by Carswell, then it would have to be over twice as large as an airborne tanker. The RB-47 incident remains to this day the best publicly known evidence of a non-human technology over the skies of America, as confirmed by top-secret electronic monitoring gear of the day. It could very well be the first recording of an alien signal, which seemed to at least attempt to hide its origin by mimicking human radars, but it could not hide its power output, which, if human, would have required an antenna as big as a football field. 2023 has been a wild year when it comes to the study of UFOs and UAPs, or unidentified aerial phenomena, the new term the Pentagon prefers for the subject. Much of the current public fascination has centered around a series of public hearings held in Congress with several military witnesses. Among them was whistleblower David Grush, an Air Force intelligence officer for 14 years, rising to the rank of major, who then served for 2 years at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a colonel. Grush's claims, if true, are world-shattering. He claims he's spoken to over 40 witnesses, all involved with classified research projects that involve everything from captured alien spacecraft to recovered alien bodies. He's also asserted that multiple witnesses have died either at the hands of the government, military officials, or from the actions of the aliens themselves. Of course, such amazing assertions would need to be backed up by equally significant hard evidence. Unfortunately, that's where there's a snag. And this whole story begins to take on a deeper significance than just one more whistleblower spilling what he knows, or what he thinks he knows, to an investigative panel. We'll need to look deeper into who David Grush is, what his claims are, and what evidence he has, or doesn't have. First, we need to step back and see the big picture, especially how the US government and the Pentagon have been in on the UFO disinformation program for a very long time. 80 years of lies. There have been claims that the US government and its military branches have been hiding knowledge of UFOs since at least February 1942, when an unidentified object was spotted by the anti-aircraft defense crews protecting Los Angeles. It had only been 2 months since Pearl Harbor, and the country was jittery, expecting an imminent Japanese attack. So when searchlights caught a large, almost stationary object in their beams, a moment immortalized by an iconic photograph that ran the next day on the front page of the LA Times, the anti-aircraft crews opened fire. For more than an hour and a half, they fired over 1,400 shells at the object, and yet it remained unscathed, eventually slowly drifting inland and out of sight. To this day, there's been no satisfactory explanation of what the object was. After the war, the Japanese admitted they had never flown any planes over the continental US, except for a pair of lone seaplanes during an attack in September 1942, farther north in Oregon. Japan did launch balloons with incendiary devices intended to start forest fires along the US West Coast, but those balloons weren't used until late 1944. There's also the infamous Roswell, New Mexico events of July 1947. Again, we have an incident whose explanation has never really seemed satisfactory. The US government has offered multiple explanations, totaling 5 different stories as of 2023. These include the original explanation, that a simple weather balloon with balsa wood braces and mylar-type plastic was mistaken for a flying disc. But the likelihood that the highly trained staff of the 509th Bomb Group, at the time the only unit in the world qualified to drop atomic bombs, would have mistaken such a well-known and low-tech object for something wholly unknown is laughable. After that, a 1994 Air Force report admitted that this original story was an outright lie, though they used the more polite term of a cover story. Instead, they claimed the Air Force had a top-secret program called Project Mogul, which involved high-altitude detectors to identify when other countries, especially the Soviet Union, had detonated nuclear weapons. One problem with this story is that Project Mogul didn't have any of those detectors deployed around Roswell at the time, leaving many with more questions than answers. Subsequent explanations have included a 1997 Air Force report that stated lifelike dummies were dropped out of research balloons and had been mistaken for aliens, though those tests occurred way after the Roswell incident in the 1950s, but somehow they were included in later Roswell cover stories. One of the most bizarre theories was offered by the book Body Snatchers in the Desert by author Nick Redfern, where Redfern states that the US government had been conducting high-altitude radiation experiments on deformed Asian prisoners of war, overseen by captured Japanese scientists. There are so many holes in that theory that most researchers were easily able to debunk this claim and move on to more serious work. One noteworthy clue that confirms something unusual really did occur and that the US government covered up the event lies in the fact that all of the outgoing messages from Roswell Army Airfield from October 1946 through December 1949 were mysteriously destroyed, along with all of the base's administrative records from March 1945 through December 1949. This baffling admission was made by the General Accounting Office in 1995 in response to a request for those files from then New Mexico Congressman Steve Schiff. No explanation of who destroyed the files or why was ever given. The GAO only mentioned that it had happened probably 40 years prior, meaning sometime in the early 1950s. Those vital communications would have shown how the military had conducted its response to the event, and especially what, if anything, had been transported away from the site, as well as who would have been present for any of the wreckage cleanup and possible transport. While the absence of evidence is not proof of anything in itself, this thus far unexplainable cover-up has spawned much speculation that the government has been involved in an active program of disinformation from this date forward. The Air Force's Project Blue Book from the 1950s took this one step further. One of the men involved in its oversight, Major General John Samford, gave an official statement that since 1947 the U.S. Air Force has analyzed as many as 2,000 reports of UFOs. He said that they had been able to explain the great bulk of them to our own satisfaction. However, he did go on to admit that there was a certain percentage of this volume of reports made by credible observers of relatively incredible things. There were theories at the time, in the early years of the Cold War, that some of the observed objects might have been unknown Soviet craft. It was well known that the USSR had captured a number of Nazi scientists at the end of World War II, and there were fears in the US government that alongside Soviet scientists they might have developed some new type of revolutionary aircraft. Even if they weren't actual flying craft of Soviet origin, there were additional fears that the Soviets could somehow manipulate the American public's growing interest in UFOs, sowing doubt and fear among the population about the security of US airspace, or even use a perceived UFO threat to overwhelm the then limited telephone networks, making it difficult for the military to respond to an actual Soviet attack. From the early 1950s on, the US government began to take an active, if somewhat hidden interest, not just in UFOs, but in UFO researchers and the groups they participated in. Surveilling US citizens who had not broken any laws should have been illegal, yet we have records showing that this did happen, sometimes to the actual harm of certain citizens. In a few cases, the government, the CIA, and the Pentagon outright admitted that they had direct involvement in meddling with these civilian UFO investigations. Here are some of the most telling examples. In 1973, documentary filmmakers Robert Emenegger and Alan Sandler were contacted by an official from Norton, California Air Force Base about footage of a supposedly landed UFO and their alien occupants that occurred about 3 years later in 1971. The two supposedly watched the Air Force footage supposedly recorded at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico, which reportedly included Air Force personnel walking out and greeting our alien neighbors right on the runway. Despite early Air Force cooperation on the filmmakers' project, permission to use the footage was withdrawn at the very last moment. The two filmmakers went ahead with their film anyway, which included information on the 1971 event, though they removed direct connection to the Air Force sources from the Holloman event. Following the 1974 release of both their documentary and accompanying book, a parallel story in ufology began to emerge. That in 1954, then-President Dwight D. Eisenhower met with aliens on the runway of Edwards Air Force Base in the early morning, and that the event was covered up by claiming the president had to meet with a dentist for an emergency tooth problem. The details of this meeting bear a striking resemblance to the Holloman event. A UFO landed on the runway while two of its accompanying craft flew up and stood by, after which a meeting took place between the UFO's occupants and the base's commanding officer. After this bizarre string of events, a fellow named William Bill Moore wrote about the meeting in a 1989 story with the gaudy headline, "Ike Met Space Aliens," referring to then-President Dwight D. Eisenhower by his nickname Ike. This article whipped up a frenzy about that particular night. Original stories claimed that Ike only was shown bodies from a crashed alien craft, but later retellings include the details of Ike meeting aliens on 3 different occasions, including once with non-terrestrial ambassadors who offered a treaty and an exchange of technology in return for the US giving up its nuclear weapons. The most interesting element of this story is that Bill Monroe outed himself as a government-paid disinformation agent at a spectacular UFO conference in 1989. He admitted in an extremely controversial speech that he had been working alongside the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, also known as AFOSI, with the disinformation agent Master Sergeant Richard Doty, and that Moore's Faustian bargain with the Air Force included him sharing false information with UFO investigators, including the infamous takedown of Paul Benowitz. More on him later. That admission calls into question Moore's publishing of the Ike story, which may have been an early installment of his lengthy disinformation campaign at the behest of the Air Force. It also throws to doubt all the other research Moore has had a hand in, including his 1979 collaboration with Charles Berlitz on the Philadelphia experiment, as well as their co-authorship of one of the earliest books on the Roswell crash, The Roswell Incident. In 1983, Doty, the admitted AFOSI disinformation agent, contacted the up-and-coming investigator Linda Moulton Howe, who had won an Emmy for her documentary on cattle mutilation called A Strange Harvest. Doty showed her several sheets of paper, supposedly of presidential briefing documents about 4 UFO crashes in the U.S., Roswell, New Mexico, Aztec, New Mexico, Kingman, Arizona, and a site in Mexico close enough to the U.S. border that the U.S. military got to the crash site before the Mexican government. This meeting between Doty and Howe took place at Kirtland Air Force Base, so it had to have been approved at some level by the military. The story Doty and his documents wove was truly unbelievable, that ETs had created the perfect human for peace and love and placed him on Earth here 2,000 years ago, suggesting that Jesus was a construct of an alien breeding program. That's in addition to all sorts of other wild claims, including that the lone survivor of the Roswell crash, nicknamed EBE, was being kept at Area 51. Doty has since admitted to having been a disinformation agent all along, but claims he was just following orders, though it remains unclear why either the Air Force or the Pentagon was so set on obstructing the efforts of a UFO researcher. One apparent benefit to stringing Howe along for months was that the pending contract she had with HBO to produce a UFO special was eventually withdrawn, thus denying a possible second well-received UFO documentary for Howe's then-rising career. The year 1979 marked the beginning of the tragedy of Paul Benowitz, something of an engineering genius and an unfortunate witness to some top-secret Air Force tech near his home adjacent to Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. His story began with filming unusual objects over Kirtland, then designing and building his own series of electronic listening devices that appear to have picked up Air Force Signals Intelligence, or SIGINT, passing between the base and the objects flying overhead, likely satellites or drones, using lasers to transmit sped-up compressed messages. What concerned the Air Force was the possibility that Benowitz was in the process of trying to decode those messages and that his efforts might be intercepted by some of America's adversaries. Soon, Benowitz launched Thunder Scientific Corporation, which he ran from his home, with various receiving dishes and antennas on his rooftop. Many of those were aimed at Kirtland Air Force Base across the street. When the Air Force got wind of Benowitz's efforts, they began a disinformation program designed to throw him off track. They did this by sharing fake intelligence, including stories that the U.S. had a deep underground military base called a DUM at nearby Dulce, and that the base had been the scene of a battle between U.S. military personnel controlling the upper levels and aliens in control of the lower levels. These stories, delivered by both Richard Doty and Bill Moore, were designed to boost Benowitz's paranoia and were so successful that they forced his family to commit him to a mental hospital, where he eventually died. Moore claims he began his disinformation work when he learned of Doty's work on the Benowitz campaign, but it's hard to know whether to believe his claims or not. The U.S. government going to such extreme lengths as to cause the death of a civilian researcher in order to protect its secrets is indisputable. The question remains if the government is still willing to go to such extremes in order to pursue its current agenda, whatever it is. In 1982, Bill Moore and Richard Doty became involved in another of the most well-known and controversial UFO subjects, that of the MJ-12 or Majestic 12 documents. So much controversy has been stirred up by the heated arguments over the authenticity of those documents that they threatened to split ufology to its very core, which might have been the original intention all along. It was 1982 when Bill Moore connected with film producer Jamie Shandera with the idea of producing a UFO documentary based on Moore's research on the Roswell crash. This early collaboration failed to produce a film, but the two continued to work together all the way up to Moore's confession in 1989. In 1984, Shandera received a roll of undeveloped 35mm film from an unknown source in Albuquerque. That film contained photographs of what later became known as the MJ-12 briefing documents, including files allegedly prepared for President Eisenhower in 1952, claiming to represent a top-secret agency that reported only to the president and which controlled everything on UFOs, including alien contact and research on extraterrestrial craft. We would be here all day if we tried to cover all the controversy and doubt about the MJ-12 documents. What we will say is that though the documents themselves appear to be fake, many believe that a group like MJ-12, possibly under a different name, might have existed, and probably still exists, hiding somewhere in the labyrinthian hall of mirrors that is the U.S. military-industrial complex. If the MJ-12 documents were a further Pentagon disinformation campaign, it's possible that they were released with the purpose of confusing any future research about actual U.S. government investigations into UFOs. Additional theories offered by researchers as to the MJ-12 files' usefulness include ferreting out Soviet-era moles, or even that the Soviets themselves were the authors, intending to entrap possible reverse technology employees buried deep in the vast array of U.S. military subcontractors. These efforts are in addition to the CIA infiltrating an influential UFO reporting group, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomenon, known as NICAP, beginning in the mid-60s. Their involvement resulted in the removal of famed UFO investigator Donald Keyhoe from his director position, in part due to CIA involvement in the organization. This included Nicholas de Roquefort, employed by the psychological warfare staff of the CIA, Bernard Carvalho, who was involved in various secretly owned CIA businesses, and Vice Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, the first director of the CIA. It's clear then that the U.S. government's hands aren't clean when it comes to the subject of UFO research interference, and is willing to do whatever it takes to muddy the waters and obscure the truth about these events. Current whistleblowers. That brings us more or less to the present, where the U.S. population is clamoring for more information on what our government and the Pentagon really know about crashed UFOs and possible captured alien bodies. Things began to increase in intensity when in 2017, 3 short videos allegedly showing actual UFOs were leaked to the public. One of these videos was claimed to have been from a Navy FA-18 aircraft flying from the U.S. carrier Nimitz off the coast of San Diego in 2004. Known as the gimbal video because of the infrared camera mount that took the footage, it's been hotly debated whether this video shows an actual UFO or merely the infrared heat signature of a jet aircraft heading away from the pilot. In any case, it doesn't show the tic-tac object that the pilot, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, claims he saw bubbling the water beneath it and speeding away faster than a bullet. 2 additional videos, nicknamed The Flyer for forward-looking infrared and Go Fast videos, were also released, though these 2 have been debated back and forth as to what they really show. The Flyer video from 2014 appears to show the infrared bloom from a departing aircraft, much like the gimbal video, while the 2015 Go Fast video appears to show a large bird flying above the ocean having been captured by a targeting system on board a different Navy aircraft. The 2 pilots on board this last aircraft were laughing at their ability to get a solid lock on, and the abrupt ending of the video just after they began laughing suggests this was not a serious encounter at all. In fact, just the clearing of these 3 videos by the Pentagon suggests that these were nothing extraordinary at all, and that they were probably known internally to have prosaic explanations, not anything that could be considered out of this world. 2 additional UAP videos released in 2021 were equally as mundane. One, known as the Splashdown video, showed a cell phone recording off of a command room display on the USS Omaha that showed a distant plane's IR reading dip below the horizon, with 6 minutes clearly edited out to make it seem like the object sped up. The other, known as the Green Triangle video, was filmed on board the USS Russell and showed normal objects at night like the stars, the planet Jupiter, and a lone fighter jet, with clearly identifiable FAA flashing navigation lights. This was debunked due to what's known as the bokeh effect, where a cell phone's iris shuts down so much that the objects being photographed begin to be influenced by the triangular arms of the shutter. David Grush enters the discussion. Along with David Fravor, 2023 witnessed a series of congressional hearings featuring David Grush's testimony. His claims have been sensational, that the U.S. government has possession of both crashed alien craft and bodies, that no less than 40 people have spoken to him about classified military projects that involve alien craft retrieval and back-engineering of these crafts' technologies, and that one of the craft was transported to the U.S. from Italy at the end of World War II with the help of the Vatican, and that the U.S. officials and even the aliens themselves have been responsible for the deaths of Americans in order to keep these secrets from being released to the public. Grush has been a lightning rod for the two competing factions of UFO believers and deniers. On the one hand, he claims his 40 or so contacts who have told him these stories are all reputable and have important military ranks and government connections. On the other hand, he claims he can't reveal their names, their projects, or their locations because of security concerns. He also admits that he himself has never seen any first-hand evidence of captured UFOs or alien bodies. This means that his, quote, evidence is basically hearsay and would be thrown out in court. Grush made his claims known to reporters Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, who attempted to have his story published in the New York Times and the Washington Post prior to the 2023 congressional hearings. Originally, Kean claimed that the Times was taking too long to fact-check the story, and she and Blumenthal decided instead to take the story to the online media site, thedebrief.com. It's now become clear that both the New York Times and the Washington Post chose not to publish Kean's interview with Grush, though for months Kean vehemently denied those claims. Kean's most recent explanation as of late September 2023 in a podcast interview with Chris Leto was that both outlets did actually refuse to print her story featuring Grush, due to there being, as Kean put it, no proof or hard evidence or documentation being offered. Grush was told by Congress that his classified contacts and other information could be presented to the new Pentagon-run All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, but the head of the AARO, Sean Kirkpatrick, says they have received nothing from Grush yet. Kirkpatrick also slammed Grush's testimony in a statement where he called it insulting to the hard-working men and women of the AARO and claimed Grush was never a representative of his unit. Grush fired back, claiming Kirkpatrick doesn't have Title 50 clearance, so he wouldn't have been cleared to look at such classified details as Grush claims he has. Despite the pushback, Grush has his vocal supporters. Longtime UFO researcher Jeremy Corbell, while being interviewed by George Knapp, claimed unnamed elements of the U.S. government and military are out to get Grush. People like Dave Grush coming forward, he broke the mold. He told people how it was. I think it was highly frowned upon by certain elements within the intelligence community. In fact, we know it was because, for an example, the Air Force has gone after David Grush internally. There have been numerous attempts to say he spoke outside of his DOPSR, DOPSR being the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review, which reviews and clears what military and ex-military members can discuss openly. And we saw that fail, Knapp continued. But there's another attempt right now by another agency. Let's find out if that fails, and I think it will, because David Grush hasn't spoken outside of his DOPSR, and I think he's cleared to talk about it more now. Remember when we said he would be unmuzzled? I think we saw that a bit recently, but we're going to see that more. A polarizing figure. On the other side of the equation, longtime UFO investigator John Greenwald, the man behind the FOIA resource, the Black Vault, has his own problems with Grush's claims. Greenwald says there are unclassified files, like his DOPSR review file, that could back up some of his claims if he only made them available to the public. All this could easily be remedied if David Grush just released what so many have referenced now in news and interviews and at a congressional hearing. Why doesn't he? Greenwald states that under the new Whistleblowers Protection Act that Congress passed recently, he should be able to post these. 100% yes. And it has nothing to do with whistleblowing on anything. These are DOPSR-cleared answers. That is not a fact check on the veracity of his claims, but it shows he's cleared to speak about them. When it was suggested that Grush could go to jail if he discussed what was in the DOPSR, Greenwald replied, "It's cleared. Cleared. That DOPSR document is fully cleared. This going to jail excuse is such a silly fallback that way too many are using it in this conversation. Apparently, he already gave these answers in his interviews, so why not show us what he cleared?" Greenwald continued, "Why he has not released it to date remains a mystery." One possible answer is that Grush's connections may not all be that original. In 2022, a Twitter post by UFO researcher Dr. Stephen Greer acknowledged that he and Grush had discussed the possibility of a government cover-up involving UFOs and aliens, and that they shared similar opinions about the UFO-UAP subject. Despite Grush's claims, he never spoke with Greer about his Pentagon or government contacts, although it's clear that some of his stories dovetail perfectly with the stories Greer has shared for more than a decade. Another possible reason why Grush hasn't released any evidence to back up his claims could be because they're all pure fiction that's been in the public eye for some time. His claim involving a crashed saucer in Italy that the Vatican helped get to the US at the end of World War II has been revealed to be nothing more than a 1996 equivalent of the MJ-12 documents. Brian Dunning on Skeptoid.com has pointed out that this event has been somewhat mockingly nicknamed the fascist UFO files, since the 1933 UFO crash in Italy is barely more than a footnote in a series of falsified documents anonymously turned over in 1996 to the Italian media, who showed no interest. It wasn't until 2003 that a man named William Brophy Jr., who has a history of falsely claiming his deceased father had a hand in almost every UFO event since Roswell, began to add more unbelievable details to the story, and that it turned into the Italian version of Roswell. Brophy has been fact-checked to be nothing more than a charlatan, possibly with severe psychological problems. The majority of the Italian UFO story comes from one man's feverish imagination. If this easily disproved fiction is indicative of Grush's other claims, it's no wonder that no action has been taken by Congress or the ICIG. One area where Grush is undeniably right. During the 2023 congressional hearings, Grush also spoke of a defense industry-wide process called IRAD, the Independent Research and Development System. The Pentagon initially created this process to help military-connected industries manage their massive Pentagon funding. Instead, IRAD has turned into a corporation-supporting money stream that's ultimately unprofitable and unhelpful for the government. Only major government contractors can use the program while also getting reimbursed by the DoD the entire way. Dan Grazier, a fellow at the government watchdog group Project on Government Oversight, says the IRAD process has been disjointed for years. IRAD has long been a way for the defense industry to get the government to pay them to develop products that aren't likely needed, he told the Federal News Network. If the contractors can convince someone in the government to sign off on a program, they'll get paid again to develop the product further before selling the product through a cost-plus program. Even though Grush might have presented some truths to Congress during his 2023 hearings, when it comes right down to it, there are three glaring problems with his overall story. First and foremost, much of what Grush has claimed would either be classified or would be unclassified and therefore unimportant. Grush claims that at some point he had the suitable clearance to access this material, but the material he claims is world-shaking is still classified and thus cannot be released to the public. Anything that he can reveal has been approved in his Dopser file by the Pentagon Pre-Publication Clearance Department and isn't classified, and is therefore considered either false by the Pentagon, harmless, or unimportant. By not sharing this already cleared and uncontroversial material, Grush has lost a lot of credibility in the eyes of the public. The second issue is that even after sharing supposedly classified details in closed-door hearings with Congress, and after filing a separate report with the Intelligence Community Inspector General, the ICIG reported to Congress that they have not conducted any audit, inspection, evaluation, or review of alleged UAP programs. In short, their only involvement was to evaluate Grush's claims of retaliation, which could include as little as someone calling him a fraud, or being too gullible, or going as far as warning him that he could be jeopardizing actual classified programs. The ICIG in effect has said the only part of Grush's report filed that they were looking into and that they deemed credible was the possible retaliation against the whistleblower. They made no supporting statement about his supposed UFO and alien claims. The third issue is the question of why he chose to have a public meeting with Congress in the first place. If members of Congress wanted to know what information Grush had, there would be multiple congressional committees that would have been unable to uncover it through official channels with the proper clearances. Did Grush purposely put himself in the public spotlight for his own gain, or was he truly afraid of retaliation from U.S. intelligence agencies? This all leads to a disappointing but very possible conclusion that the publicity around Grush and his testimony may just be one more massive disinformation ploy orchestrated by the Pentagon. Wouldn't this be an easy way to mess with the UFO community without actually sharing anything classified? They did it before with an unknown figure in Paul Benowitz, someone who was considered disposable by the government. If the government or the Pentagon really wanted to be honest with the American public, wouldn't they release verifiable details from past historical events like Roswell or the 1997 Phoenix Lights event, or the 1967 Shag Harbor incident, or the 2008 Stephenville UFO, or the 2006 O'Hare sighting? Wouldn't they go beyond hearsay as evidence? It'll be hard for the UFO community at large to come to terms with such disappointment, but it's entirely likely Grush, as trustworthy and honest as he might seem, could just be another unsuspecting tool being used by the government to spread more disinformation. Just like Bill Moore and Richard Doty, having admitted to working with the US government and the Pentagon in the disinformation campaign since the early days of UFO watching. So too might Grush in a few years.
On July 19, 1952, one of the largest UFO events in history played out over the skies of Washington, D.C. The event was witnessed by people across the northeastern seaboard and verified by multiple ground radar stations. But over 70 years later, we finally have hard proof that something had in fact visited Earth on that fateful night, and the US government may have been lying about it the entire time. An event that for almost a century we believed had started over the skies of Washington actually had its beginnings in the night sky over Southern California, and we finally have hard proof. The new evidence for this incredible event comes from a recent study looking for artificial satellites in orbit around Earth before there were any human satellites there. As part of a wider investigation into the UFO-UAP phenomenon, a team of researchers began to look at evidence gathered by astronomical observatories in the past. After all, if anything artificial was in fact hanging out in Earth orbit, what better time to look for it than before mankind started filling that orbit with all manner of satellites and space trash? The results were almost immediately shocking. To find evidence of artificial satellites in Earth orbit, researchers looked for what are known as fast transients, objects that are captured on photographic plates that appear and dim very rapidly. Often these transients only appear on a single photographic plate and never reappear again, despite decades of repeated observations. These plates were taken as a form of early observations of the night sky. Starting in the late 19th century, the use of photographic plates revolutionized astronomy, allowing scientists to capture light over long exposures and revealing incredible new details about the galaxy we inhabit. Further, it allowed astronomers to visually record the thousands upon thousands of stars that make up our galaxy and beyond at a time when they were forced to make crude drawings of their observations that lacked significant detail or even accuracy. The long exposure times allowed for the discovery of heavenly bodies that even direct observation had failed to spot. That's because many of these objects, such as dwarf planets in our own solar system, reflect too little light to be visible to the naked eye. But using long exposure, the steady, if faint, stream of photons makes an impact on the photographic plate that is clearly visible to the naked eye. From the very first photographic plate on, it became clear that the universe was filled with far more objects than we have ever dreamed of. And these same photographic plates could prove that some of those objects are of extraterrestrial origin. Because the heavens move more slowly over our heads, long exposure and photographic plates are perfect for mapping out the cosmos. After all, stars are so distant to us and their orbits so huge that even those in very fast orbits around the center of our galaxy barely move even in observations that could last for days, weeks, or months. Space is simply too vast for heavenly bodies to show significant movement on these old photographic plates, making them excellent for building the earliest accurate models of our cosmic neighborhood. And it's exactly that lack of significant shift that makes the phenomenon of fast transients a puzzling one. Historically, there's been little interest shown in detecting these fast transients, largely because modern science is driven more by the need to publish findings people actually want to read in order to secure future funding than basic curiosity, which should be the fundamental basis of science. UFOs, thanks to a deeply entrenched ridicule culture among academia and regular culture, are not an officially sanctioned mystery. Thus, the best source for hard proof of non-terrestrial objects in or around the Earth has largely been unexplored until now. One survey of fast transients in 2004 used deep lens survey data and detected 3 unusual events that flared with significant magnitude in comparison to nearby stars, but vanished in unusually short order, far too quickly for most conventional explanations. Other surveys have discovered everything from asteroids to brown dwarfs. To up the ante, though, scientists began to look for transients that lasted less than a minute, producing many possible results but no definitive confirmation. The problem was human space junk. With thousands of satellites and even more pieces of discarded junk that all reflect the light of the sun, detecting non-man-made fast transients using modern survey data was proving all but impossible. That's when a research team decided to go back in time and start looking at survey data from before the launch of Sputnik in 1957. The best source of this was the Palomar Sky Survey, conducted in the early 1950s before there were any man-made objects circling the Earth. The Palomar Sky Survey was undertaken using the 48-inch telescope on Mount Palomar in Southern California. The survey used 2 sets of plates in order to capture color information of the night sky. The first exposure would use a blue-sensitive plate, and the second a red-sensitive plate. The exposures would then be taken within an hour of each other and put together to gather color data. The time difference between the 2 exposures allowed researchers to look for sub-hour fast transients.
objects that appeared in the sky for less than an hour and would indicate either very weird astronomical events or a possible artificial object. The research team discovered thousands of these fast transients, including one with 9 sources of light that appeared in one image and did not appear in the next exposure less than an hour later. Pouring over 70 years of surveys, these lights never reappeared again. In total, the team identified 83 cases of these fast transients that are difficult to explain. Gravitational lensing could explain some of these fast transients. This occurs when the light bends around a massive gravitational source like a black hole, allowing astronomers to see what's directly behind the object in the way. We have many examples of gravitational lensing due to the mass of entire galaxies bending light around them. And it's a very cool way of being able to peek at the universe behind objects that would normally block our view. In the right conditions, gravitational lensing could occur and be visible for a very short time, and some of these fast transients could be explained by this phenomenon. However, using some basic measurements, it quickly became clear to the research team that some of the fast transients would be extraordinarily difficult to explain with gravitational lensing. To make matters more complicated, the timing of one of those extraordinary events would beg the question, when is a coincidence not just a coincidence anymore? On the night of July 19, 1952, just before 9 p.m. Pacific time, unbeknownst to the astronomers at the time, one of these fast transients made its appearance. Less than an hour later, it was gone. But all the way across the United States, one of the most well-documented UFO events in history was just starting to take place. These fast transients detected are not particularly impressive. 3 points of light, 2 in the same linear formation observed from other anomalous fast transients previously discovered. The objects show no elongation or distortion, indicating that at the time of their capture, they were not in rapid movement, similar to an aircraft, asteroid, or meteorite. In subsequent and even modern observations, the objects were no longer present. A careful investigation of the southernmost transient in comparison to neighboring stars proves that the object captured was in fact something emitting a significant amount of light. The northernmost 2 transients also exhibited properties that other stars do not, though there's simply not enough data to be sure. The transients are located within 1 degree of the galactic plane, which could potentially put a nail in the coffin of the artificial object theory, given the density of objects along the galactic plane and the increased likelihood of a gravitational lensing effect being at play. However, further measurements make this almost impossible. First, the objects are almost certainly 3 individual yet related objects. All 3 of the transients dimmed at the same time, meaning it would be a truly cosmic coincidence if they were 3 separate unrelated objects being lensed by a larger source of gravity. Rather, it appears that the objects were not only related to each other, but dimming together, or simply leaving their positions over the observatory simultaneously. But if they were to be cosmic objects, dimming simultaneously, they would have to be within 50 light minutes away from each other to account for their disappearance in the second photographic plate. This places the objects at a distance of no more than 6 astronomical units from each other. With this maximum separation, the objects thus could be no further away than 2 light-years from Earth. If the distance was greater than the given speed of light, they simply couldn't have dimmed simultaneously. That 2 light-years maximum distance is closer than the nearest star, and it's the only way that they could have appeared in the original 1952 plate and not reappeared in any other. This doesn't preclude a gravitational lensing effect, though. Such an effect would require the almost perfect alignment of a background star fainter than 25th magnitude, with foreground masses of planets or stars also fainter than the 25th magnitude, all lining up at exactly the right time during a very brief window to create the effect seen on the plates, and never repeating again in over 70 years. The second possible gravitational lensing explanation involves a massive explosion at a truly cosmic scale, lensed again by a system of planets and stars. However, the fact that the event had to occur and then dim in less than 50 minutes makes this impossible. There simply is no natural phenomenon that can release that much energy and dim again so quickly. Supernova can take anywhere from hours to days to brighten and dim again, speaking against this potential explanation. And here we arrive at the uncomfortable conclusion. 3 separate objects within 2 light-years of Earth were shedding light for less than an hour before disappearing. Their existence almost definitively precludes all natural explanations, but it's what happened next that begs the question, are these the first official images of extraterrestrial technology? It's been called the Washington Invasion, and it's one of the most popular UFO mass sightings in history. Terrifyingly, the events of July 19th would happen almost immediately after the astronomical survey captured those 3 fast transients on film. Starting on July 12th, people had begun to report sightings of strange objects in the sky over the Washington, D.C. area. However, the weekend of July 19th to the 20th would prove to be the most historic, and it all began at 11:40 p.m. Eastern, right around the time that on the West Coast, the Palomar Observatory was conducting its survey. Air traffic controller Edward Nugent would be one of the first witnesses. While operating the radar at Washington National Airport, he spotted 7 unknown objects. The objects were not traversing any known flight paths, and there were no other aircraft in the area approximately 15 miles southwest of the airport. Calling over his supervisor, Nugent and Harry Barnes also observed the objects on the radar, with both later attesting that the objects performed extraordinary maneuvers no known aircraft could possibly match. It would all be an observation that radar operators and eyewitnesses from Washington to Moscow would repeat time and again for nearly a century. Suspecting a malfunction with the radar set, technicians checked the unit but discovered it to be in perfect working order. Barnes then phoned the airport's backup radar center and asked them if they were also tracking unknown objects. The center confirmed they too had the strange objects on their radar, and controller Howard Coughlin even said he could see one of the objects in the distance. Coughlin would describe it as a bright orange light, but struggled to make out details, though his description would mirror that given by other observers throughout the city that night. As both radar stations observed the strange objects, they became alarmed when additional objects began to appear over the Capitol and even the White House. Barnes immediately called Andrews Air Force Base, which was 10 miles away, though the controller said that they weren't picking anything up. However, one of the base's airmen soon called the control tower and reported spotting a strange object in the sky. William Brady, one of the controllers, looked in the direction of the report and suddenly saw what he described as an orange ball of fire that left behind a trail of light. The object moved with such incredible speed that when he turned to get the attention of the other controllers, the object had already disappeared. However, he would remain adamant that what he saw was not a meteor, given that the object showed the ability to accelerate and was not in a downward trajectory. Back at National Airport, pilot S.C. Pierman sat in the cockpit of his DC-4 waiting for permission to take off. While waiting, he was alerted over the radio that the control tower was tracking numerous unknown objects and they were moving in his direction. They asked him to see if he could get a visual, prompting Pierman to scan the sky. According to Pierman, he observed 6 different objects that he described as, quote, white, tailless, fast-moving lights. He was able to observe them for 14 minutes, during which he was in constant contact with Barnes back at the control tower. Barnes was able to track the objects appearing and disappearing on the radar exactly when and how Pierman described them. At Andrews Air Force Base, the growing alarm amongst the tower personnel led to them tracking objects such as meteors, which they mistook for possible UFOs. However, they also tracked the same objects that other radar stations were tracking, including an object that seemed to hover directly over a radio navigation beacon. Staff Sergeant Charles Davenport also directly observed an orange-red light to the south of the base, describing the light as appearing to stand completely still, then making abrupt changes in direction and altitude. According to him, this occurred multiple times before it finally disappeared. Given the verification of multiple objects in airspace over the Capitol and the White House, U.S. Air Force F-94 Starfire jets were dispatched out of Newcastle Air Force Base in Delaware. The jets arrived at 3 a.m. in the skies over Washington, prompting all of the tracked radar objects to immediately disappear. The jets remained on patrol over Washington until they finally began to run low on fuel and were forced to return to base, at which point the objects immediately returned to the skies over Washington. Barnes would later state that he believed the objects were directly monitoring radio traffic and evading the fighter jets, only to return as the jets left the area. The UFOs would continue to be tracked over the Capitol until about 5:30 a.m., when they finally disappeared from all radar scopes. A week later, though, the objects would return to the skies over Washington, during which they were directly observed on radar by U.S. Air Force Major Dewey Fornett, Project Blue Book's Pentagon liaison, and Lieutenant John Holcomb, a U.S. Navy radar specialist. Despite there being a slight temperature inversion present over the city, which is known to have an effect on ground-based radar, none of the radar operators present nor Holcomb believed it was significant enough to explain what they were tracking. Instead, all came to the same conclusion: the objects were solid, likely metallic, and very real. During the second event, another pair of F-94s were also dispatched, with one pilot spotting a glowing white light that immediately sped away as he approached it. Civilian pilots in the vicinity all also confirmed sighting bright glowing objects corresponding to the radar contacts being tracked on the ground. As the sun began to rise, though, the object seemed to disappear and would not return. The entire incident would create a small panic in the U.S. government. President Truman was gravely concerned with the event, and the CIA would launch an official investigation into the UFO phenomenon itself. However, as UFO events propagated across the country, there was a significant concern that the Soviet Union could exploit the phenomenon to launch a surprise attack on the U.S. or so panic. The fear was so great that it prompted the U.S. government to attempt to downplay the UFO phenomenon and, in many cases, offer preposterous explanations roundly rejected by the public and professionals involved in these sightings. None of the radar operators from the nights of July 19th to the 20th or July 26th to the 27th would ever accept the official explanation put forward, that all of them had been fooled by a temperature inversion creating false contacts. Most telling, though, immediately after the Washington flap, Major General John A. Samford would hold a press briefing during which he answered a reporter's question on if similar objects had been spotted by Air Force radars. The Major General stated that there had been, quote, hundreds of similar contacts, resulting in the dispatch of U.S. fighters. However, each attempt to intercept the tracked objects was, quote, fruitless. And this brings us back to the Palomar Observatory's discovery. Because a temperature inversion could not have explained the presence of 3 light-emitting objects situated anywhere from directly in Earth's orbit to as far as 2 light-years out, the incredible discovery begs the question, when is a coincidence simply not a coincidence anymore? Under increasing congressional pressure, the United States government has recently passed the Schumer Amendment, mandating that by no later than February 23, 2024, the National Archives and Records Administration must establish a UAP records collection to gather all government-provided, or government-funded reports relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena, technologies of unknown origin, and non-human intelligence. The legislation also allows for the creation of a second non-public repository of UAP records whose release could be deemed harmful to national security and requires that Congress be notified of any decision to postpone public disclosure of a document. These classified documents will then be periodically reviewed, though the government has a grace period of 25 years from the date of the incident before a review for disclosure is mandated. This move comes as a small victory for UAP advocates, who include amongst their ranks a growing list of very high-ranking government and military officials, as well as prestigious academies. The conclusion that an unknown phenomenon is regularly appearing in skies all over the Earth, and that it often poses a flight hazard to aircraft, can no longer be ignored. But over 20 years ago, a French defense think tank had already arrived at that conclusion, and as their report makes clear, the extraterrestrial hypothesis can no longer be ignored. The Cometa report, as it's known, was an investigation that drew on government funding that was launched by the Institute of Advanced Studies for National Defense, an organization that regularly advises government officials on defense policy. The participants in the study were all high-ranking military officials or respected academics. This included General Bernard Norlane, former director of the Institute, André Lebeau, former president of the National Center for Space Studies, and French Air Force General Denis Letty. Among other contributors was an all-star lineup of military and police officers, engineers, and specialists in life and social science. The report was prompted by an outpouring of UFO encounters by French military personnel, including pilots as well as civilians. There were significant concerns over both military and civilian flight safety, and no formal investigation into the phenomenon had occurred for 20 years, a pressing national defense and public safety issue. One of the cases investigated and classified amongst the 5% where no reasonable explanation could be found included an encounter with a UFO by a French fighter pilot on March 7, 1977. At about 9 p.m., French military pilot Hervé Giraud along with his navigator were returning back to base on autopilot at about Mach 0.9. Suddenly, both men spotted a bright glow coming from their 3 o'clock, matching their altitude and moving extremely quickly and directly toward them. The men feared that they were on a collision course with the object. But first, we want to thank the sponsor of today's video, InVideo. Have you ever wanted to create videos of your own but didn't know where to start, or felt it would be too difficult? Well, then you have to give InVideo AI a try. It's the video co-pilot you've always wanted. Say goodbye to editing timelines, because now you can create and edit videos in your own voice with just simple text prompts. Just give it a prompt about the type of video you want, the more detailed the prompt the better, and then select the audience and the platform for your video.
After that, InVideo AI will create an engaging script, find high-quality relevant footage, add subtitles along with a human-sounding voiceover, and give you the first cut of your video.
Could the cold depths of space become the next frontier for nuclear warfare?
From there, you can give it simple text commands to make any changes to your video. Don't like the style of the subtitles? Ask it to change them. Don't like the intro? Ask it to start the video in a different way. It'll understand your commands and make the changes. And the best part, just upload a 30-second recording of your voice, and it can clone it to make sure all your videos contain your own voice. Could the cold depths of space become the next frontier for nuclear warfare? The year is 2024. You can get started for free and create up to 4 videos a week. But if you want to clone your voice and create videos without a watermark, then I highly recommend you get the paid plan that starts as low as $20 a month, which can save you hundreds of dollars every month compared to what you'd have to spend on editing tools and stock footage subscriptions. Just go to the link in the description and use my code to get twice the number of video generation credits in your first month. Now back to the video. Both men spotted a bright glow coming from their 3 o'clock, matching their altitude and moving extremely quickly and directly toward them. The men feared that they were on a collision course with the object. Giraud radioed the Congressional military radar station and asked if they had any traffic near them. The 2 men believed the object was another military aircraft on an intercept course in order to visually identify them. Ground radar said they had no track and requested that the men check their oxygen. This is an emergency procedure and indicative that the radar controller thought the request was so abnormal that he feared the crew were experiencing hallucinations due to a lack of oxygen. The object may not have been showing up on radar, but it was very real, and the Mirage went into a bank trying to turn its nose toward the object. In a move eerily similar to what American fighter pilots would report 30 years later just off the coast of San Diego in the infamous Tic Tac case, the object responded to their aggressive 3 to 4G turn by maneuvering toward the plane's rear. With the object behind them and about 1,500 meters away, Giraud suddenly banked left to try to re-establish visual contact. The glowing object moved to his 11 o'clock and rapidly sped away. Bewildered by the encounter, the 2 men resumed course for their home airfield, but they were both unsettled by the incident, remarking later that they felt like they were, quote, being watched, and Giraud noted to his navigator that, quote, it's going to come back. As if on cue, a similar glowing object appeared at the plane's 3 o'clock again. Either the object had somehow turned invisible and rapidly maneuvered across the aircraft without the men realizing, or a second object was now making itself known. Alarmed, Giraud now felt that his aircraft was in danger from the rapidly accelerating object, and he initiated an emergency 6.5G bank to disengage. The object followed the extreme maneuver easily, settling once more on his tail at a distance of about 2,000 meters. Feeling like the best course of action was to try to turn nose to the object, where if needed it could be engaged, Giraud once more banked sharply into the object, only for it to suddenly dart off in the same direction as the first object and disappear. The plane would go on to land safely, and an investigation into the incident concluded that the object or objects, if more than one, must have achieved supersonic speeds in order to maneuver upon the Mirage or disappear as quickly as they did. Yet, despite being nighttime in a quiet part of the country, no sonic booms were reported by anyone in the vicinity that evening. Ultimately, the source of the objects would remain unknown, and they themselves unidentified. However, it's curious that just a year later, an Iranian pilot had experienced an extremely similar encounter that had almost ended poorly for him, with a similar glowing object also performing aggressive maneuvers against him. The pilot even felt threatened enough to arm a Sidewinder missile and fire in self-defense, yet the moment the missile was armed, his instrument panel died. Another prominent case investigated in the Cometa report took place in the same year as the Iran case. The case involved French Air Force Colonel Claude Bose when he was a student pilot. On March 3, 1976, he was on a solo training flight in a T-33 aircraft that had him navigate a specific itinerary. Other training aircraft were following along in 5-minute intervals behind him, and the night was dark but cloudless, affording excellent visibility. At an altitude of 6,000 feet, Bose spotted what he initially believed to be a green flare being launched from the ground. The light was nearly at the limit of his vision, but he was rapidly approaching it at over 400 kilometers an hour. What immediately alerted him to the anomalous nature of this object, though, was the rapid acceleration of the suspected flare, with the object shooting past his elevation within 1 to 2 seconds. Suddenly, what he thought was a flare stopped its forward momentum and leveled off,
at approximately 1,500 meters above him, and then rapidly dove down toward his aircraft. The object sped toward him at an incomprehensible speed, coming close enough to fill up the entire front of his windshield. Believing that impact was imminent, Bose in a panic let go of the joystick and threw his hands up in a reflexive gesture. The object, however, diverted at the last second and sped over his right wing, grazing it slightly as it passed and bathing the entire aircraft in green light. Once back on the ground, Bose reported that the object was about 1 meter or 2 in size, with a greenish tail similar to a comet, though the center of the object had a very bright white light. While the local radar had not picked up anything, 2 other pilots in the same training flight reported seeing the green object as well, corroborating his story. This near collision is a perfect mirror of similar encounters reported by American pilots. In 2014, Navy F-18 fighter pilot Ryan Graves encountered a UFO alongside his flight commander. The object made an aggressive maneuver toward them, passing by at extremely close range. The object was described as a dark gray or black cube inside a sphere, and got within 50 feet of the lead aircraft. The incident was so disturbing that the flight commander called off the training mission and prompted the filing of a safety report. This was not a one-off event, though. Sightings of these objects became so common that they began to be worked into mission briefings. The objects were observed remaining perfectly still in very high-speed winds, then suddenly accelerating to supersonic speeds and performing extreme maneuvers. On January 28, 1994, a flight safety incident involving a UAP ended up drawing the attention of the COMETA committee. On this day, an Air France flight was cruising at 39,000 feet at 1:14 p.m. on its way to London. The skies outside were largely clear, and the chief steward, who was in the cockpit at the time, spotted what he believed to be a weather balloon. Both the co-pilot and the pilot also saw the object and believed it was an unknown aircraft, though none of the 3 men could identify it. The object appeared to be banking at a 45-degree angle at an estimated altitude of 34,000 feet and approximately 50 kilometers or 31 miles away. The men all recognized that the object must be very large for it to be this clearly visible, which is what prompted the steward to believe it was a weather balloon at first. However, as the men watched the object change shape from a large brown bell to a chestnut brown lens and then disappear completely, that explanation was quickly thrown out the window. A later investigation revealed that the Cinq-Mars-la-Pile Control Center had a radar track on an unknown object that corresponded with the location and the time as reported by the flight crew. The radar track was recorded for 50 seconds and was proven to cross the trajectory of the airliner and did not correspond with any filed flight plan. The object also seemed to disappear from view of radar at approximately the same time that the crew reported it disappearing. The French report also drew upon well-known international cases, including the aforementioned Tehran UFO incident, as well as a 1956 incident at the joint U.S. and Royal Air Force bases of Lakenheath and Bentwaters. On August 13, 1956, radar tracked a UFO moving east to west and directly over the base at an estimated speed of between 2,000 to 4,000 miles per hour. Though no sonic boom was heard, personnel on the ground at the Bentwaters Control Tower reported seeing a bright light flying at approximately 1,200 meters and moving at, quote, an incredible speed. Simultaneously, the pilot of a military transport flying over the base reported that a bright light had just passed below his plane, also at a, quote, incredible speed. Over at Lakenheath, the shift supervisor alerted the radar operators to the activity being detected at Bentwaters. Suddenly, an object was spotted approximately 40 miles away, hovering stationary and at nearly the same axis as the object that had just been spotted over Bentwaters. Lakenheath approach radar confirmed the sighting with its own track, when suddenly the object went from hovering to supersonic speed, making multiple and sudden course corrections that brought it to an abrupt stop for 3 to 6 minutes at a time. The object was tracked going from a speed of 0 to an estimated 590 miles an hour instantaneously. Half an hour later, a Venom 2-seat fighter plane was dispatched to investigate the object. Acquiring the target visually and with radar, the pilot reported it suddenly disappearing on him. However, Lakenheath Air Traffic Radar Control Center tracked the object moving 16 kilometers east of the base and put the pilot on a new vector. Approaching it again, the pilot got close enough to radio that his, quote, machine guns are locked onto him. However, the object sped away once more. Tracked by radar, the object had suddenly positioned itself behind the fighter jet and seemed to be following it at a very close distance. The pilot would confirm this as he made visual contact with the UFO now in pursuit, Despite every attempt to shake the UFO, including aggressive steep dives, climbs, and high G turns, the UFO stayed at a steady, constant distance from the aircraft for 10 minutes. Low on fuel, the fighter was forced to return to base, and the object followed him for a while before coming to a standstill in mid-air. The object now seemed to make several short moves on radar before finally speeding away in a northerly direction. A radar expert on the Condor Commission who reviewed the case would go on to say, quote, "If one considers the strong credibility of the information and the coherence and continuity of the reports, as well as their high degree of, quote, strangeness, this UFO case is certainly one of the more troubling cases known to date." Interestingly, nearly 30 years later, a similar incident would occur at the former RAF station in Woodbridge. Known as the Rendlesham Forest Incident, it would also involve the detection of stranger UAP activity, culminating in an American Air Force police team investigating what they believed to be a downed aircraft. However, according to members of the search team, led by the base deputy commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt, they encountered a glowing, metallic craft of unknown origin. Halt would famously record the incident live on his microcassette recorder, becoming one of the most bombastic UFO events in history. Similar incidents that occurred in Cold War Russia were investigated, drawing curious parallels to what was being reported in the West. On March 21, 1990, as reported by Aviation General and Air Defense Forces Commander Igor Maltsev, combat aircraft were dispatched to intercept an unknown radar contact. The Soviet Union took UFO detections extremely seriously, given that they were the victims of U.S. spy plane overflights during a significant portion of the Cold War. Upon approaching, the combat jets discovered a disk 100 to 200 meters in diameter, with two flashing lights on its sides. The object suddenly performed an S-shaped maneuver and came to a hover over the ground. Moments later, it sped off at 2 to 3 times the maximum speed of the pursuing aircraft. General Maltsev would summarize over 100 UFO sightings collected by unit commanders thusly: the movement of the UFOs was not accompanied by any type of noise and was characterized by an astounding maneuverability. The UFOs appeared to completely lack inertia. In other words, in one fashion or another, they had overcome gravity. At present, terrestrial machines can scarcely exhibit such characteristics. All the way across the world, though, prominent UFO events were being reported as far away as South America. On July 31, 1995, a Boeing 727 en route from Buenos Aires to San Carlos de Bariloche was preparing to land. Suddenly, a power outage plunged the entire town into darkness, and the control tower working on emergency power instructed the aircraft to stand by for a few minutes before making his approach. Finally cleared for landing, the pilot reported seeing what he thought was a strange star in the sky. Banking away and into an ascending turn, the crew was startled upon completing their turn to discover an object described as a large unknown aircraft flying parallel on their right-hand side. The object matched speed and was described as having 3 lights in the middle of it. As they continued their flight together, the airport suddenly experienced another power failure, causing the approach ramp and the runway lights to go out. The pilots were forced to abort their landing and pull back up into the sky, turning once more to reposition themselves for another approach. The object, now glowing brightly, moved behind the aircraft and, as described by a second aircraft in a holding pattern overhead, suddenly came to a stop and ascended before stopping once more. It moved back in the direction of the landing aircraft and followed it from behind before speeding off toward the mountains. The entire ordeal lasted several minutes and was observed by the pilots, the passengers on the airplane, inhabitants of the city below, and the air traffic controllers, as well as the aircraft lingering in a holding pattern overhead. No official explanation was ever given. The Cometa Committee, however, discovered that prominent UFO events were also being reported by ground personnel. On August 16, 1954, a mass sighting of a UFO occurred in Antananarivo, the capital of Madagascar, and was reported on by a former artillery officer and a chief of technical services for Air France. At 5 p.m., Air France personnel spotted a large green ball in the sky moving at a very fast rate. Believing the green ball to be a meteor, the witnesses waited for the imminent explosion as the object disappeared behind a nearby hill. However, a minute later it reappeared and flew directly over the witnesses. The object passed by close enough to be identified as a, quote, sort of metal rugby ball, preceded by a clearly detached green lens-shaped portion that shot sparks from its rear. The ball appeared to be about 40 meters long, and the green lens-shaped portion of the object then separated itself and moved just under 40 meters in front of the object, trailing long greenish sparks from its rear. Passing overhead by an estimated 50 to 100 meters, an estimation made possible by the known height of a nearby hill, the object seemed to cause a power outage in buildings as it passed above them, and it sent nearby animals into an extreme state of anxiety. The craft departed toward the west, and 2 to 3 minutes later, an identical craft was observed above a farm school. Animal herds there also went into a panic, despite being used to the presence of large Air France planes in the skies above. Given that the farm school was 93 miles away, assuming the second object was the same as the first object, then it would have had to move at a hypersonic speed to get there. The object was witnessed by hundreds of people on the ground, split up between the two sites. On December 9, 1979, a UFO was spotted very close to the ground by a Mirage fighter pilot. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Jean-Pierre Fartek was living near the town of Dijon, and at 9:15 a.m. he and his wife witnessed an unusual object in the field right outside their house. Fartek estimated the object to be about 20 meters in diameter and 7 meters thick, hovering approximately 3 meters above the ground and in front of a grove of trees known to stand about 15 meters tall. The object was described by Fartek and his wife as being the shape of two saucers inverted on top of each other and did not appear to have any portholes or lights. The upper portion was a metallic gray and the lower portion a darker bluish color, with a perfectly delineated separation between the two halves. The object appeared to be in constant motion, almost as if trying to remain balanced and upright, and it did not make any noise nor cause any turbulence on the grass or the ground. Fartek and his wife observed the object for an unknown amount of time when suddenly it began to oscillate faster, with it appearing to tilt slightly forward in the same manner as a helicopter as it takes flight. Suddenly, the object moved away at a low altitude and in extreme speed, making no noise and leaving no presence of its passing behind. On later investigation, Fartek's neighbors and their children all confirmed witnessing the same object. Back to Russia, a compelling case involving Russian ground troops drew the attention of the Kometa Committee. This incident occurred in late July 1989 and was originally recorded by the KGB and later declassified after the fall of the Soviet Union. The account was recorded by a KGB agent and includes 7 written testimonies from witnesses who observed the event from 2 different sites at the same base. Sadly, if there was any radar data gathered, it was not included in the report. On the night of July 28th to 29th, multiple UFOs were spotted by soldiers at a distance of between 3 to 5 kilometers between the hours of 10:15 p.m. and 11:55 p.m. 3 objects in total were observed, with one moving silently and in very jerky movements, abruptly starting and stopping to hover. At some point, the UFOs must have been detected by radar, though such data is missing from the KGB file or was not declassified along with the parent report. As an interceptor sped out of the night sky toward one of the objects, the UFO was observed to move at what was described as such incredible velocities that it made the intercepting fighter jet appear to be standing still by comparison. Despite breaking the sound barrier, the only sound the soldiers heard was the roaring of the intercepting jet's engines. Later that night, 2 other soldiers testified to witnessing another UFO between 11:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. in the morning. The UFO was described as a metallic disc approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter and surrounded by a brightly lit hemispherical dome of some sort. The witnesses observed the silent craft move over a missile depot where it shot down a phosphorescent green light while approximately 300 meters away from them and 20 meters above the depot. The beam of light seemed to move across the storage structure as if scanning it, and a security response team was dispatched but did not approach the silent object. Instead, the security team, along with the 2 original witnesses, observed the craft as it hovered over the facility for approximately 2 hours, never once making a noise. This account was especially compelling, given the similarity between this account and reports of UFOs over American nuclear weapon sites. Famously, UFOs were spotted hovering over active Minuteman nuclear missile silos throughout the Cold War, and occasionally bathing the silo below them with a similar beam of light, as if scanning the contents of the silo. An outside observer may be tempted to claim that the Russians may have simply been a victim of copycat hoaxing, but the extreme secrecy of the Cold War and a lack of communication between the East and the West would make it almost impossible for the average Russian soldiers to have ever heard the UFO incidents over American facilities, which begs the question, how and why do Cold War Soviet UFO encounters so perfectly mirror those that occurred on the American military sites? Sometimes, though, the committee investigated cases of actual alien beings. One such case occurred at Valençol on July 1, 1965.
A local villager, Maurice Massa, left his home at 5 a.m. to go work on his lavender fields just outside of the village. As he was about to start his tractor at approximately 6 a.m. though, he heard a hissing sound that drew his attention. The sound came from behind a small hill at the edge of one of his fields, and he moved to investigate. Upon clearing the hill, he was surprised to discover a small craft about 90 meters away from him in his lavender field, which he described as a pill-shaped vehicle similar to a Renault Dauphine. The vehicle stood on 6 legs that had a central pivot point that they attached to, with a large tube protruding from under the belly of the craft and into the ground. Massa had no inclination that the strange craft was alien, and instead thought that it was a weird vehicle being used by thieves who were after his lavender. He approached the craft stealthily, and when he got to within 10 meters of it, he spotted 2 small beings on the other side of it, described as having large, pudgy heads and white skin. One of the beings aimed a tube device at him, and he was immediately paralyzed on the spot, unable to move as the beings entered the craft and flew away. A subsequent police investigation discovered the site where the craft had allegedly landed, complete with indentations in the soil and puncture marks from the tube described by the farmer. It seems a slam-dunk case, except for a few problems. First, Massa had not reported being paralyzed to the police in his initial report. Instead, he stated that he had seen one of the alien beings inside the craft through a clear dome-like covering, similar to that used by the famous Jetsons. That being spoke to one outside the craft in a guttural language, which prompted it to run inside and the craft took off. A month later, he reapproached the police to change his story and included that part about being paralyzed. This is problematic, and it's cast a significant doubt on Massa's story. If it was a hoax, it's unclear why Massa would return a month later to contradict himself and add more details, but the fact that that type of craft described by Massa is rarely ever described anywhere else also adds doubt to his story. A far more credible case, however, occurred just 2 years later. On August 29, 1967, at about 10:30 a.m., 2 children were watching their family's herd as it grazed. The young teenagers were alerted by their dog that one of the cows was about to jump over the stone wall that lined the perimeter of the family's field. Running off to chase the cow away, the boy was surprised to spot 4 other children on the opposite side of the road the field sat next to. He called his sister over and the 2 moved for a closer look, as they knew all the children in the village and were curious why any of them would be out here. No sooner had he called for his sister, though, that he noticed an extremely bright sphere back and away from the unknown children. Approaching closer, the 2 realized that the figures were not children at all, but rather small beings standing no taller than 1.2 meters. 2 of the figures were standing close to one of the other figures, while a third was kneeling in front of it, its attention occupied by something on the ground. A 4th noticed the children and turned a mirror-like device toward them that blinded them. They called out to the beings, but they quickly ran back toward their sphere, levitating up to the top of it and diving inside of it head first. The children weren't at an angle to tell if the sphere had an opening at the top or if they moved through the sphere itself as they entered. The bright sphere gave off a loud hissing sound and then rose up to the sky in a spiral pattern at a very fast speed. A strong odor of sulfur filled the field in the wake of the craft's departure. The family contacted the French gendarme, with one arriving promptly and investigating the site where the alleged sphere had sat. There he found many small prints and testified to the very strong odor of sulfur. The children's father, mayor of the town, also testified to the children smelling of sulfur when they had ran back home. As the investigation widened, another witness who had been at a nearby granary stated that he had also heard the strange hissing sound, dispelling any notion of a helicopter being involved. According to the family doctor, the children's eyes were affected by the blinding device used on them, which caused their eyes to water for several days. Allegedly, the children also suffered psychological distress after the incident. The French report goes on to detail many other UFO reports investigated by their team, local law enforcement, or the military. While some criticism has been levied against the report due to methodology in specific cases, the inescapable conclusion is that the same phenomenon reported globally was being reported by the French witnesses as far back as the 1950s. It's these similarities between global reports that indicate the presence of a global phenomenon of unknown origin, and the skeptical assumption against it relies wholly on ignoring physical and radar data and claiming that every single witness throughout history has been lying or a fool. Hardly a credible explanation. Now go check out UFO Chased a Military Plane, or click this other video instead.